Chapter 51, Don't Be So Mischievous. Chapter 51, Don't Be So Mischievous. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The instant that Wang Baoli nearly opened the door to the cave abode, Lu Zihao, who had been waiting at the door, immediately turned to stare at him unblinkingly. His gaze was sharp and carried a sense of scrutiny, as though he wanted to completely see through Wang Baoli. Combat faculties. Lu Zihao is here to see the Dharmic armament head prefect. He squinted his eyes, and his bearing had a hint of arrogance as he slowly spoke. Seeing Lu Zihao's expression, Wang Baoli snorted to himself. He was considering simply revealing his identity and making Lu Zihao continue to kneel and call him daddy. However, just as Wang Baoli was considering this, Lu Zihao spoke again. I came here to give the head prefect a reminder. You still remember Ju Lu from the club last year? She has already graduated from White Deer Dao College and was recruited by the military, who gave her a 7-inch true breath. I heard that her cultivation level has already broken past the ancient martial realm, becoming a cultivator of the true breath realm. Lu Zihao spoke quickly, all the while staring at Wang Baoli in a bid to gather some clues. Hearing this, Wang Baoli blinked. His memory of that crazy woman Ju Lu was simply too deep. To hear that she had actually joined the military and even cultivated herself to exceed the ancient martial realm, he was immediately on guard. I don't understand what you are saying. Wang Baoli shook his head and turned to return to the cave abode. Wang Baoli, you are the finger-bending mad rabbit. I tell you, when that Ju Lu becomes a real true breath realm cultivator, she will still remember the incident that happened that day at the club. If you dare walk back into the cave abode, I will immediately send a voice transmission to Ju Lu and tell her of your identity. When that happens, she will definitely seek you out. Lu Zihao had a lofty expression and a crafty look in his eyes. It's not impossible for me to keep mum. Wang Baoli, you finger-bending mad rabbit, kowtow and call me daddy. You're crazy. Hearing Lu Zihao actually speaking to him so arrogantly, Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks and turned to glare at Lu Zihao. Annoyed, he snorted and continued walking toward the cave abode. Upon seeing Wang Baoli's feigning of ignorance, Lu Zihao grew angry. His cultivation powers erupted immediately, and he gave a low roar. Today, I, Lu Zihao, came just to expose your identity. His cultivation powers diffused. Although Lu Zihao was still in the perfected physical seal realm, he had refined it more and was not far from pulse enrichment. As he roared, he flew toward Wang Baoli, raised his right hand, and threw a punch. You're not done, are you? Wang Baoli grew angry, too. He felt that, as head prefect, he had already taken the high road by preparing to return to the cave abode. However, this hot-blooded young man was forceful and unrelenting, and now he had even made the first move. This was intolerable to Wang Baoli. He turned around and raised his right hand rapidly. Lu Zihao did not even manage to get a clear look before Wang Baoli caught his wrist and pressed it downward. In that instant, the sharp pain of his joint made Lu Zihao wail in pain. Kneel and say daddy. Wang Baoli glared. With a thud, Lu Zihao knelt, but he did not say daddy. Instead, through the throbbing pain, he looked to the sky and laughed maniacally. Finger-bending mad rabbit. You were fooled. I had 3 recording devices placed all around. Ha ha, Wang Baoli, you finger-bending crotch-kicking mad rabbit, everyone on the Dao College's Spirit Intranet can see this broadcast now. Your identity has already been exposed. Wang Baoli, just wait for Ju Lu to seek you out. Wait for all the people you have harmed in Ethereal City to look for you. Although Lu Zihao's wrist had been twisted by Wang Baoli, his laughter echoed everywhere, his excitement surging. Now, finger-bending mad rabbit, let go of my hand and kneel. Call me daddy. Lu Zihao was unbearably smug. In his imagination, Wang Baoli's expression must have changed to panic. However, Lu Zihao soon discovered that Wang Baoli was not as alarmed as he had expected. Instead, he was grinning widely. This scene stunned Lu Zihao, and he started to feel as though something was amiss. You. Just as Lu Zihao felt that something was off, from all the roads surrounding Wang Baoli's cave abode, about 10 black-robed inspectors from the Inscriptions and Spirit Stones classroom swiftly arrived. All of them had respectful expressions as they rushed over at full speed. Liu Daobin was among them. He held 3 recording devices in his hands. Upon seeing the cameras in Liu Daobin's hands, Lu Zihao's expression changed. Reporting back. Just as you expected, Lu Zihao placed these 3 recording devices after ascending the mountain. We have already taken steps to cut off the spirit intranet in this area, so no confidential information can be transmitted. Hearing Liu Daobin's words, Lu Zihao felt stunned. His pupils grew wide, and it seemed like his vision had gone black. Wang Baoli raised his head and demanded smugly, "Say Daddy." Liu Daobin breathed roughly and shouted, "You wish." The grievance and gloom in his heart had reached its limit, and he was prepared to stay firm till the end. However, at this moment, Liu Daobin sneered. "Head Prefect, this person tried to steal the Dharmic Armament Faculty's secrets. I suggest we detain him immediately and send him to the Dao College for interrogation after negotiation with the Combat Faculty." The moment Liu Daobin spoke, Lu Zihao inhaled and almost wet his pants from fear. The consequences for stealing secrets were extremely severe, and it scared Lu Zihao till he quickly tried to explain himself. "I am not a thief. I just installed those around Wang Baoli's cave abode to record evidence." "Shut up. Remember the head prefect's status. By placing the recording devices outside the head prefect's cave abode, this is considered stealing the Dharmic Armament Faculty's secrets," Liu Daobin said while maintaining his icy gaze. Even the other inspectors appeared hostile. They looked at Lu Zihao and seemed to call for a severe punishment. At this moment, Lu Zihao had become truly afraid. When he arrived, he had indeed come with evil intentions to record Wang Baoli attacking him. With that, he was going to use it as evidence to humiliate Wang Baoli and also use it to brag. Furthermore, he had no intention of sparing Wang Baoli. Instead, he was prepared to hand the evidence over to Ju Lu so that she would cause trouble for Wang Baoli and embarrass him. However, he had neglected Wang Baoli's authority and status in the Dharmic Armament Faculty. He never would have imagined that the situation would turn out like this. Now that he was scared, he quickly adapted to the circumstances and wailed, "Daddy, Daddy, I was wrong. Daddy, I was wrong. Fine, let's not scare little children anymore." Wang Baoli smugly raised his hand. Hearing Wang Baoli call him a little child, Lu Zihao's aggrieved expression kept changing, but he had no choice but to swallow his objections. "Little Hao, we don't have any grudges that we can't resolve. Don't be so mischievous next time." Emotional, Wang Baoli raised his hand to rub Lu Zihao's head. From the first time they faced each other, Wang Baoli knew that Lu Zihao was someone who liked to scheme and resort to petty tricks. So, this time, when he left the cave abode, he sent a voice transmission to instruct Liu Daobin, just in case. Now, with a senior's bearing, Wang Baoli criticized Lu Zihao before returning to his cave abode, satisfied. He was delighted, feeling that he was still better at strategy. As for the matter of Lu Zihao revealing his identity, Wang Baoli did not care. As he saw it, it would be best if it was not exposed, but if it was exposed, it was no big deal. For Ju Lu or many other people, it was not a simple feat to become a double head prefect of Ethereal Dao College. Seeing that Wang Baoli was going to let him go, Lu Zihao released a deep breath. The surrounding inspectors looked icily at Lu Zihao before leaving as well. Only Liu Daobin stood beside Lu Zihao, and with a somber voice, he said, "Study well. This time, the head prefect is letting you go out of kindness. You need to treasure this chance and stop making trouble for yourself." He waved the recording device in his hand. He did not return the 3 recording devices to Lu Zihao but took them away so that he could store them as evidence and take them out in the future. Even after everyone had left, Lu Zihao remained silent for a long time. He turned to look back at Wang Baoli's cave abode. At this moment, he truly felt the gap between himself and Wang Baoli. "I definitely can exceed him." Unable to expose Wang Baoli's identity, he gritted his teeth and returned to the combat faculty, entering seclusion to cultivate himself. To Wang Baoli, this incident with Lu Zihao was only a small matter. After returning to the cave abode, he once again immersed himself in spirit kernel training. After a week, Wang Baoli's speed at refining spirit kernels became faster and faster. After entering the Dao College, he had used many spirit stones. However, he still had a large reserve of spirit stones, all of them high quality. This meant that Wang Baoli did not lack spirit stones as he started to familiarize himself with producing spirit kernels. All the carved inscriptions on the spirit stones allowed him to have an increasingly exquisite mastery over the spirit kernels. At the same time, he had also used the knowledge from the jade slip material that the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Elder had given him to refine spirit kernels. He slowly understood the big picture through basic examples, and with it, Wang Baoli was able to combine knowledge and understand spirit kernel even more deeply. Chapter 52, Failed. Chapter 52, Failed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In actuality, the main point of spirit kernels was to follow different manuals to arrange spirit stones with different carved inscriptions. This relied on stimulating the stored energy in the spirit stones, causing these spirit stones to fuse and thus create spirit kernel dharmic artifacts. In a manner of speaking, these kinds of spirit kernels were already almost dharmic artifacts. They only needed the addition of the metal materials stated in the manual, in addition to polishing and smelting, before they could become refined as dharmic artifacts. Even without the latter steps, with just spirit kernels, one could already release a certain amount of power. However, the power would be much weaker, as it did lack the augmentation garnered from the forged materials. Furthermore, it would not be as sturdy as the true dharmic artifacts protected by metal materials. While carving inscriptions and refining spirit kernels, Wang Baoli started to get a sense of the depths of inscription study. Many times, he would have strange thoughts, and he would follow these thoughts and express them through inscriptions. Although most of them ended in failure, this process also gave Wang Baoli joy. Just like that, another week passed. By the time Wang Baoli had almost depleted his supply of spirit stones, he had massively improved in his spirit kernel study. However, Wang Baoli understood that he was still some way off from becoming head prefect. He needed to practice even more, and so, in the remaining days, just as he was getting proficient with the remaining spirit kernels, he also took out a large portion of his time to refine spirit stones. And because he was refining spirit stones, his body started to accumulate spirit fat. However, due to his prior experience, Wang Baoli constantly observed the changes in his own body. As he saw it, as long as he did not stay at home all day like last time, everything would work out. And spirit fat is good, too. Once it's absorbed, my cultivation level will have a breakthrough. Who knows, maybe this time I can move from physical seal and enter pulse enrichment. With this thought, Wang Baoli grew smug. His attitude toward spirit fat changed, and he was even anticipating it. Still, what he most anticipated was becoming spirit kernel head prefect. Then, he would be the unbeatable ultimate head prefect of Ethereal Tao College's Dharmic Armament faculty, the likes of which had not been seen before. When that happens, we'll see who dares bully me. When he thought of this, Wang Baoli was so excited that he even laughed out loud, especially because he imagined himself as the only decision-maker in the Dharmic Armament Faculty College Discipline Department, after becoming Spirit Kernel Head Prefect. The Tao College still wants to use the Dharmic Armament Faculty as an experiment. Forget it. When I become the only Head Prefect, I will still have a Head Prefect meeting, except that I will be the only one at the meeting. Wang Baoli laughed, becoming more and more pleased with himself. With this wonderful feeling, he began to eat his snacks while refining spirit stones and improving his familiarity with spirit kernel. His weight steadily began to increase. As the thickness of the spirit fat on his body began to increase by the day, Wang Baoli also started to carve a larger number of inscriptions onto the refined spirit stones. With these spirit stones inscriptions, he created various series of spirit kernels. This was just like a cycle. With his constant effort and refinement, Wang Baoli started to have more and more spirit kernels. Although he had wasted many during the refinement process, by the time the fourth week came around, Wang Baoli already had about 100 spirit kernels in his storage bracelet, and his rate of success also increased rapidly. Now, he had a 1 in 3 chance of succeeding. This kind of success rate and proficiency was unparalleled in the entire spirit kernel hall. In reality, even Lin Qianhao could not reach this level. At most, he only had a 1 in 4 chance of succeeding. After all, Lin Qianhao was not as proficient as Cao Kuan, much less Wang Baoli, in terms of inscriptions. So even though Wang Baoli had gone into seclusion, Lin Qianhao had also done the same during this period, frantically increasing his own proficiency in spirit kernels. He even went to the blue wall in the classroom once to improve his own results. However, to Wang Baoli, it would only be too easy to best him. Just like that, when the 5th week arrived, Liu Daobin informed Wang Baoli that Zhong Lan and the others were once again locked up. When Liu Daobin tried to resolve the matter, Lin Qianhao blocked him. As such, Wang Baoli started to increase the speed of his spirit stone refinement. Over the next 2 weeks, he refined an increasingly explosive number of spirit stones, and thus, his proficiency with spirit kernels rapidly increased. Finally, on the last day of the 2nd week, Wang Baoli had another breakthrough with his probability of success in refining spirit kernels. He had achieved a 50% success rate. I will soon become the Dharmic Armament Faculty's unrivaled head prefect. As he laughed, Wang Baoli struggled to stand filled with excitement and anticipation. He was not too worried about his own figure. I just have to lose weight after all. It's easy to lose spirit fat. Once I lose it, I can break through and reach the pulse enrichment realm. After frantically losing weight several times, Wang Baoli felt that it would be easy to grow skinnier. Feeling smug, he ran crazily around the island with a shake of his body. Except, after running for 2 days, Wang Baoli became somewhat anxious when he realized that he had not lost weight. He was a little worried, but after thinking it over, he still felt that it would be easy to lose weight. It's fine, I still have other methods. With this thought, Wang Baoli went to the lava chamber. However, after some time, when he left the lava chamber under the hidden resentful gazes of the combat faculty students, he realized that his body was still big. At this point, Wang Baoli's breathing grew erratic, and he felt a strong sense that something was amiss. I still have the ultimate method. With gritted teeth, Wang Baoli returned to the cave abode and immediately sent a voice transmission to Xie Haiyang. When Xie Haiyang arrived outside of Wang Baoli's cave abode with his head of gelled and shiny short hair, he stared with wide eyes at Wang Baoli's body. No wonder the entire combat faculty was complaining. Heavens, Wang Baoli, you've grown fat again. Brother Xie, you are the expert in losing weight. Quickly think of a solution for me. I don't care if it's the death pill, I just want to lose weight. As Xie Haiyang was Wang Baoli's last hope, he quickly made his request, feeling insecure. Xie Haiyang furrowed his brows and said severely, "Schoolmate, I need to remind you that I am a businessman, not an expert at losing weight." Without saying another word, Wang Baoli raised and flipped his right hand. Immediately, a large number of rainbow spirit stones flew out from his storage bracelet, forming a small mountain to the side. The rainbow light caused the inside of the cave abode to light up, colorful and resplendent. Xie Haiyang looked straight ahead, inhaled, and hit his chest viciously. "Schoolmate, you were right in looking for me. I, Xie Haiyang, am Ethereal Tao College's preeminent expert at losing weight. Brother, I am the best at losing weight. Don't worry, I will definitely help you become skinny." Xie Haiyang's breathing was rapid as he immediately opened his mouth. Hearing Xie Haiyang's guarantee, Wang Baoli immediately felt at ease and nodded in satisfaction. Very soon, after briefly going outside, Xie Haiyang returned with many death pills for Wang Baoli. I hoarded many death pills after that time. Come, eat as many as you want. Xie Haiyang waved his hand and generously flung 5 bottles to Wang Baoli before leaving. In his cave abode, Wang Baoli immediately ate about 10 death pills. As the heat in his body rose, he excitedly sat still and waited for the spirit fat to burn. But perhaps his spirit fat was too stubborn this time, or maybe his body had gotten used to it. In the end, Wang Baoli had only turned sweaty. When he lowered his head to look, his body was still big, clearly, nothing had changed. He hurriedly ate more. However, even though he ate all the death pills, nothing changed. Wang Baoli could not help but wail. Heavens, why don't they work? At this point, Wang Baoli could no longer maintain his cool. His breathing was unbearably rapid, and he could almost hear the footsteps of the Fatso forefathers in his head. Xie Haiyang, your death pills were fake this time. Panicked, Wang Baoli took out his voice transmission ring and contacted Xie Haiyang again. After Xie Haiyang received the voice transmission, he rushed to Wang Baoli's cave abode. When he entered and saw the unchanged Wang Baoli and the empty bottles, he was stunned. No effect at all? No effect at all! Wang Baoli cried and looked at Xie Haiyang. If it had been anyone else, Xie Haiyang definitely would have been suspicious. However, he still trusted Wang Baoli, so he scratched his head, his brain working at high speed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Schoolmate, wait 3 days. I will think of a plan. Don't worry, there is nothing I can't do. This kind of challenging problem, I'll take it on. Chapter 53, Puppet Dharmic Artifact. Chapter 53, Puppet Dharmic Artifact. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As he looked at Xie Haiyang, who had solemnly pledged his help, Wang Baoli sighed, lowered his head, and rubbed his belly, his expression troubled. Why didn't it work this time? His previous few experiences had given him confidence, but today, he had been beaten black and blue by reality. He felt immense pressure when he thought of his future path to losing weight. Disheartened, he sat on the veranda of the cave abode and looked at the blue sky. Vaguely, he seemed to see the silhouettes of many Fatso forefathers, causing his mood to darken. He could only take out that handsome picture of himself and space out. Don't tell me heaven is jealous of my talent. Heaven is unwilling to let such a handsome person exist, so it strikes me down and blocks my path to losing weight. The more Wang Baoli thought about his situation, the sadder and angrier he felt. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a bag of snacks. However, after looking at the bag, he paused and threw it aside. I'll bear with it. Angrily, Wang Baoli resisted the urge to look at the snacks and waited for Xie Haiyang to return. This continued for 3 days until Xie Haiyang returned. The moment saw Xie Haiyang, Wang Baoli grew excited. Brother Xie, have you thought of a plan? Xie Haiyang walked into Wang Baoli's cave abode and rubbed his gelled hair with a lofty expression. He coughed after hearing Wang Baoli's words. Your problem is too simple. It's just losing weight. Even though the death pills didn't work, I am an expert in losing weight. The moment I get into action, you will definitely succeed. Hearing the confidence in Xie Haiyang's words, Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. He quickly made Xie Haiyang sit, offered him ice spirit water, and looked at him eagerly. Brother Xie, as long as I can lose weight, whether it's spirit stones or anything, I can negotiate. Xie Haiyang drank his ice spirit water and spoke softly. Let me tell you, in Ethereal Tao College, there is a Dharmic artifact. This Dharmic artifact is priceless, extremely valuable. I can help you get it and lend it to you for 7 days. I guarantee that once you use this Dharmic artifact, you will definitely slim down in 7 days. Xie Haiyang's voice was extremely low, and it had a mysterious quality. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up after listening, and he moved his head closer. What Dharmic artifact? How effective? As the double head prefect of the Dharmic armament faculty, Wang Baoli was very sensitive to the words Dharmic artifact. When he heard Xie Haiyang talk about this artifact, he could not help but be curious. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, there was an ancient slimming method called the brain tricking technique. To put it simply, it tricks your brain. For example, when it comes to exercise, you trick your brain into thinking that you have already exercised for a long time, and so it will quickly replace the old with the new, drawing the energy from your body and thus losing weight. As Xie Haiyang spoke, he felt very smug. He felt that this plan was extremely appropriate for losing weight. The priceless Dharmic artifact that I am speaking of was refined using this principle. It's not too much to call it a banned artifact. After you use this, you will definitely lose weight. Hearing this, Wang Baoli's eyes shone as he was filled with hope. To think there's such a Dharmic artifact. You are a genius. Did you bring this Dharmic artifact? If this Dharmic artifact was easy to borrow, it wouldn't be so valuable. This treasure's owner is not someone from the Lower Academy Island, it belongs to some prominent figure at the True Breath realm on the Upper Academy Island. Xie Haiyang coughed and pointed out the owner's cultivation level so as to highlight his own ability at dealing with powerful people. Upper Academy Island? Wang Baoli's eyes widened. Ethereal Tao College's Upper Academy Island was where countless students dreamed of entering. Furthermore, to enter the Upper Academy Island, one had to pass an extremely competitive exam. They were not mere mortals but cultivators. This person's identity is confidential. I can't tell you who, and the person is also unwilling to let too many people know that he possesses this banned artifact. Under normal circumstances, this person wouldn't have lent this out. However, in Ethereal Tao College, there is nothing I, Xie Haiyang, cannot do. As long as I cater to their desires, this person is very reasonable. If you want to borrow this dharmic artifact, you need to refine some puppet dharmic artifacts to exchange so that it will be easier for me, as this person likes to collect different kinds of puppet dharmic artifacts. When Xie Haiyang spoke of the puppet dharmic artifacts, he paused and looked at Wang Baoli. Puppet dharmic artifact? Wang Baoli hesitated. These kinds of dharmic artifacts were rather unorthodox in the study of spirit kernels. They were split into defensive puppets and offensive puppets, and there were very few formulations. Furthermore, one needed to have an alarming mastery of spirit kernel and inscriptions to refine a puppet. Broadly speaking, to find someone who could refine these puppets in the Lower Academy Island Dharmic Armament faculty was very rare. These kinds of dharmic artifacts are difficult to refine. Furthermore, I have only refined spirit kernels at the moment, and I don't have the materials and formulations. Wang Baoli wrinkled his brow, feeling that this task was a little difficult. I have the materials. Whatever you need, just tell me. Xie Haiyang's eyes were bright, and he smiled as he spoke. I haven't finished. The other party has a hobby of collecting puppets. He doesn't want animal puppets, only human puppets, and they have to be huge, fierce, and vicious. You also know that in the wilderness beyond the city lake, wild beasts run rampant. When we go out, having a few burly protective dolls will make it safer. After explaining the situation, Xie Haiyang arranged a time to collect the goods and then left. In the cave abode, Wang Baoli sat with uncertainty written all over his face. He had a sneaking suspicion that something was amiss. However, if he wanted to lose weight, he could only use the other party's dharmic artifact. Thus, he needed to refine puppet dharmic artifacts. Let's refine. For these kinds of spirit kernels that he had never refined before, Wang Baoli researched first before deducing the inscriptions. When he had the results and the confidence, he would finally begin carving inscriptions. The offensive puppet is too difficult. There is no point in making it. I should focus on the defensive type instead. Since it is defensive, then it has to be sturdy, so I need to add at least 30 inscriptions to strengthen its defenses. It's not enough for it to be sturdy. Because it is human-shaped, it needs to be pliable. At the same time, it has to be able to make alerts. Even if it can't speak, it needs to emit sound. Furthermore, it cannot be obvious that it is a puppet. That is very important, too, so that it has the element of surprise. It will also be important in the modeling aspect. Anyway, puppets are the highest level. Once refined, it will be a true dharmic artifact that is almost no different from a real human. When Wang Baoli started, he did not pay much attention. But after carving inscriptions, the refinement of spirit kernel for the puppet became too difficult, so he placed all his effort into refining. With this deep thinking and deduction, he gradually perfected the puppet. Just so he could make it perfect, Wang Baoli decided to use rainbow spirit stones as the core, arrange other superior-grade spirit stones around them, then meld them all together. Finally, after several days, when he had refined the spirit kernels, Wang Baoli saw that he had used 40 or so spirit stones. Only after going through many calculations to achieve the arrangement of inscriptions could he find the framework of the human-shaped spirit kernel. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his gaze showed a hint of regret. It's too bad that time is short and that this is my first time. If not, I should have been able to make an even better one. Wang Baoli shook his head and sent a voice transmission to Xie Haiyang to ask him to purchase forging materials. These materials were not valuable but regular materials that Wang Baoli found according to his own refinement of spirit kernel inscriptions. He had learned most of them from the jade slip that the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Elder had given him. I must be the first one to refine with fusing materials. Wang Baoli sighed. He felt that this task of losing weight was too difficult this time. If the Dharmic artifact was not effective, he was definitely going to make Xie Haiyang compensate his losses from refining the puppets. With this thought, he took the spirit kernel and materials and left the cave abode, charging at full speed till he reached the spirit cauldron cave at the Dharmic Armament faculty. This spirit cauldron cave was similar to combat faculty's lava chamber, except the temperature was different. The main point of the spirit cauldron cave was to allow spirit kernel students to increase their familiarity with refining dharmic artifacts. There were many rooms within, all filled with heated spirit cauldrons and simple molds. People could borrow these instruments to melt materials and then simply fuse them with spirit kernels to make basic dharmic artifacts. Because only spirit kernel students could attempt to refine simple dharmic artifacts, there were few people on normal days. As head prefect, Wang Baoli could naturally enter as he pleased. When he arrived, he chose one room and began familiarizing himself with it before starting his first refinement. The content of materials study was very complicated. Even with the jade slip from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Elder, Wang Baoli went through great difficulty, wasting many materials in the process. The good thing was that his spirit kernels were sturdy, so he did not break many. After countless experiments and repairs, Wang Baoli finally emerged after a while with dark circles under his eyes, and he had even gotten thinner. He had lost much of his energy and strength during those few days. When he returned to the cave abode, Wang Baoli sent a voice transmission to Xie Haiyang. As he waited for Xie Haiyang to arrive, Wang Baoli drank several bottles of ice spirit water to wake his brain up. This artifact refinement is too difficult. Thinking back on the process, Wang Baoli felt that he had truly expended excessive capital in this attempt to lose weight. Very soon, Xie Haiyang arrived. The moment he entered the cave abode, Wang Baoli raised his right hand before he could speak. In that instant, his storage bracelet flashed, and what must have been a 2-meter-tall human-shaped puppet appeared in front of Xie Haiyang with a bang. This puppet looked very burly, and it even exuded an aura of savagery. This was especially so since its whole body was covered in hair, giving off a ferocious impression. Although it was not especially realistic, if one did not look carefully, it did not seem too different from a real person. Whether he is satisfied or not, the puppet possesses the characteristics of being big, mighty, and ferocious. Wang Baoli rubbed the area between his eyebrows tiredly. His gaze swept across the puppet that he had refined. Although he was not very satisfied, it was passable. At the side, Xie Haiyang stared. After circling around the puppet several times, he inhaled, his gaze bright. "I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Don't worry, schoolmate Wang. With this object, I will definitely be able to get the dharmic artifact for you." Once he had finished assessing the puppet, Xie Haiyang took the puppet away, left the Lower Academy Island on a boat, and reached the entrance of the Upper Academy Island. From afar, the scenery was magnificent. Sky and sea met in an imposing way. But when one got closer, the scene was starkly different, with swirling thick fog. Whenever Xie Haiyang arrived at the Upper Academy Island, he was always nervous. Now, as he grew closer, he waved a token. Soon, the fog parted to reveal a blurry silhouette. "Did you bring it?" The blurred silhouette had a low voice, filled with intention. Xie Haiyang quickly took out the puppet. Before he could even hand it over, the silhouette seemed to raise its hand to grab at the air. In that instant, the puppet flew toward the fog, and shortly after, there was an exclamation from within the fog. To use a spirit kernel that is a condensation of 40 or so spirit stones, and with less than 3,000 Dao inscriptions, yet, it possesses the effect of 10,000 Dao inscriptions carved onto 100 spirit stones. Although the manufacturing is crude, it is interesting. Not bad, not too bad at all. The silhouette in the fog was full of praise. Till the end, his tone was one of delight. Then, he threw a helmet at Xie Haiyang and left. Xie Haiyang exhaled, wiped his sweat, and then left. When he returned to Wang Baoli's cave abode, he was clearly excited. "Brother, the other party was extremely satisfied with your puppet." As he spoke, he gave Wang Baoli a crimson helmet and a jade slip with the instructions for its use. "The other party said that you can borrow this dharmic artifact." Chapter 54, Head Prefect of the Three Roles. Chapter 54, Head Prefect of the Three Roles. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After sending off Xie Haiyang, Wang Baoli was too excited to feel his exhaustion. He immediately took the crimson helmet and examined it. When he saw that the helmet had 3 barely perceptible marks, Wang Baoli's eyes grew wide. 3 armament marks? Wang Baoli was surprised. He quickly took out the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art and flipped to the page introducing Dharma artifacts. After careful cross-referencing, his eyes lit up. It's actually a numinous treasure. According to the introduction by the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art, these kinds of markings were called armament marks. First and second grade Dharma artifacts did not have these marks, but they would surface when third grade artifacts became numinous treasures. Knowing that he held a numinous treasure in his hand, Wang Baoli grew more assured in losing weight. Now, he examined the instructions for use before putting the helmet on. This numinous treasure should be effective. Wang Baoli suddenly felt insecure. After all, he had paid a high price to borrow this helmet, and it was also his last hope. This made Wang Baoli's heart beat fast and his mind nervous. As he inhaled deeply, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, allowing the spirit energy to course violently through his body, melding into the helmet. In that instant, Wang Baoli felt an explosion in his brain, his vision blurred, and it seemed that a voice reverberated near his ear, except that he could not hear it properly. Following the instructions, Wang Baoli knew that he needed to transmit an order to trick his own brain at that moment. I haven't eaten in 3 months. Wang Baoli quickly sent the order to trick his brain. As he spoke, he heard a boom in his brain again, and suddenly his eyes widened, his body convulsed, and his breathing grew unbelievably rapid. Hungry, so hungry I'm going to die. Even though his stomach was clearly not hungry, in his consciousness, the feeling of hunger inundated him like a tidal wave. He even suddenly discovered that his body was convulsing uncontrollably. Very quickly, his eyes became green, and he jumped violently to his feet, screaming feebly. I can't take it anymore, I need to eat something. That feeling of hunger drove Wang Baoli crazy. He immediately opened his storage bracelet, took out some snacks and ate wildly. When he finished, he still felt unbearably hungry and quickly drank water as he screamed. Yet, even though he did that, the feeling of hunger did not lessen. Instead, it grew stronger. No, I need to resist. At the end, Wang Baoli's screams grew weak beyond belief. He was so hungry that he scratched the walls, and he only managed to control himself after using a great deal of willpower. As his whole body shivered, the spirit fat in his body began to quickly disintegrate, as his brain judged that he had not eaten in weeks. The whole process continued for about 5 minutes. When the feeling of hunger gradually dissipated, Wang Baoli collapsed to the ground, his limbs sore and weak. As he panted, he felt his vision go black, and he only recovered after a long while. Struggling to raise himself, he looked at his obviously skinnier belly, and he felt so excited that he laughed loudly. It worked. It was effective after all. Again. This time, I haven't eaten in 3 years. Wang Baoli was ready to go all in. That determination to lose weight caused him to exude an aura of fortitude, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. In that moment, Wang Baoli's vision grew black, and that incredible feeling of hunger was impossible to describe, causing him to scream and lose consciousness. Although he had fainted, his body was still convulsing, and he foamed at the mouth. However, the effects were alarming. His round body was visibly shriveling. This was all because his order had caused his brain to think that he was on the cusp of starving to death, thus, his brain was working so hard that it exploded. Under his brain's control, his metabolism went on overdrive, constantly disintegrating the excess spirit fat in his body, releasing energy to replenish what his body needed to live. Just like that, 1 entire day passed. The next day, Wang Baoli slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his small belly weakly, feeling that his cultivation level had already broken past the physical seal and entered pulse enrichment. However, he was not as delighted as he had expected. At that moment, he felt as though he had gone through hell. His body ached everywhere, especially his brain, which felt like it had swollen to the limit. He was seeing double and lay on the ground without the energy to even pull himself to his feet. This weight loss is too scary. Wang Baoli's face was white, and he stayed down for a full 2 hours before he felt some of his energy come back to him. After struggling to sit up, he leaned against the wall and lowered his head to look at his small belly, then he looked again at his handsome photo. This made him feel somewhat better. As long as I'm skinnier. I don't ever want to lose weight again. This numinous treasure, it's like playing with my life. Wang Baoli was still in a state of shock, and he quickly took off the helmet and contacted Sir Haiyang. He returned the helmet and cultivated in his cave abode for 3 days before he fully recovered. Looking at himself in the mirror, the strengthened Wang Baoli seemed to have forgotten the previous ordeal of losing weight, and he once again grew excited. Losing weight is no big deal. To me, this is too easy. As he laughed loudly, Wang Baoli struck different kinds of poses. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, he raised his head proudly, while munching on a few bags of snacks, before walking out of the cave abode in full satisfaction. Now, it's time for me to become the Dharmic Armament Faculty's unrivaled and unbeatable head prefect. With such grand ambition, Wang Baoli ran toward the Spirit Kernel Hall. When his silhouette appeared at the Spirit Kernel classroom and stood in front of the classroom's blue wall to start the test, this incident shook the entire Dharmic Armament Faculty. News quickly spread. However, the assessment did not take as much time as the previous attempt, and in less than 3 minutes, before too many students had arrived, the head prefect gong resounded in the Dharmic Armament Faculty. Following the sound of the gong, all the students and teachers and even the dean stopped in the midst of their activities and looked toward the Spirit Kernel Hall. When they found out that it was Wang Baoli who had started the test, all of their brains hummed with a buzz. Heavens, Dharmic Armament Faculty's never before seen. Ultimate Head Prefect. Wang Baoli. He is truly heaven-defying. The first time in Ethereal Tao College's history. Spirit Stones, Inscriptions, and Spirit Kernel Head Prefect. After the short silence, there was an explosion of commotion that resounded in the Dharmic Armament Faculty. At the same time, at the mountain peaks of the other faculties, there were actually the sound of gongs, shaking the heavens and earth with their ringing. At that point in time, all the mountain peaks of the whole Lower Academy Island rang with the sound of gongs. All these gongs would only ring when an ultimate head prefect emerged within Ethereal Tao College. This was a rule established with the founding of Ethereal Tao College, except that it had only ever happened a few times. In the Spirit Inception era, this was the only time. What is the situation? Why are all the faculty's gongs ringing? Heavens, look! There's actually a rainbow in the firmament. After the commotion exploded from inside all the faculties, countless students from Ethereal Tao College raised their heads in shock and saw that there was actually a magnificent rainbow above them, resplendently shooting through the sky. On the Spirit intranet, other faculties soon discovered the reason for the shock and commotion. Once they knew that Wang Baoli had become the only head prefect in the Dharmic Armament Faculty, all of them were shocked and speechless. Even the Chancellor looked apprehensive with fear and indignation for a long time. This day was a day that everyone at the Dharmic Armament Faculty would never forget. With the reality of the 3 head prefects being united in one person, this meant that the students would tremble even in their dreams. Wang Baoli's authority was so vast that he had even exceeded the teachers of the Dharmic Armament Faculty on some level, and was almost on par with the dean's authority. It could be said that in the Dharmic Armament Faculty, and even in other faculties, Wang Baoli was a figure of authority. When Wang Baoli walked out of the Spirit Kernel classroom, he looked at the surrounding students. Amid the crowd, there were ordinary students, and there were also inspectors from the 3 main classrooms. They all looked at Wang Baoli with respect and admiration. This was an incomparable feat that no ordinary person could have done. In Ethereal Tao College's Dharmic Armament Faculty, Wang Baoli had created a miracle. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Wang Baoli noticed an emotional Lu Daobin and the others. He raised his head to look at the blue skies and white clouds, and when he looked down again, Wang Baoli gave a relaxed smile. Lu Daobin, your position as inspector is restored. Wang Baoli's voice traveled all over as he restored Lu Daobin and all his other followers to their respective statuses. As he transmitted his orders to his subordinates, his voice had no need to be resonant. With the power from his status, he already had the influence to ensure that his order would be strictly enforced. Each of his orders could decide the future of the students. Finally, Wang Baoli gave his last order. Zhong Lan and the others are expelled, and everything they have learned will be taken back. With that one sentence, all who heard it could not help but inhale, their hearts shaking. The words, everything they have learned will be taken back, were simply too vicious. It was equivalent to crippling them of their cultivation levels. Wang Baoli had a latent philosophy, gathered together from the high officials' autobiographies, and it was to pull up the weeds by the roots. If there was an opponent he could not convert, he was determined to eliminate the opponent without giving any chances. Jiang Lin, Cao Kuan, Zhong Lan and his friends, Wang Baoli's method of dealing with them was this decisive. As his order resounded, the halo from Wang Baoli's body seemed to become even more dazzling. As Liu Daobin and the others emotionally stepped forward to concur, Wang Baoli cupped his fists at the crowd before inhaling deeply and leaving in great satisfaction. Now, nobody will be able to bully me anymore. When he returned to the cave abode, Wang Baoli laughed, and after happily taking his snacks out, he began eating noisily. At the same time, Lin Qianhao, who was in the Spirit Colonel Head Prefect Pavilion, looked in the direction of the Spirit Colonel classroom, listening to the ringing gong that announced the new Head Prefect of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. His expression was calm, he was not as exasperated as before nor was he as despondent as Cao Kuan. But when he heard the breaking of his Head Prefect token, he could no longer hide his savage and intense hatred. At the thought of Jiang Lin and Cao Kuan's previous suggestions, and the fact that his hands were tied, his blood pressure to rise sharply. After a long while, he walked out of the Head Prefect Pavilion expressionlessly to return to his own cave abode. He took out his voice transmission ring, inhaled deeply, and issued a command. Make arrangements. I don't want to see Wang Baoli anymore. Chapter 55, Tiny Purple Sword. Chapter 55, Tiny Purple Sword. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's life after becoming the only head prefect of the Dharmic Armament Faculty had become very different. The most obvious difference was that every time he went outside, all the students he encountered, whether they were seniors or freshmen, would treat him extremely respectfully. The attitudes of the head prefects of the other faculties had also greatly changed. They no longer simply sent greetings but took the initiative to visit him, attempting to get closer to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was very happy to oblige. He knew the value of networking and understood that courtesy demanded reciprocation. So, over the following days, he started to get familiar with all the head prefects of the various faculties. At the same time, after Wang Baoli, when it was almost the holidays of their first year, other head prefects emerged from Wang Baoli's batch of new students. The second to become head prefect was Zhao Yameng. Other than the fact that she had been a hot topic on the Spirit intranet at the beginning of the term, this girl had kept a low profile. Now, the moment she made her move, she immediately took one of the head prefect positions in the Array Runes faculty. Following that, the third to become head prefect was Shui Yifan. After competing with Lu Zihao and Chen Ziheng for a year, he had pulled ahead in the competition and become one of the head prefects of the combat faculty. If it had been any other time, the fact that the both of them became head prefects would have caused a commotion. However, Wang Baoli had been too heaven-defying, and his halo was so intense that Zhao Yameng and Shui Yifan's achievements did not have the expected effect. However, all the faculty's teachers, deans, and even the chancellor had noticed the excellence of Wang Baoli and his peers. Especially Wang Baoli. He was known even on the Upper Academy Island. Even the chancellor had received many inquiries from his colleagues when Wang Baoli became Dharmic Armament Faculty's sole head prefect. Needless to say, Goatee had received even more inquiries. Each time, he would be extremely smug in telling the other party that he was the one who had specially recruited Wang Baoli. You guys don't know this, but when I saw Wang Baoli, I immediately could tell that he had an alarming talent, like a bright pearl. So, without hesitation, while the other faculties were still deliberating, I used my authority to specially recruit him. With my pair of eyes, I have never judged a person incorrectly. This Wang Baoli is proof of my ability to judge people's abilities. These days, Goatee was very smug and felt extremely satisfied, seeing the envious gazes of his colleagues. This made him think of his previous thoughts on gifting Wang Baoli a Dharma artifact. After thinking about it, he put aside the first-grade Dharma artifact that he had planned to send out, and personally refined a second-grade Dharma artifact for Wang Baoli. Some days later, upon looking at the Dharma artifact that he had refined himself, Goatee felt that Wang Baoli was indeed lucky. This rascal is definitely worthy of being specially recruited. How lucky! After thinking about it, Goatee decided that it must have been fate and sent for Wang Baoli. Although Wang Baoli was the sole head prefect, upon receiving Goatee's call, he remembered that Goatee had been the only teacher to stand up for him when the vice-chancellor wanted to expel him. Wang Baoli had never forgotten this, so when he received the voice transmission, he immediately straightened his clothing and arrived at the Dean's Hall at the mountain peak. When he entered and saw the smiling goatee, Wang Baoli immediately cupped his fists. "Your humble student at your service, Dean." Goatee laughed and stepped forward to pull Wang Baoli to his feet. He looked at Wang Baoli, and his expression became emotional. "Not bad, boy, very well done." As he spoke, Goatee patted Wang Baoli's shoulder, his attitude extremely kind and warm. Wang Baoli blinked. He had a good impression of Goatee, so he engaged in conversation with him. After asking about Wang Baoli's studies and chatting with him, Goatee was very satisfied with Wang Baoli's humble attitude in front of him. It had to be said that for the previous head prefects, although he maintained a harmonious appearance, he secretly disliked them. But Wang Baoli was different. This was someone he had handpicked, and he was so satisfied that he flipped his right hand and revealed a flying sword. The entirety of this flying sword was purple, and the inside had flowing marks. When it appeared, it exuded a strong wave of hot air, causing one to feel as though one was standing on fiery ground. Gradually, one could see that the area around the flying sword seemed warped, and it was clear that this was no ordinary sword. Not only that, this sword had a water chestnut-shaped hole. This hole was not constructed after, but was integral to the blade. Clearly, it had naturally formed during the refinement process. Although Wang Baoli only glanced at the sword, with his dharmic armament attainment, he could feel that the sword was extraordinary, and he was visibly moved. Goatee smiled and looked at Wang Baoli. "What do you see?" "You used 7 rainbow spirit stones, with at least 40,000 Tao inscriptions embedded. Furthermore, it is astonishing in the aspects of speed and fiery arts. As for the materials, I am not familiar with forging materials, so it's hard for me to be sure, but I can see that it is made of extraordinary materials. As for this hole..." Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment. He did not recognize the hole. Goatee laughed loudly when he heard Wang Baoli's analysis. "You have already described it quite fully. It's normal that you don't understand this hole. This is knowledge that you will only learn as the last step when shaping your refined object. This is called Heaven's Hole, meaning that it is naturally occurring when refining Dharma artifacts. Its appearance depends entirely on chance and cannot be controlled by man. The moment Heaven's Hole appears on the Dharma artifact, the power can be greatly increased by adding a spirit stone. Wang Baoli, I'll give you this sword." As Goatee spoke, he waved his right hand. The sword became a beam of purple light and flew toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's breathing intensified as he received the sword. He looked at Goatee, looked at the flying sword in his hands, and cupped his fists emotionally to show his respect. "Thank you very much, Dean. No need to thank me. Whether it is your top grades in the hallucination realm test or becoming the triple head prefect, you have proven yourself to be the most excellent student in the history of the Dharmic Armament faculty." Goatee stroked his beard, his expression growing serious. "Use this sword to protect yourself. Remember, don't be arrogant and work even harder so that you can pass the competitive exam to enter the upper academy and become a cultivator." Wang Baoli inhaled deeply and cupped his fists in assent. Finally, when Goatee raised his teacup, Wang Baoli got the hint and left. When he returned to his cave abode, Wang Baoli took out the purple sword and examined it happily. Then he took out a rainbow spirit stone to place within the Heaven's Hole. As the spirit chi entered the blade, the tiny sword flashed an alarming purple, and it swelled rapidly, turning into a large sword. Wang Baoli grabbed it and swung it at a rock behind him. In that instant, a wave of heat exploded. It engulfed the area, reducing the rocks to half their original size, revealing a foot-long mark in the rock. So sharp! Wang Baoli drew in a deep breath. Although he had never seen an attacking Dharma artifact before, he felt that the power in this sword was already extremely shocking. Speaking of Dharma artifacts, I also have some spirit kernels. Wang Baoli carefully placed the sword into his storage bracelet before taking out some of the 100 spirit kernels that he had previously refined to practice creating spirit kernels. These spirit kernels were created from the condensation of carved inscriptions on superior-grade spirit stones. I can't waste them. Wang Baoli scratched his head. As the ultimate head prefect of the Dharmic armament faculty, he felt that it was shameful that he only owned 2 Dharma artifacts, which were not even made by himself, but borrowed. After some thought, Wang Baoli decided that he would refine them into Dharma artifacts. On the one hand, he could have his own Dharma artifacts handy, on the other hand, he could practice the process of creating simple Dharma artifacts. After making his decision, Wang Baoli contacted Xie Haiyang to exchange for a large amount of materials for artifact refinement. Although these materials were common, the price was not cheap because he needed quite a number of them. However, he had plenty of spirit stones, and if he really could not afford it, he could use the spirit kernels to barter. After all, on some level, spirit kernels were worth more than spirit stones. Very soon, after Xie Haiyang sent over all the materials, Wang Baoli spent his following days in the Spirit Cauldron Cave, refining Dharma artifacts in seclusion. The first item he refined was a large powerful megaphone. When Wang Baoli refined the megaphone and used it, he was startled. He felt that even if he used it in a noisy location, the megaphone would sound like a clap of thunder. He loved this megaphone so much that he could not bear to part with it. Soon, he began to refine other Dharma artifacts. Among them was a rope that could trap people and many other flying swords, although they could not match up to the purple sword. Then he felt that he was missing some defensive Dharma artifacts. So, he drew countless inscriptions onto his own head prefect Daoist robe, filling it in with many spirit stones and other materials that could fuse with the clothing, creating, with some difficulty, a Dharma artifact out of the Daoist robe. What he created the most of, however, were numerous seals. This was largely because Wang Baoli was especially fond of seals when he started practicing refinement of spirit kernels. Although he could not refine high-quality seals, the sheer number of them was advantageous. As he saw his proficiency in refining these simple Dharma artifacts increase, Wang Baoli thought of refining a defensive puppet for that mysterious owner of the helmet on Upper Academy Island. That plaything seems very powerful. I should try to refine some so that I can use it for things such as being a bodyguard, a mount, or someone to serve tea. Wang Baoli thought about it and felt that a puppet was very useful, so he started to spend all his time working on it. Furthermore, as this was for his own personal use, Wang Baoli bought numerous materials from Xie Haiyang to add to the puppet. This would cause the refined puppets to be better in every aspect than the one he gave away. The puppets he refined were also of different varieties. There were fierce beast-like ones, and there were also ones that looked like maidservants. Finally, he looked at the 8 puppets that he had refined with satisfaction. In terms of battle power, these 8 puppets had been enhanced with rainbow spirit stones, so they could take more inscriptions. With all their power stimulated, these puppets could produce strength at the perfected blood chi realm. As for the matter of sturdiness, Wang Baoli had added precious materials, so not even pulse enrichment experts wouldn't be able to destroy them instantly. It's too bad that my knowledge of materials is lacking. Otherwise, if I had carved inscriptions according to the materials, I might have been able to create puppets better than pulse enrichment. Wang Baoli looked at the puppets in front of him, a little dissatisfied. Just as he pondered over how to make improvements, Wang Baoli heard Lu Daobin's voice from his voice transmission ring. Head Prefect, tomorrow is the Dao College's break. I've contacted Du Minute, Zhu Xiaoya, Chen Ziheng, and many other old friends. As we're all from Phoenix City, shall we go home together? Chapter 56, Today, we are no longer as we have been. Chapter 56, Today, we are no longer as we have been. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island only broke up for holidays once a year. Whenever the holidays came, some of the students of Lower Academy Island would remain behind. Most of the students, however, would use the 2-month break to return home or to venture out to gain experience and grow tougher. Among them, many older students went for expeditions or worked with organizations affiliated to the Federation, in a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the freshmen who had left home for the first time, their priority during the holidays was to go back home. As the holidays arrived, Wang Baoli left the Spirit Cauldron Cave and walked to the Dharmic Armament Faculty's mountain peak, only to find numerous students carrying their bags, talking and laughing about their memories of home as they stepped onto the cruiser to return. It was the same as when the new students arrived. As the wilderness held many dangers, every holiday, the Dow College would take on the responsibility of sending and receiving homebound students, taking them to a designated location in the city. See you when school reopens, Head Prefect. Head Prefect, we're leaving. Before they left, all the students who bumped into Wang Baoli greeted him warmly. It seemed as though the respect that they held toward the Dow College's head prefect during regular school days had dimmed due to the arrival of the holidays. Wang Baoli laughed and nodded at all the students who greeted him, infected by the atmosphere of the departing students. It seemed that he had lost all his previous longing in the 1 year he lived at the Dow College, and he missed his parents even more. Anxious to return home as soon as possible, Wang Baoli walked faster. He returned to the cave abode to pack his luggage, threw everything into his storage bracelet, and bought many bottles of ice spirit water. Ice spirit water is the specialty of the Dow College. It tastes different from ice spirit water elsewhere. I should bring more home for Mom to try. Then he contacted Jing Liang and used his spirit stones to buy many top-quality pills suitable for regular people. Once he had settled everything, he stepped out of the cave abode and turned back to look at where he had lived for an entire year. He inhaled deeply and sealed the array formation shut. When he turned around, his gaze was bright. Home. He laughed and ran down the mountain. In this moment, it was as if he had forgotten that he was a head prefect and had returned to his old self from a year ago. He ran all the way down the mountain, heading straight for the huge hangar at the Green Forest Lake. The scene was almost the same as when school started. The space was filled with students, with laughter resounding as the students bade each other farewell, stepping onto different cruisers. When Wang Baoli arrived, he squeezed through the crowd and immediately heard someone calling him. Head Prefect, here, here. Wang Baoli looked up and noticed Liu Daobin waving at him from a nearby hot air balloon cruiser. There were many familiar faces with Liu Daobin. All of them were those students who had initially arrived with him from Phoenix City. Du Minute and Bunny were among them, having arrived earlier. When they saw Wang Baoli, Du Minute snorted whereas Bunny smiled at him. Chen Ziheng was also there. Although his expression was normal at first, he became stiff after seeing Wang Baoli. No doubt he was thinking of the harm Wang Baoli had caused the combat faculty and also of Wang Baoli's meteoric rise during the past year. Upon seeing Liu Daobin and the others, Wang Baoli hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. His usual status as head prefect was useless now as there were simply too many people. Finally, after much difficulty, Wang Baoli managed to squeeze onto the cruiser. Just as he wiped his sweat and was about to take out a bottle of ice spirit water, Liu Daobin offered him one. Head Prefect, I've already prepared some for you. Liu Daobin smiled. I've even bought some for you to take home to your parents. As Wang Baoli looked at Liu Daobin, more than ever, he felt that Liu Daobin was indeed capable. Laughing, he patted Liu Daobin's shoulder and drank from the offered bottle. When Du Minute saw this, she turned her head and snorted again. Clearly, she did not like what she was seeing. As he drank the ice spirit water, Wang Baoli looked at the people on the cruiser and then at the faraway mountain peak of the Dharmic Armament faculty. His yearning for Phoenix City increased all the more. However, he was still brooding over an uncertainty, which was, where his father got the obviously half mysterious mask from, and where was the other half? This issue had been weighing on his mind for a long time. He knew that the mask was extraordinary, and if other people knew of it, it would invite unnecessary trouble for his family. So, he had restrained himself and did not send a voice transmission to ask about the mask. Instead, he had decided to wait till he returned home and to get the answer by beating around the bush. Soon, the cruiser began to shake. All the other cruisers in the hangar slowly started to rise, entering the clouds in the firmament, and sped off in all directions. At this moment, the sword sun in the sky seemed to be overlooking the world, looking at those homebound cruisers. Even the soul suppression released from sun's incomplete halo and the ancient greenish-bronze sword seemed different from before. This year was the 38th year of the Spirit Inception era. Some time later, the cruiser bound for Phoenix City finally flew out of the clouds and mist, hurtling through the vast firmament. Looking over, the dark blue skies and the open area that stretched beyond what the eye could see contrasted with the Earth's wilderness. Occasionally, birds would appear, flying across the silky blue skies. These occasional sounds from the birds made them seem, from afar, to have a sort of beauty. But if one looked closer, they would see their bloodthirsty and cruel eyes, their claws, and their teeth, beasts that shocked the eye. This was the wilderness in the Federation, danger lurked everywhere. Unlike the war many years ago, these beasts did not have a single leader and were in a state of disunity. However, even a single beast in the wilderness posed a significant threat to humans. Because of the appearance of spirit chi, these beasts and plants were the ones who were affected the most directly and significantly. As humans had won the war many years ago, the Federation's cities were confident of dealing with the scattered beast tide under normal circumstances. Even in the current Federation, the rise of ancient martial arts and cultivation meant that there was increased hunting of these beasts. As Ethereal Tao College was considered a titan among organizations in the Federation, the cruiser's ferrying students were equipped with many powerful numinous treasures, and there were even bodyguards on board. With these precautions, the danger of this journey was minimal. On the Phoenix City-bound cruiser, all the students from Ethereal Tao College were extremely excited. After all, this was their second time on this long journey. They had just ended the year, and they had grown closer since the start of term. As such, they had much to say among themselves. Even subtle feelings between the male and female students began to grow during this journey. In fact, there were already many students who had paired off and spent their time on the cruiser engaging in lovers' talk. While it made many single people jealous, they also whispered about how those couples' relationships would die out fast. Wang Baoli was no exception. As he sat in the ship's hold, he shook his head and spoke regretfully. My generation's students need to establish ourselves, watch our speech, and finally mind our conduct. It seems that they have forgotten all of what the Chancellor has said. How improper to engage in such lovers' talk. There were many students in the ship's hold, including Liu Daobin and the others. After hearing Wang Baoli's words, Du Minute let out a loud "tch." Bunny covered her mouth and laughed, while Chen Ziheng rolled his eyes and ignored Wang Baoli. The head prefect makes sense. Only Liu Daobin was approving. He held an expression of receiving wisdom, ignoring the looks from the people around him. After all, he was simply following what his father had told him, his superior was always right. There were also other inspectors from the Dharmic Armament faculty among the students, and they all nodded and chimed in with their agreement. Seeing that he had gathered so many supporters, Wang Baoli felt extremely satisfied. Soon, he became talkative and looked at the people around him with gratification and emotion. Wang Baoli placed his hands behind his back, his expression filled with recollection, as though he was remembering memories from many years ago. We have all grown up. I still remember vaguely when we were handsome and fresh youths going to school. We had slim bodies, strong eyebrows, and bright eyes, and all of you were still children, innocent and pure. But time spares no man. In a flash, today we are no longer as we have been. Don't you guys agree? It had only been a year since the start of school, so Wang Baoli pretending to be old and experienced put everyone at a loss. Even Liu Daobin paused, his brain working rapidly to think of a way to react to Wang Baoli's words. If he agreed, it was as though he was saying Wang Baoli was old, but if he did not agree, he would not be adhering to his father's golden advice. Finally, Liu Daobin inhaled, feeling that it was a very thorny issue. This is a trick question. Bunny could no longer resist and giggled till her stomach started to hurt. Chen Ziheng pretended that he had not heard anything. Du Minute, on the other hand, could no longer bear it. Master Wang, may I know your age? Du Minute sneered. Hearing Du Min's mocking, Wang Baoli looked blankly at her. He shook his head and sighed. Today we are no longer as we are, Minute. See, your chest has even gotten bigger. Chapter 57, The One from Above. Chapter 57, The One from Above. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Du Minute glared as her chest heaved from her fury. However, she had no means of retaliating as she knew that the fatty had a despicable tongue. If she retaliated, he would definitely apologize and admit his mistakes, claiming that he was still young. Seeing how a simple sentence could suppress Du Minute, Wang Baoli gloated gleefully. Daobin, how time has passed. You have grown much taller now. And look at you, Bunny, you're big Bunny now. As for Ziheng, you have matured. How time flies. Chen Ziheng stared intently while Bunny's face reddened. Even Liu Daobin let out a bitter laugh. Wang Baoli sighed once again, looking at the peculiar expressions of the people around him. As for me, I have also aged. I am now the head prefect of the Spirit Stones Hall, the Inscriptions Hall, and the Spirit Kernel Hall of the Dharmic Armament, or in short, the head prefect of the 3 halls. I am also known as the never-before-seen first prefect, or as others call it, the only ultimate head prefect in the history of the Dharmic Armament faculty. Wang Baoli appeared to be filled with emotion as he recalled the happenings in his life. As he repeated his title with great detail and without a single hint of annoyance, he ran his fingers through his hair, as if it was already peppered with silver strands. Hearing Wang Baoli's words, the others surrounding him did not know whether to laugh or cry, as it was obvious that Wang Baoli was trying hard to boast about his achievements. Liu Daobin and the other inspectors were indifferent, but the rest, like Chen Ziheng and Du Minute, were immensely irritated and scornful of him. They exchanged glances, thinking about how Wang Baoli's authority as head prefect only applied in school, during semester time. They were both contemplating whether to gang up and teach Wang Baoli a good lesson outside school. However, they gave up on that thought upon recognizing Wang Baoli's fighting capabilities. Noticing how the others fell silent listening to him, Wang Baoli blinked several times, turning his gaze toward Liu Daobin. In a moment of genius, Liu Daobin started to applaud upon seeing Wang Baoli looking at him. The head prefect is right. What he said was magnificent. How time flies. In the span of a year, we have all changed. Du Minute, Chen Ziheng, and the students from the other faculties extended their disgust toward Liu Daobin for the words that he said. On the other hand, Wang Baoli was ecstatic, and just as he was about to elaborate more, the red-faced bunny who stood at a corner softly said, "What Brother Baoli said was correct." Du Minute lost her cool upon hearing Bunny's words. She immediately held on to Bunny, preparing to inculcate the correct values into her best friend. Wang Baoli's face brightened up, beaming with pleasure. "Xiaoya, come for a playdate at my place sometime. My mum is an excellent cook." Zhu Xiaoya blushed, her eyes bright and sparkly. As she opened her mouth to answer, Du Minute caught a hold of her and dragged her out of the cabin. Despite this, Zhu Xiaoya rushed back and smiled shyly at Wang Baoli, blinking and nodding at him. This scene made Wang Baoli even more elated. He felt that his charisma was off the charts, therefore, he began to clear his throat as he prepared to speak. Right at his moment, someone exclaimed, "That must be the pond cloud rainforest up ahead. Look! There is someone in the skies." Everyone in the cabin was shocked upon hearing those words. Including Wang Baoli, they immediately rushed out, looking at the sky from the deck. Among the clouds, there was a ferocious centipede-like creature with wings howling as it fled. Its scales were the size of a clenched fist, its body a purplish-black hue. Although it was bloodied from its injuries, it still carried a strong and suffocating air of menace, its sharp cries sufficient to pierce one's eardrums. "This is..." Students on board who specialized in researching such creatures immediately exclaimed, "A ferocious monster from the True Breath realm." Wang Baoli took a deep breath as well. While everyone remained in a state of shock, the protective shield from the aircraft was deployed. An invisible, yet peaceful ray shot through the aircraft from its secret chamber, projecting toward the monster. At the same time, Wang Baoli and the others noticed that behind the ferocious monster, there were tens of rainbow trails pursuing it from afar. Each of the rainbow trails possessed a sword that let out a frightening vibe. Leading the flying swords was a young chap dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt who was standing on a black ancient sword. He looked like a student, but his gaze was bright and sharp, capable of rivaling the sword sun. He was in control of the tens of flying swords surrounding him, and right now, it was as if a sword hurricane was brewing, its speed multiplying with the young chap's hand seals. The swords morphed into a blur, directly charging toward the ferocious monster like a lightning bolt. "Wretched monster, you have no escape." The ferocious monster let out a shrill cry, unable to struggle despite wanting to retaliate. In that very instant, every single sword pierced directly into its body, and bright red blood spurted out. With a loud slam, the ferocious monster's body was pinned to the ground with the swords. It was death for the monster. The young chap in white arrived beside the monster's body. With a touch on the body with his right hand, he collected the carcass. Following which, he turned to look at the aircraft, his eyes squinting. Is that Shu Lin from the Upper Academy's combat faculty? You're right, a voice replied coldly and calmly from the aircraft's chamber, as soon as the young chap finished his sentence. The young chap smiled. After cupping his fists slightly, he directed all the flying swords into the sky using hand seals, carrying him along. Eventually, he faded into the pond cloud rainforest. Everything happened too quickly. From beginning to end, it took nothing more than half a minute. Up until the disappearance of the young chap, no one on the aircraft had managed to recover from disbelief. A while later, Wang Baoli took a deep breath. The appearance and skills that the young chap had used to eliminate the ferocious monster left a deep impression on him. Even the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Elder did not create such a significant impact on Wang Baoli back then. After all, compared to the Dharmic Armament Pavilion Elder's elegance, the white-clothed chap had delivered a mortal blow. Both the Pavilion Elder and the young chap were worlds apart. Is this a cultivator? Between breaths, Wang Baoli looked at the aircraft with his head lowered. The cold voice from just now emanated from within the aircraft. Wang Baoli knew that it had to be an expert who accompanied the cruiser to protect the students. Upper Academy Island. Wang Baoli's eyes revealed a gaze of curiosity and desire as he thought of the island. Not just Wang Baoli, but everyone on board the aircraft, would definitely not be able to recover fully from the experience even several days later when they disembarked at Phoenix City. It was evening when the aircraft from Ethereal Tao College landed. The sword sun in the sky gave off orange-reddish rays that lit up the land, as if engulfing the whole of Phoenix City in a thin veil. Located southeast to the Federation, Phoenix City was a small city with a population of only a few million. In the whole of the Federation, with the exception of the 17 main cities like Ethereal City, small cities like Phoenix City were not exactly abundant but still numbered in the thousands. Although it was a small city, it was not lacking in the necessary preventive measures against the ferocious monsters. Coupled with its proximity to Donglin capital, Phoenix City, in its entire history since its establishment, had only experienced one beast tide 30 years ago. To the residents of Phoenix City, as long as they did not leave the border of the city, their daily lives were safe and peaceful. After the aircraft from Ethereal Tao College landed at Phoenix City's aerial port, one could see 7 to 8 other aircrafts from other schools ferrying students home. Every student from the various colleges who originated from Phoenix City was filled with excitement and homesickness as they disembarked the aircraft. They took in the surroundings and familiarity of the streets and their city, as they quickened their footsteps to reunite with family members who were there to welcome them home. Wang Baoli reorganized his thoughts as well, pushing the image of the cultivator slaying the ferocious monster to the back of his mind. Then, excitedly, he waved farewell to Liu Daobin and the other students and ran out of the aerial port into the arrival hall. Immediately, he caught sight of his tall, slim father who was standing nearby, looking around to search for Wang Baoli. "Old Wang, I'm here." Upon seeing his father, Wang Baoli dashed over, a wide smile on his face. However, his volume was too loud. The phrase "Old Wang One," which he exclaimed, caught the attention of other parents, who looked at Wang Baoli weirdly. Wang Baoli's father let out a bitter laugh as he looked on. "You rascal! Showing off your mighty voice," said Wang Baoli's father. Wang Baoli laughed sheepishly and immediately gave his father a tight hug. Sensing his son's yearning for home, Wang Baoli's father let out a gentle gaze as he stroked his son's head. "Baoli, you seem to have gained weight." "Old Wang, you lost weight." Wang Baoli replied indignantly, eliciting a cheerful reprimand from his father. The father and son duo then left the airport for home, their hearts filled with joy. Chapter 58, The Family of Three. Chapter 58, The Family of Three. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. All along the way, Wang Baoli was tempted to ask about the mask, but he resisted it, knowing that it would be inappropriate to do so outside since the matter was serious. He decided to ask his father tonight, after they finished their drinks. Before long, the father-son duo reached their house, the place where Wang Baoli grew up. The feeling of familiarity made Wang Baoli, who had left Phoenix City a year ago with gusto, slightly sentimental. By virtue of his father's archaeological work, Wang Baoli's house, an independent property, was considered relatively high-end in Phoenix City, though it still could not be compared to a typical apartment in Ethereal City in terms of price. Once he stepped foot into the house, Wang Baoli instantly smelled the fragrance of food. His eyes lit up, immediately running into the house after removing his shoes, where he saw his mother approaching him with a plate of braised meat. "Mum, I'm home," Wang Baoli exclaimed cheerfully as he gave his mother a tight hug. "Look at you, slow down." Wang Baoli's mother was about 40 years old, and although crow's feet could be seen on her face, one could still see that she had been a beauty in her younger days. At that moment, her eyes were filled with a mother's love. She put the dish in her hands down and brought Wang Baoli to the dinner table as she fussed over him. "Baoli, you have lost weight. Come, eat more," Wang Baoli's mother said as she placed a big chunk of red braised pork into Wang Baoli's bowl. Seeing that, Wang Baoli's father, who was still removing his shoes, pursed his lips and shook his head. The very reason Wang Baoli could not successfully slim down had to do with the amount of pampering Wang Baoli's mother showered on him. Very quickly, the family of three gathered around the dinner table. After catching up on Wang Baoli's life for the past year, his father brought out a bottle of wine and began drinking with him. "Baoli, don't eat so much. Drink more. Old Wang, here's a toast from your son. In the future, our whole family can depend on me. You can finally retire and stop digging all over the place. It's very dangerous." Wang Baoli's father jokingly reprimanded Wang Baoli for what he just said. Until now, this boy was still confused between an archaeologist and a grave robber. Nonetheless, Wang Baoli's words filled his heart with warmth, and he gulped down the wine with satisfaction. Looking at the interaction between the father and son, Wang Baoli's mother felt immensely content. Her gaze was gentle and loving, as the both of them were equivalent to the world to her. "Mum, I am doing extremely well now. I am the only head prefect in the Dharmic armament faculty of the college," Wang Baoli mumbled as he stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth. "Our Baoli has always been intelligent and handsome since he was young, so it is no surprise that he can become the head prefect." While picking up another piece of braised meat with her chopsticks to add to Wang Baoli's bowl, Wang Baoli's mother smiled sweetly as she asked curiously, "Right, Baoli, what is a head prefect?" Wang Baoli immediately and patiently gave his mother a brief description of what a head prefect did. After understanding the role of a head prefect, Wang Baoli's mother was filled with surprise, and his father was in disbelief. "I was just wondering why the city lord brought along so many people to pay us a visit a while back. It's because our Baoli is so capable," Wang Baoli's mother expressed cheerfully, explaining to Baoli that in the past few months, the city lord and deputy city lord of Phoenix City had shown up several times, asking about their well-being and offering numerous gifts. "The deputy city lord? His son is my subordinate now," Wang Baoli said as he delightedly raised his right hand, dangling the bracelet on his wrist in front of his parents. "Let's not talk about that. Look at this. This storage bracelet was a reward that an upper academy elder gave to me for answering his question correctly," Wang Baoli bragged as he shook the bracelet slightly, retrieving numerous bottles of ice spirit water and pills, as well as several dharmic artifacts to hand to his parents. "This ice spirit water is produced by the Tao College. Try it. It is especially refreshing. Also, take these pills. I bought them from the alchemy faculty at Tao College. They can strengthen your body and cure any disease. Mum, your health is poor, so you should eat more of these. Dad, you are always out on your archaeological excavations, so carry some pills with you as well. I will buy better quality ones for the both of you next time." As for these Dharma artifacts, Wang Baoli said as he handed the artifacts out, "They were handmade by me. Dad, these are for you, and Mum, carry these on you." Seeing how Wang Baoli has achieved academic excellence in his year of study and how filial he was, his parents were extremely heartened. The family of three was immersed in an atmosphere of warmth and love. They had a long dinner, with Wang Baoli sharing his experiences over the past year. With the exception of certain encounters that he feared would make his parents worry, he detailed everything for them. In the end, Wang Baoli shared a laugh with his mother as they cleaned up after their meal. "Don't quarrel with Do-Minute all the time. She seems like a nice girl to me. And that Zhu Xiaoya you mentioned, bring her home for a visit the next time," Wang Baoli's mother said. "No problem. I will bring someone different home for you to see every year," said Wang Baoli gleefully, a result of him having one drink too many. Baoli, you sure are capable. Wang Baoli's mother glared at him while his father smiled as he picked up the wine glass, his heart filled with emotions, as if he was recalling his younger days. Mum, I have learned all this from Dad. Wang Baoli let out a dry cough. Upon hearing that, his father almost spat out the wine in his mouth, and he hurriedly explained the situation before staring back at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli laughed sheepishly, pouring another full cup of wine for his father. As the father and son drank, Wang Baoli thought about the black mask. He knew that the mask did not come legitimately, but he did not want to involve his parents in any form of danger, no matter how slight, so he did not talk about the matter directly. Rather, he beat about the bush to obtain more information about it. You mean the mask you stole? Ha, you rascal. I have not punished you for that. Ah, but no matter. Keep it if you like it, Wang Baoli's father said. The mask. Let me try to recall. Last year, when I went on an assignment with the archaeological team to the Pond Cloud rainforest, I picked it up from the remnants near one of the mountain ranges. After inspecting it when I came home, I realized that it was not a spirit chi remnant, which meant that it was not very valuable. Therefore, I spent some money to buy it so that I could research its age. However, even before I could do that, you took it away. Despite having drunk too much, Wang Baoli's father still managed to give a thorough explanation of the mask's origin. Wang Baoli further inquired about the location of the excavation and if there were other remnants of the mask lying around. After ascertaining that there was only one such mask, he helped his drunk father back to his parents' room before returning to his own room. He lay down, pondering deeply while looking at the moon. The Pond Cloud rainforest. Wang Baoli felt a special connection with the rainforest. At this moment, he imagined the excavation location as described by his father and determined the most probable coordinates of the place. He planned to explore the area alone someday when he became stronger. Very quickly, half a month has passed. In that time, Wang Baoli mostly stayed at home with his parents. The times he went outdoors were times when he either accompanied his mother to go shopping or followed his father and his archaeological team. Life appeared to be the same as that before he entered the Dao College. Wang Baoli was content with that. He asked his parents to eat some of the pills that he had brought home. Their health improved, they looked more youthful, and their spirits also seemed to be lifted. That made Wang Baoli very happy. He also equipped his parents with some of the Dharma artifacts that he had made. With their protection, his father would have some means of self-defense even if he met with a ferocious creature. Days passed, and one afternoon, as Wang Baoli lay on his bed, touching his full tummy after lunch, he received an invitation for a class gathering. It was not a gathering of his schoolmates from Dao College but from the foundation school he had attended before college. Now that it was the holidays and everyone had returned home, it was a good time for a gathering. A gathering? Wang Baoli sat up on his bed, looking at the voice transmission ring, his eyes shining brightly. He climbed up from the bed immediately and changed his clothes. With his heart filled with excitement, he bade his mother farewell and left the house. This was the first gathering with his schoolmates since Wang Baoli graduated from the foundation school. The location of the gathering, as chosen by the organizer, was the renowned Cultured Hotel in Phoenix City. When he arrived at the hotel, Wang Baoli noticed Du Minute, who had just reached the hotel as well. She was not dressed in the Dao College uniform but instead wore casual clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail. She looked fresh and pretty, but she still habitually gave Wang Baoli a death stare after noticing him. "Why are you always staring at me? I didn't provoke you today," Wang Baoli said unhappily. Du Minute could not explain why she felt the urge to stare at him every time she saw him either. She let out a displeased harumph and raised her head like a proud peacock as she walked past Wang Baoli. People with small chests indeed have short tempers. Wang Baoli exclaimed snidely and followed her into the hotel. There, he saw a large hall filled with people chatting cheerfully with each other. There was a young chap dressed in a suit who seemed impressive. He was raising his hand, as if pointing out his legacies, and had a cheerful laughter. After noticing Wang Baoli and Du Minute, he threw a passing glance at Wang Baoli while his gaze stopped at Du Minute. "Our class monitor, you're finally here." The young chap laughed happily as he enthusiastically signaled for the others to make way. Toward Wang Baoli, however, he simply nodded without paying much attention. Recognizing this different treatment, Wang Baoli blinked several times. Since they did not have much of a special relationship even in their classes back during their school days, and sat down without further thought. Chapter 59, Classmate Reunion. Chapter 59, Classmate Reunion. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Baoli, did you see that? Chen Bing is so cocky now. Although he did not gain admission into a college after graduation, I heard that because of his family's status, he was given a position as a Federation employee in Phoenix City. A stout boy with short cropped hair who was sitting beside Wang Baoli whispered softly. That's impressive. Wang Baoli nodded slightly. The dishes looked appetizing, and he picked up his chopsticks to begin eating since he had skipped lunch. Very quickly, when all the classmates who confirmed their attendance had arrived, the dining table was abuzz with chatter. They were all busy catching up with each other, talking about their experiences in the foundation school, from the fun to the embarrassing, their conversations punctuated by bouts of laughter. Wang Baoli joined the conversation but began to feel that something was amiss. Most of his classmates had not changed much compared to the past, but there were a few who took advantage of the conversation to boast about their achievements, and that made Wang Baoli very uncomfortable. Especially that Chen Bing, who was dressed in a suit and appeared to be someone of importance. Everything he said was an attempt to show off his status as a Federation employee. He said that being able to secure a reservation at the hotel was a symbol of his status. In between conversations, he also took out his voice transmission ring several times, and it sounded as if he was reprimanding others. All of this was to show how impressive he was. In addition, there was another guy named Huang Gui who had been accepted into Holy River Dao College, one of the 4 leading colleges. He sat there, acting like the leader of the group. Occasionally, he would raise his wine glass as he spoke to others in a calm and controlled manner. In reality, he was using every sentence to show how extraordinary he was. In response, the classmates sitting beside Huang Gui willingly sucked up to him, causing the limelight to be stronger on Huang Gui than on Chen Bing. If that was it, the most Wang Baoli would have felt was discomfort. However, very quickly, that Huang Gui from Holy River Dao College seemed to have drunk too much. He slammed the table, his emotions welling up on his face. Dear classmates, it's been a year, and everyone has changed so much. Do minute, you have grown prettier, Huang Gui blabbered on, full of emotion. His tone sounded familiar to Wang Baoli, and his expression changed weirdly. Noticing Wang Baoli's facial expression, Huang Gui laughed. Everyone has changed significantly, except Baoli, who is still so fat. As he spoke, the other classmates who were sucking up to Huang Gui burst into laughter as well. Other classmates also joked about Wang Baoli. In this way, even if Wang Baoli was angry, he could not show it and could only show his displeasure by unhappily picking up food to put onto his plate. Du Minute saw what was happening and was secretly delighted. After all, it was rare to see Wang Baoli being so defeated. Perhaps it was Du Min's dressing today and her previous role as class monitor that made her exceptionally eye-catching. Now, Huang Gui looked at Du Minute after finishing what he had to say. Du Minute, I heard that you and Wang Baoli gained admission to Ethereal Dao College. That is great. What faculty are you in now? Huang Gui asked. The Alchemy faculty, Du Minute said with a smile. Ah, the Alchemy faculty. If you have any doubts regarding alchemy, feel free to send me a voice transmission. We were classmates after all, and I will definitely help you. Huang Gui's eyes lit up hearing the phrase alchemy faculty, and he smiled as if he found a new topic to talk about. The classmates who were sucking up to him immediately became rowdy. Dear classmates, didn't you know that Huang Gui is not an unremarkable student at Holy River Dao College? He is the head prefect of the Vegetation Hall of Holy River Dao College's alchemy faculty. Everyone was surprised upon hearing that. Though there were some who were unsure of the meaning of head prefect, that term sure sounded impressive to them. Wang Baoli let out an unhappy sigh under his breath, as his displeasure toward Huang Gui increased. Huang Gui was secretly delighted looking at everyone's facial expressions. However, he hid his pleasure under smiles. What's the point of saying all that? We are all classmates, so even if I am the head prefect, it doesn't make me superior to other students. Jushin, you need to finish this cup of wine as punishment, Huang Gui said modestly. The students who were sucking up to Huang Gui also laughed heartily upon hearing that, raising their wine glasses for a toast. What the head prefect said was right. I just want to explain to the rest about the role of a head prefect so that everyone can become more knowledgeable, Jushin replied. Ha, you, Huang Gui smiled and fell silent as he shook his head. Jushin let out a dry cough and continued speaking. Dear classmates, the role of a head prefect is nothing simple. All of you may not be clear, but let me tell you that a head prefect is a respected position in which someone has shown exceptional capabilities in a particular hall in a faculty. He is not an ordinary student but a disciple of the Chancellor. It is the same at every college. Duminit and Wang Baoli, it's the same situation at Ethereal Dao College, right? Dumin's expression changed slightly upon hearing that, and she quickly shot Wang Baoli a glance before nodding. Wang Baoli touched his nose slightly and remained silent as he looked at both Jushin and Huang Gui. After listening to Jushin's introduction, the classmates finally understood the significance of being a head prefect. Everyone was surprised and shocked as they looked at Huang Gui, their faces revealing looks of reverence. They all raised their glasses to give Huang Gui a toast. Huang Gui returned the toast to everyone, but he only took a small sip of wine every time. When the atmosphere became more upbeat, Huang Gui's attention fell on Wang Baoli. Since the start, Wang Baoli had never given Huang Gui a toast, and that filled Huang Gui with displeasure. Now, Huang Gui began to ask about Wang Baoli while smiling. Baoli, I heard that you gained admission to Ethereal Dao College. How are you doing now? Without waiting for Wang Baoli to reply, Huang Gui waved his hand to dismiss him. Forget it, I shall not add salt to injury. We were all classmates, and it was known that you merely met the minimum requirements to gain admission. You're probably still studying, which faculty are you in now? Wang Baoli felt his rage rising, as he curtly replied, the Dharmic Armament faculty. Ah, the Dharmic Armament faculty. That is an unusual faculty. It's tough, but as long as you persevere, you'll have a bright future. If you had chosen to enter the alchemy faculty, I could still help you. Although I wouldn't be able to let you rise to the top 100 of the class, it would be no problem making it to the top 1000. Huang Gui did not care about Wang Baoli's tone. To him, the only person who was worth his time to interact in this class gathering is Duminit. That was because Duminit had grown much prettier. As for the others present, Huang Gui felt that the gap between him and them was too large to be overlooked. As Huang Gui continued his insults, Wang Baoli grew increasingly irritated. If they weren't classmates, and this was not a class gathering but a situation in the Dao College, Wang Baoli would have long taken action. He felt depressed, and noticed Duminit looking at him, happy that he was being ridiculed. He immediately responded with a death stare. Looking at Wang Baoli's expression, Duminit was immensely pleased and delighted. She turned her attention back to Huang Gui and began to smile coyly. What Huang Gui said can't be any more correct. Upon getting Dumin's approval, Huang Gui was delighted. He became more loquacious than before and began sharing his experiences at the Holy River Dao College, clearly flaunting himself with every opportunity possible. Wang Baoli was immensely irritated. He thought of Liu Daobin. They were not classmates from the foundation school, so he was absent from this class gathering. Had Liu Daobin been present, he would have revealed Wang Baoli's status in college, and everything would have been perfect. If Wang Baoli revealed his identity himself, he would be no different from Huang Gui. Things like this should be made known through others. Therefore, with unhappiness, Wang Baoli rubbed his tummy as he planned to make his leave. Right at this moment, in the gathering hall of Cultured Hotel, a middle-aged man with a stout build and a determined gaze that looked immensely authoritative walked through the hall to enter the premium lounge, escorted by his subordinate and an employee of the hotel. However, when he passed Wang Baoli and company, his eyes catching a glance of all of them, he stopped in his steps. He took a closer look at Wang Baoli before revealing a hearty smile. He quickened his steps to arrive before the table where Wang Baoli was seated. He was accompanied by many people, all of whom were surprised, but still followed behind the middle-aged man. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of those seated around the table. The facial expression of Chen Bing, the employee of the Federation, changed immediately. He got up right away, and the others, including Wang Baoli, also raised their heads in surprise. From his imposing manner, the middle-aged man was clearly someone distinguished. Just as they all looked up, the middle-aged man let out a cheery laugh. "You're Baoli, right? Ha ha, I am Daobin's father. I heard from him that you've helped him a lot in school, even to the extent of helping him enter the college discipline department. I am so thankful to you." That middle-aged man was indeed Liu Daobin's father, the deputy city lord of Phoenix City. He had seen a picture of Wang Baoli from Liu Daobin and was now smiling amiably as he held Wang Baoli's hand. Wang Baoli was momentarily taken aback but quickly greeted him with a smile. "City Lord Liu? Ah, drop the term City Lord. Just call me uncle. This meal is on me. Baoli, please take good care of our Daobin. If he is disobedient, discipline him as you like." Liu Daobin's father was extremely passionate, even polite, as if treating Wang Baoli like his own nephew. This whole series of events left the people who were following him flabbergasted. They all looked at Wang Baoli, trying to figure out his status and background. Very quickly, Liu Daobin's father raised his glass and toasted everyone seated around the table. Chen Bing quickly greeted him anxiously, but after noticing that he was an employee of the Federation, Liu Daobin's father merely nodded and did not direct much attention to him. Instead, he spent a few more moments chatting with Wang Baoli before leaving. Everyone seated around the table was shocked. The conversation that took place between Wang Baoli and the middle-aged man revealed the man's status, which was further confirmed by Chen Bing's actions. They all fell silent as they looked at Wang Baoli, unsure how to proceed. It was clear now that Wang Baoli, who had kept a low profile since the beginning, was the one that was the most mysterious and gave everyone the biggest surprise. Chapter 60, Return to the Dao College immediately. Chapter 60, Return to the Dao College immediately. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everyone's attention was on him, which filled Wang Baoli with pleasure. With Liu Daobin's father recognizing him, it would be much easier for him to rise up the ranks in the future. He was extremely gleeful as he looked at his classmates, and just when he was contemplating what to say, Huang Gui let out a light-hearted laugh. "Wow, Baoli, I have belittled you. You have the capability of arranging for someone to enter the college discipline department, which is not an easy feat. However, having gone through similar experiences, I understand how it works as well. You know, since I am the head prefect, I am in charge of the discipline department in my college as well. There are always people asking me to transfer someone there, and it is difficult for me to reject them as well," Huang Gui said calmly, letting out a long sigh after that, as if the words weighed heavily on him. "But Baoli, you shouldn't ask for favors from your head prefect in the future. I heard that every college is reforming the head prefect system into one that's based on votes. I am still considering how to communicate with the other two head prefects. If you make too many requests, it will sour the relationship between you and the head prefect you're close to." Huang Gui spoke as if he had been in the same situation before. As he finished, the tense feelings of everyone seated around the table, which had built up due to the arrival of the city lord, seemed to considerably lessen. Very quickly, everyone was in high spirits again. Everyone seemed to treat Wang Baoli in a different way, although not overtly. To them, Huang Gui's words had already provided a clear explanation. Wang Baoli cleared his throat. He had the urge to reveal that he was a head prefect and did not need the help of others. Furthermore, he was not concerned about communicating with the other head prefects, simply because there were no other head prefects in his faculty since he was responsible for their demise. It was just that Wang Baoli felt that it would lower his status if he said that himself. He was thinking of how he could get the message across in an acceptable manner before someone exclaimed from afar. The noise emanated within the gathering hall of the hotel, catching the attention of Wang Baoli and his classmates. As they turned their attention toward it, they immediately noticed that there were a number of burly men emerging rapidly from the depths of the VIP lounge. After the burly men secured the major areas of the hotel, a muscular man with an imposing presence emerged from the lounge with dozens of lackeys. The muscular man was wearing a purple cape. Liu Daobin's father also appeared respectful to him as he carefully positioned himself slightly behind the man. Even the owner of the hotel followed him cautiously toward where Wang Baoli and his classmates were seated. Before he even arrived at the table, his laughter could be heard. Chen Bing was suddenly put on high alert, his mind on overdrive as he stood up instantly, almost falling due to instability. He spoke loud and clearly, his tone carrying a never-before-heard level of respect. "Greetings, City Lord." Hearing Chen Bing, everyone seated was astonished as they scrambled to stand up. There were differences between a City Lord and a Deputy City Lord. To become the City Lord in the Spirit Inception era, he had to be exceptional even in a small city. A person like him had to be extremely learned, have an illustrious background, and possess extraordinary skills in order to live up to the title of a City Lord in the Spirit Inception era that followed after the Beast War. The arrival of the Deputy City Lord merely brought surprise to everyone. However, the appearance of the City Lord resulted in emotional chaos, as everyone was astonished and even a little fearful, out of respect. "All of you are the future of the Federation. I have interrupted your gathering, so there is no need for all of you to rise. Please sit down, everyone." The City Lord of Phoenix City smiled as he approached, and a tide of authority spread as he waved his hand, causing everyone who stood up to take their seats immediately. Wang Baoli. After everyone was seated, the City Lord of Phoenix City looked at Wang Baoli amiably. Though he was not loud, his words could still keep one on alert. This imposing manner was similar to what Wang Baoli felt from the cultivator who slew the ferocious monster during his journey back home. He instantly felt it again upon meeting the City Lord. "Greetings City Lord, I'm Wang Baoli from Ethereal City Dao College." Wang Baoli rose and, in a manner that was neither obsequious nor arrogant, greeted the City Lord with cupped fists. "What an outstanding youth!" The City Lord of Phoenix City laughed heartily, his admiration obvious. "I just heard from old Lu that Wang Baoli was here. Wang Baoli, I visited your residence previously, but you weren't around. You are the pride of Phoenix City," the City Lord stated as he glanced at the rest of the people nearby. "Everyone should get acquainted with this outstanding chap here. He is Wang Baoli, a student who has emerged out of many to gain admission to the 4 major Dao colleges. That shows his talent, and the fact that he could enter the Dharmic Armament faculty makes him even more exceptional. Furthermore, out of all the exceptional students, he could emerge top as the head prefect. That makes him the cream of the crop. What's more, Wang Baoli even managed to become the first ever head prefect of the 3 halls of the Dharmic Armament faculty of Ethereal Dao College, a never-before-seen achievement." The City Lord's voice was loud and clear as he introduced everyone to Wang Baoli. His followers were all high-ranking officers of Phoenix City. When they heard the City Lord, their expressions were filled with astonishment as they rained praises on Wang Baoli. At the same time, the classmates seated around the table heard the City Lord and were thrown into a daze, their jaws dropping with shock. This was especially true for Huang Gui, whose breathing quickened. His face turned aghast as his expression changed to a look of disbelief. He knew extremely well what it meant when one became the only head prefect of a faculty, but he could not reconcile it with the fact that Wang Baoli had achieved that status. Very quickly, the City Lord gave Wang Baoli a toast, and everyone else immediately followed. In that instant, the attention of everyone in the hotel was on Wang Baoli. All this made Wang Baoli exhilarated. It was fortunate that he had read the autobiographies of high-ranking officials in depth and knew how to carry himself as a head prefect. His demeanor gained the approval of the masses in Phoenix City. Liu Daobin's father played a significant role as well by introducing Wang Baoli to all the officials. Although the meeting was brief, a lasting, positive impression was made. In the end, before the City Lord took his leave, he patted Wang Baoli's shoulder and spoke to him with a bright smile. "Baoli, I heard that the rainbow spirit stones that you refine are of exceptional quality. You must remember to refine one for your hometown. We will display it in the museum so that it can be a reminder for the future generation of students to look up to you as a role model." Following his sentence, everyone seated around the table was overflowing with envy. This level of glory far exceeded their imagination. Even after the City Lord and his entourage left, everyone remained silent, their eyes fixated on Wang Baoli. Huang Gui could not control his curiosity, so he said in a quivering voice, You are the head prefect of the 3 halls?" the status of the head prefect of the three halls alone left Huang Gui astonished. The others might not have a complete grasp of the meaning and difficulty in achieving that role, but as the head prefect of the Vegetation Hall of Holy River Tao College, he was well aware of its significance and power. The news was groundbreaking. Since the beginning of the Spirit Inception era, in Holy River Tao College, no one had been capable of becoming a head prefect of that status. Even in the four major Tao colleges, in the Spirit Inception era, there were less than 5 who had attained the role of head prefect of the three halls. It was natural for him to be shocked and astonished, as it was undoubtedly a position that was difficult to achieve. Not only Huang Gui, but Chen Bing was flabbergasted as well. Although he was not completely clear what it meant to be the top head prefect, he could understand that the prominent city lord's enthusiasm only meant one thing: Wang Baoli's future was going to be extremely well paved. As for the other classmates, they had long been thrown into a state of shock with everything that had happened so far. They were all dazed, as if what had just happened would stay etched in their minds forever. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Wang Baoli laughed happily. He had no intention of boasting in the first place and had purposefully kept a low profile, but he had still been recognized, which proved that everything was fated to happen. However, he still recognized his relationship as classmates with Huang Gui. Although he had been offensive just now, Wang Baoli did not want to overreact and decided to remain humble. Actually, it wasn't anything significant. I just happened to become the head prefect of Spirit Stones. I met with the problem of reform that you mentioned just now, but as you know, I am a stubborn person, too lazy to communicate and become chummy with the other 2 head prefects. Therefore, I chose the simpler option of outperforming them so that I could become the head prefect of both the Inscriptions and Spirit Kernel halls as well. That simplified things greatly, as it meant that I only have to consult myself with regards to any matter. When he finished, Wang Baoli was very pleased with his humility, and the people around him were also reeling in the humble words that Wang Baoli had said. Du Minute, on the other hand, was seething with anger, as she never imagined that Wang Baoli could obtain the opportunity to show off this time round. Huang Gui, who was beside her, had fallen silent, looking at Wang Baoli with mixed feelings as he smiled bitterly. Wang Baoli was cheerful and happy. Before long, the gathering ended. He stood up with dignity and left the hotel under the muddled gaze of Huang Gui. The holidays flew by, and yet another month passed. There were only several days left before the new semester started. Within the month, Bunny had visited Wang Baoli's residence and become a new favorite of his mother. Liu Daobin visited regularly, too, bringing with him many gifts and accompanying Wang Baoli on fun-filled trips around Phoenix City. Wang Baoli had thought that the last few days of his holiday would be as carefree, but out of the blue, he received an emergency callback from Ethereal Tao College. Wang Baoli returned to the Tao College immediately. Chapter 61, Killing Intent Descends. Chapter 61, Killing Intent Descends. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Another document was attached to the emergency callback letter that Wang Baoli received. It stated that 3 days ago, in the Dharmic Armament faculty of Ethereal Tao College, trouble occurred among the students who stayed behind over the holidays. It was a serious matter warranting immediate action from the college discipline department. Therefore, since Wang Baoli was the only head prefect of the Dharmic Armament faculty, it was necessary for him to return. If issues like that occurred in other faculties, the head prefect who lived nearest to the college would be asked to return, but in the Dharmic Armament faculty, the status and power that Wang Baoli had attained also came with a certain level of responsibility. Wang Baoli clearly understood that it was his duty. This is the challenge of being a head prefect. You have to give up on your personal time in order to serve the masses. Without further delay, he explained the situation to his parents on the very day. Even though his parents could not bear to have him depart, they understood that their son had matured and sent him to the airport. As there were still several days before the new semester started, the aircraft from Ethereal Tao College had not arrived. Wang Baoli wanted to return to the Tao College in the shortest time possible, thus, he could only choose the smaller aircraft returning to Ethereal City. Although the tickets were not cheap, he could reclaim his expenses from the Tao College. With his parents bidding him farewell, Wang Baoli bought the earliest flight out and was in the air after half an hour. Small aircrafts that shuttled people between 2 cities were definitely not as safe as the larger aircrafts like those from Ethereal Tao College. However, as long as no major disruptions arose, everything could still proceed smoothly. After all the flights were regularly assessed to ensure that the flight paths remained clear and accessible. Sitting in his cabin, Wang Baoli yawned. The long holidays had allowed him to completely relax. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the night sky outside the window. Even if this small aircraft flew faster, it would still take about 5 days for me to arrive. Thinking that, Wang Baoli lay on his bed in the aircraft and drifted off to sleep. The second morning, Wang Baoli walked out of the cabin and stretched as he looked at the other passengers on board. There were at most a little over 10 passengers, of which 7 to 8 of them were clearly businessmen traveling between the two cities. The rest of the passengers looked like ordinary men and women, and there were 2 or 3 who were a similar age to him. There was a fatty on board as well, who passionately greeted Wang Baoli upon noticing him. After they exchanged greetings, Wang Baoli entered the dining area for his meal. He was bored after that and relaxed on the deck, overlooking the landscape beneath. This aircraft should fly faster. Moving further in this direction, one will arrive at the pond cloud rainforest. Wang Baoli recalled his father's description of the mountain ranges as he looked at them sweeping past. It's a pity that my capabilities are still insufficient now. If not, I would really love to visit those sites. Wang Baoli shook his head regrettably. He was clear that numerous ferocious monsters lurked in the wilderness. Even though he had attained the level of pulse enrichment, there was still a high likelihood of him dying if he met such a beast. The archaeological facility that his father was in now would have several hundred staff protected by numerous guards in order for their trip to be safe. Wang Baoli knew full well that more manpower was needed, but he was reluctant to let others know about the site. He sighed as he planned to visit the place once he attained the highest level of pulse enrichment and had prepared more dharmic artifacts and pills. As he was about to return to the cabin to rest, all of a sudden, he noticed a pocket of light permeating through the sky ahead. Directly ahead of the zooming aircraft was a dark glow, spanning half a mile, that resembled a large metal plate. It had appeared too suddenly, and the aircraft did not have enough time to avoid it. Wang Baoli's eyes widened as the aircraft crashed into it. The sound of the crash was earth-shaking. An indescribably powerful turbulence exploded from the aircraft immediately. What happened? Is this how you steer the aircraft? Everything happened too suddenly, causing everyone on board to moan. At the same time, under the impact of the collision, the head of the aircraft broke in two. Due to the high speed with which the aircraft was traveling, the debris flew with immense energy and was like shooting stars crashing and perforating numerous other parts of the aircraft. Wang Baoli's expression changed immediately. One piece of debris flew right past him. Even the strong winds that followed it made Wang Baoli tense. If not for his strong grip on the railing, he would have been thrown off the aircraft. What is going on? Wang Baoli's pupils constricted, his mind in disarray. Everything had happened too rapidly, taking mere seconds from the appearance of the black glow to the collision with the aircraft. Wang Baoli did not even have time to react before his close shave with death. It was fortunate that the body of the aircraft was sturdy, and the black glow was not completely solid. Thus, the aircraft was not completely destroyed. However, it was also because of this that the aftershock was intense. Upon colliding with the black glow, the aircraft was no longer operational. The inertia that arose from the sudden stopping of the high-speed aircraft threw everyone out of their seats and into each other. At the same time, a loud alarm reverberated within the aircraft. Attack! There is an enemy! The cabin crew and guards on board climbed up, their facial expressions revealing indescribable shock. They looked at their surroundings and held their breath, their gazes betraying their despair. All the passengers on board were at a loss as to what to do. Although some tried to hide, most of them rushed out of the cabin and onto the deck to look at the surroundings. Instantly, chills ran down their spines, and they opened their mouths to scream. However, no sound emerged. Those are sky pirates. Wang Baoli's breathing turned erratic. The sudden change in events was nothing compared to the initial assessment within the hallucination realm. He also noticed that 5 aircrafts were circling in the sky right above, closing in on them. The 5 aircraft were colored bright red, resembling blood. There was even a logo of the air pirates carved on them, emanating an aura of ferocity directly toward the trapped aircraft. If that was it, there could still have been a chance of fighting back. However, as the 5 aircrafts narrowed in, 17 to 18 men in black hopped out, each of them carrying a murderous look. It was obvious that they were no strangers to bloodshed, especially when their gazes revealed looks of cruelty and cold-bloodedness that sent chills down one's spine. Every one of them had reached pulse enrichment, and there were even a few of them who had reached perfected pulse enrichment. The guards of the aircraft felt extremely hopeless, and several of the passengers began crying as the thought of impending death overwhelmed their minds. Within the crowd, the person in charge of the aircraft, a middle-aged man, began to speak with his voice trembling. "We are Donglin Airlines." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the men in black who had stepped into the aircraft. "Shut up!" The men in black entered the aircraft one by one, sweeping their gazes over everyone as if looking for something. They even took out a jade slip for comparison. After seeing the fatty who looked similar in age to Wang Baoli, their eyes lit up. However, after making the comparison, they knitted their brows. This scene made Wang Baoli narrow his eyes as his pulse increased rapidly. He knew something was wrong. This was reality, not a scene in the hallucination realm assessment. His life was being threatened right at this moment, and without hesitation, he shoved his hand into his sleeve and took out a flying sword from the storage bracelet. His facial expression was one of shock and his body trembled as he hid the flying sword in his hands, looking at the pulse enrichment men in black who had already fixated their gaze on him. Their eyes lit up, especially after identifying Wang Baoli. Their killing intent was prominent, and they did not pay attention to the others. As they charged toward him, Wang Baoli had long understood that he was the target of these people. "The B** starts here," one of the men in black sneered. They were quick, and in that instant, more than 10 men in black charged directly at Wang Baoli at pulse enrichment speeds, carrying a strong desire to kill. Wang Baoli held his breath nervously. As the men in black approached, the flying sword that he was hiding disappeared, only to be replaced by the dharmic artifact megaphone that he had developed. As he picked the horn up, he wore a ferocious look, with his veins bulging up. Harnessing all his energy, he shouted right into the megaphone, "You are the B** stards." The scream was loud, and this dharmic artifact megaphone that he had developed was exceedingly effective. It amplified Wang Baoli's shout and instantly became like a thunder, forming a gigantic sound wave, exploding outward. The man in black closest to Wang Baoli stared with his eyes wide open as he let out a shrill screech. His eardrums instantly burst, and his body flew right out from the blast as he screamed tragically. The other men in black also suffered due to the sound wave. Those who were worse off started to spew blood from within, and even those who were less impacted were overwhelmed and had to stop in their tracks. Wang Baoli, whose ears were also ringing despite knowing what would happen, noticed that more men in black were arriving. He took a deep breath, and making use of the men in black's momentary paralysis, he leaped over the railing and plummeted down toward the ground beneath. Chapter 62, There is only retaliation. Chapter 62, There is only retaliation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Damn it! Seeing Wang Baoli jump from the cruiser without hesitation, the expressions of the second batch of men in black that came from the surrounding cruisers changed, realizing that it was too late to stop him. From taking out his megaphone to jumping off the cruiser, Wang Baoli had acted without hesitation and at great speed too. This made the men in black tense, their gazes imposing. When they reached Wang Baoli's previous location, they could only see Wang Baoli roaring toward land from below, his figure growing smaller and smaller. Vaguely, they could even make out Wang Baoli's icy expression when he raised his head. This gaze made the men in black shudder for no reason. This was because Wang Baoli had exceeded their expectations. After all, to them, Wang Baoli was only a youth, but this youth actually shocked them twice. They had underestimated him. His fearful expression had caused the first group of men in black to let down their guard. When they thought victory was in sight, he had taken them by surprise by taking out his dharmic artifact. With the soundwave blast, he had injured one man, pushed back the rest, and taken the initiative. This kind of method was not something an ordinary youth could do. It required calm judgment and good timing, and what made the men in black even more surprised was the fact that when he faced the second group of men in black, Wang Baoli actually jumped off the cruiser. It had to be said that even those men in black would not have jumped from such a height, but Wang Baoli actually did. Even if it had been anyone else, they would have hesitated before jumping. After all, the cruiser was several kilometers above ground. At such a height, a true breath expert might have survived, but for someone from the ancient martial realm, without the adequate preparation, they would definitely die. But for Wang Baoli, he had not stopped at all. From this, one could see that Wang Baoli was vicious, even to himself. And this method was indeed the only way to escape at this moment. How vicious! He's not even 20. If we give him enough time to grow, he will definitely be someone who kills resolutely. Initially, I was wondering why we had to kill a youth. Now I understand. If he's so vicious to himself, he will definitely be even more vicious to his enemies. Nearly 30 men in black from the two batches were left alarmed on the cruiser. After exchanging glances between themselves, they all looked at an elder from the second batch. This man was dressed like the others, except that he had a black glove on his right hand. This glove seemed like it was made of metal and was very unique. The man's gaze was cold, and he emitted a threatening aura. Clearly, he was the leader of the men in black. This Wang Baoli. We can't leave him alive. No matter what, we must leave with his head today. Chase him, the elder said coldly, and the surrounding men in black immediately chimed in agreement. Ignoring the shaking tourists around them, all of them returned to the cruiser, chasing after Wang Baoli. At the same time, Wang Baoli was in midair, hurtling toward the ground. He had no time to think of the reason why these men in black wanted to kill him. Instead, the only thought in his mind was frantically calculating his speed of descent and the distance between him and the ground. All his calculations and constant adjusting of his body to change direction was because his inscription's systemic deduction caused him to grow sharper at calculations. Dampening, I need some sort of dampening, at least 9 of them. The overwhelming speed made it hard for Wang Baoli to breathe. At that moment, his body felt like it was being crushed, and his vision was turning black. However, he resolutely gritted his teeth to clear his mind. In a few breaths, he flipped his right hand furiously, and a seal appeared. This was one of the dharmic artifacts that he had refined. Taking it out, he did not hesitate to send all his spirit chi into the artifact with a howl. He chose to scramble up the inscriptions that made up the spirit kernel, causing an obstruction in the surge of energy that would result in an explosion. If it had been anyone else, they would have found it difficult to do this. However, Wang Baoli had refined this dharmic artifact by himself, carving every inscription in it, so he was completely clear on its construction. Soon, the seal in his hand released a blinding light. Wang Baoli threw it downward, and with a boom, it exploded toward the ground. With the explosion, not only was Wang Baoli hit directly, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. However, in that instant, his speed finally slowed down somewhat. Without stopping, Wang Baoli's gaze grew vicious. He continuously took out dharmic artifacts and made them explode again and again. By doing so, he finally managed to slow his descent and adjust his position of landing. Thus, when he landed on the ground, he no longer landed on the plains. Instead, he smashed towards a valley's cliff. The instant his body fell toward the cliff, even though Wang Baoli had reduced his speed significantly, the impact was still strong, especially as he flew toward rocks and trees. With his current speed, his body would break down the moment he landed, and he would die instantly. Wang Baoli understood that the most important moment had arrived. Just before he landed on the cliff, Wang Baoli roared, the devouring seed in his body exploding at that moment. With the surge in his spirit energy and with the frenzy of his survival instinct, the devouring seed in his body released a huge suction force toward the cliffs. This suction force was powerful, and Wang Baoli's speed was not slow either, so it exerted a pulling force. The pain caused Wang Baoli to let out a shrill scream, as though his body was breaking into pieces. However, all this pain was worth it, as his speed started to slow. With the pull from the suction force, he finally, completely slowed down. When he was about 10 feet from the ground, he had completely stabilized. Even though he still fell onto the ground, his head perfect robe and storage bracelet protected him. Wang Baoli fell to the ground with a bang, but his injuries were not severe. Although blood spurted out, he climbed up again, his speed still the same. Following the small road along the cliff, he rushed forward. The entire way, Wang Baoli huffed and puffed. He knew the danger was still out there, however, this was nothing compared to the life and death tests that he had encountered previously. The men in black arrived aggressively. It seemed that as long as they did not see Wang Baoli's body, they would not rest. Who are they? Why do they want to kill me? And how did they know I was on this cruiser? Wang Baoli clenched his fists. After all, he was only a youth. At this point, he was suppressing his fear and terror and attempted to open his voice transmission ring to call for help. However, he found that the voice transmission ring failed. This caused his last hopes to vanish. Then his gaze started to show his frenzy. He understood that the assassins must have planned this for a while, else their preparations would not have been so thorough. It must have something to do with the notification I received about returning to the Dao College. Resoluteness flashed across Wang Baoli's face. He knew that it was no use thinking of all this, and it was also nearly impossible for him to escape. Today, the only one who could save him was himself. Then, there is only retaliation. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. With a burst of speed, he dashed along the cliff's path, and he soon reached the top of the cliffs. As he ran, he swallowed some pills. While he felt his injuries heal, his breathing became labored. I need to calm down, I can't get scared. I need to calm down. Wang Baoli constantly used his breathing to adjust his state of mind. Although his heart was still shaking, he seemed calmer. These people have a strong desire to kill me. Just for me, they actually used several cruisers with almost 30 people with who knows how many more people on board. They have so many people, and they also have perfected pulse enrichment experts. I could handle one person, but with so many people, I will definitely die. But I have my own advantage, I have quite a number of dharmic artifacts. Although I can only control them simply as I've not reached the true breath realm, if I match it by adjusting the inscriptions, I can fight them. I need to separate them, I can't be trapped. And I can't remain out in the open. Forest, I need to enter the forest. With this thought, Wang Baoli raised his head suddenly, looked around, and then ran toward the faraway pond cloud rainforest. When he neared the forest and took his first step inside, Wang Baoli heard the sound of faraway cruisers. He paused and turned. Immediately, he saw 5 cruisers speeding toward him. You want to kill me? We'll have to see if you have the ability. Wang Baoli seemed like a cornered beast, giving off a foul air. He turned and ran into the forest. Not long after he entered the forest, the 5 cruisers arrived, flying straight for the area above the pond cloud rainforest. As this place was not open, with trees with broad leaves reaching for the sky, it blocked their vision. Thus, these 5 cruisers lost their advantage. Soon, each of them spread out in a different direction. Then, more than 20 men in black descended to envelop the area, searching for Wang Baoli. We must find Wang Baoli. Kill him on sight. Chapter 63, Fighting and Killing a Trapped Beast. Chapter 63, Fighting and Killing a Trapped Beast. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the pond cloud rainforest, the ground was wet and marshy. There were foot-long centipedes and countless venomous snakes. Other than that, there were even more beasts that lurked. It could be said that just being in the forest's periphery was an intense moment at every turn. Although Wang Baoli had not truly entered the forest, the initial hallucination realm test had been made to imitate this forest, including many details that had been made to mirror the true scenes from inside. So, on some level, Wang Baoli could be said to be familiar with the pond cloud rainforest. At that moment, he had sunk into the mud. He had an antidote pill in his mouth and was motionless, tolerating the discomfort he felt in the mud. Only one eye and one nostril was outside, his eye narrowed to observe the situation. Soon, Wang Baoli's heart began beating faster. A man in black appeared before him. This man was moving fast, running at full speed while searching, and he held a circular dharmic artifact in his hand. Wang Baoli squinted after noticing the dharmic artifact in the man's hands. Although he did not know what it was for, with his position as a student of the dharmic armament faculty and as triple head prefect, he could tell from its appearance that it was a searching dharmic artifact that utilized fluctuations. After all, the moment one reached the physical seal realm, they could seal their body. Thermal imaging would lose all effectiveness. Only dharmic artifacts that relied on fluctuations to search would work in such an environment. The moment he saw the dharmic artifact, Wang Baoli felt that something was amiss. However, he did not have much time to think and flew out from the mud with a bang. Just as he emerged, the man in black, who seemed to have no inkling of Wang Baoli's position, suddenly reacted at the same time as Wang Baoli. He moved toward Wang Baoli's previous position. With a bang, Wang Baoli's previous hiding spot exploded, with mud flying in all directions. If he had been a little bit slower, he would have been completely injured. Wang Baoli had escaped by a hair's breadth. His eyes showed panic, and he turned to escape. Wang Baoli! Seeing that Wang Baoli had missed, the man sneered as he took large steps toward the fleeing Wang Baoli. Releasing his pulse enrichment cultivation powers, his speed grew explosively, and he caught up in an instant. He raised his right hand to grab Wang Baoli. But, just as he caught up to Wang Baoli, there was a sudden alarming suction force behind Wang Baoli. This suction force was so strong that it caused the expression of the man in black to change, and he was pulled forward till he staggered. It was just one step, but it was enough for Wang Baoli. His body suddenly moved, and his gaze no longer showing fear, instead, it was ferociousness and the killer instinct of someone being hunted. "You want to kill me? I want you dead." As he roared, Wang Baoli suddenly raised his right hand. As the man in black was trapped by the suction force, his body was unstable. In that instant, Wang Baoli grabbed the man's wrist, and with a snap, his bones broke. Before the man in black could cry out, Wang Baoli had already taken the opportunity to go behind the man and covered his mouth. With his veins protruded and his breathing rapid, Wang Baoli twisted the man's neck viciously. With another snap, the man's eyes widened, and he convulsed violently for a while before stopping. The surroundings fell silent. Only Wang Baoli's breathing was heavy. Even though he had twisted the man's neck, Wang Baoli still covered the man's mouth, only releasing him after more than 10 breaths. His face had lost all color, and he looked blankly at the body of the man in black. "I killed someone," Wang Baoli muttered to himself, his body beginning to shake. However, his gaze slowly showed a sense of killer instinct after having a bloody experience. This killer instinct was different from his previous viciousness. To be accurate, his viciousness had been a youth's bravado, but this was different. After a long while, he raised his head. In the darkened forest, his gaze was bright, causing him to have a sort of deterrent force. Wang Baoli took out the man's personal belongings after a long silence. He looked at the searching disc. It was completely black, clearly, it could only be opened with special methods, and a normal person would have no way of using it. Some of these special methods relied on fingerprints, some on irises, others the smell of blood and the rising and falling of spirit chi. It was just like a password. Wang Baoli squinted as he looked at the searching dharmic artifact. After placing it in his storage bracelet, he took out 7 or 8 dharmic artifact seals, adjusted them, and placed them in the clothing of the corpse. He thought for a moment before hiding some flying swords in the surrounding mud and adjusting the inscriptions to have a chain effect. Then he left, burrowing into the surrounding foliage, and disappeared. Before long, 3 men in black approached in a hurry. The moment they arrived, they saw their dead companion, and their expressions changed. On high alert, they scanned the surroundings. Once they made sure there was no trace of Wang Baoli, they approached the corpse with terrible expressions to check where the critical blow had been. But one of them was very careful. He pulled his companions aside and raised his right hand to summon a gust of wind. The wind blew open the corpse's clothing, revealing a few dharmic artifact seals that had turned scarlet. Having been stimulated by the wind, the seals suddenly exploded, the force reducing the corpse into fragments. This is too sinister. This Wang Baoli is truly diabolical. The 3 of them inhaled, glad that they had not gone closer. Suddenly, about 10 flying swords appeared from the surrounding mud, shooting out in all directions. As the speed was fast and the 3 men were still shocked by the explosion of the seals, they had no time to react. Their expressions changed, and they screamed pathetically. The flying swords whizzed past and traveled through the bodies of the 3 men. Their dying cries traveled all over in the quiet forest, causing many men in black to change their expressions, all of them looking in the direction of the cries. Wang Baoli also heard their screams. However, he did not pause and remained stuck to the grass on the ground. he carefully approached a middle-aged man in black in front of him. Just as this man was startled by his colleague's screams and looked up, Wang Baoli's gaze turned cold, and he braced himself to attack. However, he then noticed that the surrounding grass and trees were distorted. His expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. "You ****, you were tricked." The man grinned hideously. Immediately, from the surrounding foliage, 6 men in black seemed to appear out of thin air. They encircled Wang Baoli, closing in on him. One of them held a pearl in his hand. It was this pearl that had created a sort of mirage, hiding the presence of these 6 men. Kill! Including the middle-aged man in black, there was a total of 7 people. Each of them pulled out a dharmic artifact and released their pulse enrichment cultivation, making it seem as though there was a small boundary of blood chi fluctuations within the area. They rushed at Wang Baoli. With danger so close, Wang Baoli could only give it his all. His speed increased sharply, and he rushed at the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he raised his right hand and immediately flung 10 dharmic artifact seals into his surroundings, causing the people around to shield themselves. Wang Baoli's gaze overflowed with brutality as the suction force of his devouring seed radiated in every direction. The moment the middle-aged man's expression changed, Wang Baoli caught his finger and bent it. The man screamed. However, he was also a vicious person. He ignored his broken finger, using his head to hit Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli moved his body. Even though he had been hit on the shoulder, he caught the man's wrist and pressed against the joint. Under such continuous attacks, the man in black's forehead began to sweat. He screamed and struggled, but Wang Baoli's speed was too fast, and his movements were too natural and smooth. He raised his foot and kicked the man's crotch. The strength from his foot was so powerful that the man let out a scream even more tragic and flew several feet back. When he landed, his screams had even changed pitch. He rolled on the ground and moaned as though he was dying. This scene caused the other 6 people to draw a gasp, struck dumb with amazement as they looked at Wang Baoli. However, Wang Baoli had not stopped. As he panted, he held a cold gaze. He raised his right hand, and it was as though he was controlling the seals that he had flung out. The seals flew toward one of the men and landed in a frenzy. At the same time, Wang Baoli swung his right hand again. This time, more than 10 flying swords suddenly flew out toward the others. The flying swords were so fast and so numerous that they forced the men in black to dodge and hide. In that wave of attacks, the flying swords had penetrated 2 men. Although they were not dead, they had been injured. Using this chance, Wang Baoli increased his speed and drew closer to another person. Bearing a blow that he had sustained from behind, with blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, he got closer and broke the man's wrist. Similarly, he kicked the man's crotch. As the man screamed, the corner of Wang Baoli's mouth dripped blood. The person who had hit him from behind had a fearful expression and wanted to retreat. However, there was a huge suction force from Wang Baoli's back, causing the man to pause. In the blink of an eye, Wang Baoli's vicious expression appeared in front of the man's eyes. Die! Wang Baoli roared and aimed a fist at the man's chest. With a cracking sound, he killed another man. This all happened too fast. From the time they had encircled Wang Baoli to the time he attacked the 3rd man, it had only taken a few seconds. The remaining 4 people were struck dumb with amazement. Clearly, they had never imagined that Wang Baoli could be so ferocious. Regardless, they were experienced operatives trained to be live on the edge of a blade. They all showed bloodthirsty expressions, took out their respective dharmic artifacts, and rushed at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. When he waved his hand, all the seals and flying swords flew out loudly. At the same time, his body rushed out and clashed directly with the 4 men. After 5 minutes, Wang Baoli cradled his chest and spat out more blood. When he left the area, he left behind 7 bodies, which sank slowly into the mud. Chapter 64, Unforeseen Event. Chapter 64, Unforeseen Event. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. If there had been enough time, perhaps Wang Baoli would not have sustained such serious injuries. It was just that he had needed to quickly end the fight with those men in black. If they had drawn out the battle, the other men in black would definitely have caught up to him. If Wang Baoli wanted to retaliate, he needed to pay the price. For example, with the previous 4 men's counteroffensive, Wang Baoli would have sustained a serious injury even with a dharmic artifact. Currently, his aura was a little chaotic. Arching his back, he hurried at full speed through the grass. As he swallowed pills, he swiftly checked the remaining items in his storage bracelet. There aren't many pills left, and I've already used half of my dharmic artifacts. Wang Baoli licked his lips and found a hole in a tree to hide in. He took out the concealing pearl that he had previously taken from a man in black and used it to hide himself before he released a breath. Then he took out the searching dharmic artifact and slowly squinted. To adjust this, I need to open it up. If I can reverse the effect, I can reveal their locations. If it had someone else, they might not have been able to do this. However, as the ultimate head prefect in the dharmic armament faculty, he was the top at spirit stones, inscriptions, and spirit kernels, and he even had his systemic calculation for his inscriptions. This was something no one else could do. After examining the circular dharmic artifact, he was confident of his chances. There are 8 searching dharmic artifacts in total. Even if I fail a few times, it doesn't matter. I just need to succeed once. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli knew that time was precious, and he immediately began experimenting with the artifact. Right now, in the Pond Cloud rainforest, the number of men in black had already been reduced by 30%. The remaining men were even more cautious. In actuality, it was extremely difficult and dangerous to chase down Wang Baoli, and even though they were highly trained operatives, they were still shaken. This was especially so for the elder. He stood where Wang Baoli had fought against the 7 men, watching his men pull their corpses from the mud. As the leader, he had brought many men to kill one student, however, he had actually sustained such an abject loss. To him, this was like a slap in the face. His expression was terrible, and his killing intent grew stronger. Damn it! I was told that Wang Baoli only had a cultivation of perfected physical seal realm, but how can someone in the physical seal realm kill almost 10 of my people? Not just physical seal, even if it was the same pulse enrichment realm, it would be extremely difficult to do this. Even if they had only been carrying out their orders to kill Wang Baoli in the beginning, right now, even without orders, they wanted to exterminate Wang Baoli. Also, why does this fellow have so many dharmic artifacts? The elder gritted his teeth. He noticed that his subordinates all seemed to be startled, and his gaze grew colder with determination. Continue searching. Everyone, pay attention. This B*** isn't simple. The moment you find him, release the signal, I'll break his neck myself. The surrounding men in black nodded. They spread out again to search, their expressions dark, as though forming a wide net that was constantly shrinking. Just as they scoured the area for him, the hidden Wang Baoli ignored the other 5 failed circular dharmic artifacts. Currently, he was staring at the one successful modified searching dharmic artifact, his gaze bright. On this dharmic artifact, he could see 20 points of light swiftly spreading out in all directions. There were 3 that were closest to him, and the distance from each other was not especially far. Wang Baoli muttered to himself and continued observing. He understood that with the encircling and lockdown, it was only a matter of time before he was found. I can't attack anymore. I need to go further away, spread them out, then I can continue to retaliate. Wang Baoli inhaled deeply and quietly emerged from the hole in the tree. As he checked the dharmic artifact, he changed his direction, occasionally increasing his speed rapidly and occasionally slowing down. He avoided one man in black after the other, continuously keeping a safe distance as he went deeper into the Pond Cloud rainforest at rapid speeds. As long as there were no accidents, Wang Baoli still had a chance of escaping the encirclement. However, the moment he almost escaped, his expression suddenly changed. His legs stopped, and his breathing grew sluggish. He felt a bloodthirsty aura locking onto him. Slowly, he turned his head. Wang Baoli's face paled, and his forehead started to sweat. There were actually 7 snakes on the right side of the tree. Each of them was about as thick as an arm, their entire bodies red with the exception of their heads, which were white. At first glance, they almost seemed to have a baby's face, although their eyes showed a ferocity that struck fear into one's heart. Red-boned white infant snakes. Wang Baoli's heart shook. Although he had attacked fearlessly in the hallucination realm test, that had only been one snake. But with 7 snakes, Wang Baoli was immediately fearful. He breathed carefully and backed off. It was his last resort. He did not want to fight with these 7 snakes. "Don't scream, please don't scream. I won't kill you guys." But just as he was about to back away, Wang Baoli noticed that the ferocious gaze in the snake's eyes grew more intense. One of the snakes had already opened its mouth. He gritted his teeth, and with an explosive speed, he headed straight for the 7 snakes. He raised his right hand and used his dharmic artifact seals, pills, and his flying swords to attack, immediately killing 6 of them. This happened all too fast. Wang Baoli had thrown everything into the attack, but it was too late. The remaining snake dodged his attack, and from its mouth, a sound traveled all over. In the quiet forest, everyone could hear a baby's cry. This sound was too loud. The instant that it spread, Wang Baoli's expression turned nasty. What he had feared was not the snakes but rather, their cries. After all, from the hallucination realm test, Wang Baoli knew that their cry was especially resonant. Damn it! Wang Baoli swiftly stowed his dharmic artifacts and snake carcasses. He did not have time to kill the last snake. Instead, he dashed off. At the same time, the surrounding men in black also heard the snake's cry. All of them turned their heads sharply. Without waiting for them to rush over, the elder sneered, his gaze showing his determination. He raised his right hand. Even though this area had been shielded from voice transmissions, that was only for external transmissions. Within their group, they could still send voice transmissions. "Cruisers, bomb that area." The elder sneered as he spoke. Previously, he had not dared to do that as the sound would be too loud, and he did not want to attract the attention of all the beasts in the pond cloud rainforest. But he had spent a long time in the forest, and Wang Baoli was difficult to deal with, so he threw caution to the wind. Almost immediately after he spoke, 5 cruisers flew in from afar. They approached rapidly and released beams of light. They were alarmingly hot and exploded in an instant, blowing up the place where the white infant snake's cry had originated. The booms of the explosions were shocking. The explosions continued, the earth shook, grass and trees flew, and mud was flung in all directions. Under the continuous bombing, the entire area was obliterated. Wang Baoli had also been forced out of hiding. He spat out blood, his body stumbling. The moment he revealed himself, the elder's eyes flashed. He looked to the sky and laughed. Then he exploded with speed and rushed at Wang Baoli, his body seemingly forming a streak of blinding light. His speed was too fast, and the power from the perfected pulse enrichment realm exploded. On some level, the elder had already refined his blood chi to its peak. It seemed especially within his body, he had a miraculous encounter in his early years, and his aura actually seemed to resemble true breath. Although it was definitely not true breath, this aura caused his combat strength to exceed peak pulse enrichment significantly. Wang Baoli had continuously suffered injuries, and he had been affected by the beams of light. As he panted, the half-step true breath elder drew closer to him. As he closed the gap between them, the elder raised his right hand, and it seemed like he had drawn all the surrounding air to himself as his right hand turned scarlet, releasing an alarming force. His hand flew toward Wang Baoli. In the area it passed, the air grew blazing hot. Die! With death so close, Wang Baoli understood that he could no longer escape. He turned his head, his eyes frenzied. He waved his right hand, and in that instant, all the dharmic artifact seals in his storage bracelet flew out. After Wang Baoli had activated them, they all exuded the light of a dharmic artifact. Encircled with spirit chi, they flew toward the elder with a boom. If it had been anyone else, they would not have dared to smash these dharmic artifacts and chosen to retreat instead. But the elder was scornful, and without stopping, he used his gloved right hand to pinch violently. Immediately, a wave of even greater power emanated from his glove. Break! In an instant, a minor storm exploded from the glove in the direction of Wang Baoli's dharmic artifacts. In the blast, the dharmic artifact seals released cracking sounds. They broke but did not shatter. What broke was only the external layer of the dharmic artifact, the spirit kernels within had not been destroyed. Instead, the remains of the artifacts blocked the blazing heat from the elder's palm, neutralizing it. Despite the booming explosion reducing the power from the palm, it still passed through the dharmic artifacts. But when it landed on Wang Baoli, it only had 40% of its power left. As there was protection from Wang Baoli's daoist robe and storage bracelet, he spat out blood but used its power to charge forwards at even faster speeds. At the same time, he flipped his hand under his robe and held the purple sword in his hand. This purple sword was his trump card. Wang Baoli knew that he could not easily reveal it, otherwise, the other party would guard against it. He planned to use it only for a killing blow. Damn it! The elder was surprised. His expression was grotesque. He truly had not imagined that Wang Baoli would have such a high-quality dharmic artifact in his arsenal. At this point, all the surrounding men in black also hurried over. Seeing Wang Baoli spit blood from after being hit by their leader, all of their eyes showed their bloodthirstiness, and they were about to begin the chase. But then, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A sound like the buzzing of a mosquito suddenly traveled all over the pond cloud rainforest. This buzzing continued, and it unsettled everyone who heard. Even the beasts in pond cloud rainforest started shivering violently, as though it was an instinctual fear. Wang Baoli was also shocked. The expressions of the men in black behind him changed. From far off inside the forest, something flew out. It 10 feet long, like a little mountain. A savage giant mosquito. An indescribable aura of terror exploded from the mosquito, shocking everyone. Chapter 65, This is a good mosquito. Chapter 65, This is a good mosquito. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The mosquito was really too big, such that one could see the hairs on its legs standing up like spikes. As it moved its wings, the wind blew, shaking all the trees in the vicinity. Wang Baoli and the others felt as though there was a storm ahead of them. The mosquito's proboscis was especially shocking, one seemingly so sharp that it could easily pierce through metal. As the mosquito flew closer, Wang Baoli's eyes widened, and his brain seemed to explode. He was frightened to his limit. It was the same for the men in black and the elder. All of them could not help but shiver, just like ants meeting an elephant. That indescribable feeling made everyone feel like they were going to break down. It was such that they no longer dared chase after Wang Baoli. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Truly, the aura that the mosquito gave off was too terrifying to describe. Even Wang Baoli imagined that if this mosquito needed to, its aura could destroy everyone's body and mind instantaneously. As everyone shook in fear, the mosquito slowly flew over and bowed its head in midair. Its eyes seemed very human, showing a sense of annoyance, as though it felt that the cruisers around it were immensely irritating. When it flapped its wings, 5 of the cruisers flew away like toys, as though a gale had struck them. With a boom, they landed far away. Only one of them reacted quickly enough to escape. This scene made everyone struggle even more to breathe. As they shuddered, the mosquito did not give chase but chose to perch on a tree. Its gaze swept across everyone, but whoever its gaze landed on felt as though they could not breathe. Even Wang Baoli felt his scalp tingle. The good thing was that this mosquito only glanced briefly at each person. Eventually, its eyes settled on the elder. This made the elder shiver, his face showing his nervousness and fear. He did not know why the mosquito was staring at him, and he screamed in fear internally. What kind of beast is this? Damn it! There are no mosquitoes in the Federation's list of 10 biggest beasts. No one dared move. They did not even dare breathe too quickly. After a while, they found that the mosquito still had not left, and each of them started to panic even more. Wang Baoli swallowed, noticing that the mosquito only seemed to be interested in the elder. He felt lucky, thinking that it would be best if the mosquito simply exterminated the elder. Carefully, he took a small step back. As he moved, Wang Baoli watched the mosquito closely. If the mosquito reacted in any way, he would stop immediately. However, even as he retreated 3 to 5 steps, the mosquito did not seem to notice him and paid no attention. Wang Baoli started to relax, and as he started breathing faster, he quickened his steps. The surrounding men in black all saw Wang Baoli's actions. After hesitating, they started to take light steps toward Wang Baoli. To their joy, they discovered that the mosquito indeed ignored them, but even if that was so, they did not dare flee. They just continued taking slow steps. Thus, from afar, it seemed that everything within this area had slowed down. Wang Baoli and the other men in black were all moving in slow motion, trying their best to move away as far as possible. Seeing that everyone else could leave, the elder grew anxious and tried to take a step back too. However, just as his body moved, the mosquito suddenly gave off an icy feeling, as though warning him. This warning look almost made the elder cry, wailing internally. What is this? They can move, but I can't. I didn't do anything to offend this mosquito. Wang Baoli and the men in black noticed this. Each of them had a strange expression. Wang Baoli's heart started beating rapidly, and he was filled with gratitude toward this mosquito. This is a good mosquito. As he praised the mosquito, Wang Baoli moved faster and faster. Finally, when he was about 100 feet away from the mosquito, he turned and started sprinting. At the same time, the men in black had already left the set boundary. Seeing Wang Baoli escape, they all exchanged glances. Even though their leader was still trapped inside, their mission was not over, so two of them who had reached peak pulse enrichment led the group, running after Wang Baoli. Very soon, the area grew quiet. Only the elder remained, shaking and wailing internally. But it made no difference to the situation. The mosquito still stared at him, making the elder lose all hope. In the forest, Wang Baoli had left the mosquito behind. Although the oppressive power from the mosquito had vanished, Wang Baoli knew that he was still in danger. As he fled, Wang Baoli's gaze flashed. Unbeknownst to him, after going through all these incidents, he had become more decisive in dealing with situations, and he acted faster with ruthlessness. I have to change my plans. There is still one cruiser left. Even if I get further, if I can't kill those guys behind me quickly, I will be in danger the moment the old man catches up. Although that old man is in trouble, I can't place all my hopes on that mosquito. I don't know why it kept staring at that old man, but it didn't attack him, Wang Baoli analyzed, determination brimming in his gaze. There is only one way. That is to kill everyone except the elder in a short time. Like that, I have the highest chance of getting out of this situation. With this thought, Wang Baoli looked at the purple flying sword in his hand, his eyes showing an icy determination. His body shook as he decided not to run anymore. Instead, he turned around on the spot and headed straight for the men in black with killing intent. As they chased, these men had split up to increase their chances, but they had remained close to each other and were constantly communicating as they tore through the forest. Two peak pulse enrichment experts led the group as they had the fastest speed. While all of them rushed through the forest, there was a loud boom from afar. A fatty wearing a head perfect daoist robe flashed past, burrowed into the grass, and ran off swiftly. There. A cold look flashed instantly in the eyes of the two peak pulse enrichment men as they rapidly increased their speed, and suddenly giving chase. The 7 or 8 people behind them followed with a very threatening demeanor. Just as the majority chased that shadow, not too far away, 2 men in black had also increased their speed to join the others. However, in this instant, the grass around them started to distort, and Wang Baoli's shadow flew out. His speed was so fast that in the moment it took for the 2 men in black to change their expressions, he had already drawn close. Without waiting for them to open their mouths to scream, Wang Baoli waved his hand, creating a flash of purple light. The speed of the purple sword was much faster than ordinary flying swords. The instant it appeared, it flew straight through one of the men's foreheads. As for Wang Baoli himself, he slammed into the other man at full speed, kneeing the man's crotch viciously. Ignoring the man's retaliation, he used his right hand to cover his mouth and slammed his body into a nearby tree. With a bang, the man's eyes widened, and he convulsed as he died. The other man in black also fell to the ground, the purple sword had pierced halfway through his forehead. Although everything seemed to happen slowly, it was actually only a moment. Wang Baoli panted. Even though he had the pills as supplements, his energy had almost reached its limit. After all, each time he fought, it was a matter of life and death, and he had to resolve it quickly. To him, the pressure was immense, and his energy expenditure was especially high. He did not have the luxury of time to think. Wang Baoli took back his sword and once again took out a puppet from his storage bag. After giving an order, he and the puppet began to run, one in front of the other. Ahead of them, there were still 4 men in black in the process of searching. After 10 breaths, the 2 peak pulse enrichment experts who had been chasing the shadow wearing the head prefect daoist robe finally caught up. However, what they discovered was a puppet. The fatty from before was actually this puppet wearing many layers of clothes to make it round. In that instant, their expressions warped in horror. It was at this time that they heard a pathetic cry from afar. Enraged, they rushed over to find 4 corpses and a broken puppet. Everyone be careful. Wang Baoli is near us, and he has a puppet dharmic artifact. Take note. The 2 men had terrible expressions as they shouted into their surroundings. Just as they shouted, there was another reverberating cry. He's here. He's wearing our clothes. The sound suddenly stopped, and the forest descended into silence again. However, the remaining men in black had all started to shiver, their breathing rapid. They were all on high alert, looking left and right, and quickly moved closer to each other. Just as they were keeping watch, nearby, Wang Baoli hid in the grass. There was a wound on his chest so deep that one could see bone. There were 2 similar wounds on his back. The blood had stained his clothes, and it was so painful that his forehead was covered in sweat, but he endured it, holding the last few pills in his mouth and staring at the men in black. I killed 9 people. There are still 7 more. They won't split up that easily, so I need another plan. Wang Baoli slowly moved backward, his mind working rapidly. At that moment, from far away, there was the buzzing sound of a mosquito that seemed to be traveling fast. In the sky, that giant mosquito quickly flew over him. This scene terrified all the remaining men in black. They looked up, and even Wang Baoli gawked at it. The mosquito left? I don't know if that old man is still alive, but it won't make a difference now. I can only take this chance to fight. Chapter 66, You guys sure are at having fun. Chapter 66, You guys sure are at having fun. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With this thought, Wang Baoli inhaled deeply. He had used everything he had on this slaughter, only then did he manage to turn an unfavorable situation to the current situation. Seeing the mosquito fly away, the possibility of the elder surviving and chasing him left him with no more time to consider his methods. That was especially so with the mosquito flying over him. Kill! Wang Baoli roared internally, his gaze turning icy. As the pills dissolved and heat flowed through him, his body erupted with strength. Pushing his speed to the limit, he ran toward the 7 people. Although his appearance would originally have been noticed immediately, the mosquito flying back had distracted the 7 men who still had a lingering fear. Wang Baoli used this time to get closer to them. Wang Baoli! When they noticed Wang Baoli, he was already within 100 feet of them. As his pulse enrichment cultivation exploded, he moved his body and took out his megaphone. He delivered what was the strongest and loudest sound in those 10+ years, one that surpassed anything from before. This sound was just too loud, and Wang Baoli had spared no expense to trigger it. At this point, the megaphone could no longer take it and shattered. However, the moment it shattered, an earth-shaking sound wave exploded like a typhoon, and it was even visible to the eye. It swept across everything. Although the 7 men in black were prepared, they were still too surprised to defend themselves. They were all shaken and had to pause, their brains humming. This humming and pause were a chance for Wang Baoli. His speed increased again, and he closed the 100-feet gap. But not everyone was shaken by the sound waves. 3 people had already pulled out their own dharmic artifacts before Wang Baoli took out his megaphone, and they had formed a protective barrier. While they were shaken, too, the impact was not large. Seeing Wang Baoli's arrival, the 3 of them roared and headed straight for Wang Baoli. 2 of the men were peak pulse enrichment that Wang Baoli dreaded. If this had happened in the past, Wang Baoli definitely would have retreated and circled around them. His gaze, however, was ferocious. Not only did he not retreat, he even increased his speed. The instant before he got close, he flipped his right hand fiercely and gave a low shout. Capture them! As he spoke, Wang Baoli took out 7 ropes and 7 puppets from his storage bracelet. These puppets were his last resort. There were male, female, and even beast puppets. When they appeared, they followed Wang Baoli's orders and flew straight at the two peak pulse enrichment middle-aged men in black. The men's expressions changed, and they immediately tried to block. However, there were too many puppets, and they were extremely sturdy. The puppets also used ropes to try and bind the men. This made them difficult for the men to handle. One of the men even retreated and vanished as 5 puppets and 4 ropes chased him. The remaining man was not able to dodge. Ropes bound his legs. As he fell to the ground, 2 puppets wrapped around him firmly. While he struggled, the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man's expression changed. From the explosion of sound waves to the binding puppet's attack, it had all happened too quickly. Wang Baoli wanted to take the chance to kill the man with his sword. He noticed, however, that the man's gaze flickered, and he held something in the palm of his hand. He looked away, ignoring the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man, changed direction, and crashed into the third man in black. This man in black spat out blood. As he abruptly retreated, Wang Baoli waved his right hand. In that instant, 10 flying swords appeared, each of them sharper than the last, and flew straight at the fleeing man in black. Even as the screaming man in black took out his dharmic artifact to block, it did not help. The swords passed straight through him without stopping. As he panted, Wang Baoli headed for the other 4 men. Although they had been stunned by the megaphone, in the face of danger, these pale-faced men retreated with the intention of retaliation. Wang Baoli, however, waved his hand, and 7 small seals smashed at them. The seals got even closer and started to explode. A seal one of the men did not dodge in time on the head, and he fell to the ground. Heavens! How does he have so many dharmic artifacts? Even if he is from Ethereal Tao College's dharmic armament faculty, it shouldn't be like that. The other 3 men trembled. Wang Baoli's dharmic artifacts were powerful as he had used superior-grade spirit stones to form the spirit kernel cores. Their self-destruction might was non-trivial, and even if it did not hit them, it was enough to make the other 3 men spit blood. As they retreated, Wang Baoli rushed forward. His fingers flashed purple and slashed across one man's neck. He raised his right foot and kicked the crotch of another man. As the pained cry reverberated through the air, Wang Baoli broke the wrist of the last man, directly hitting the other man's forehead, his expression terrifying. He panted roughly and looked at the trapped peak pulse enrichment man. There were 7 men against him, and he had already killed 5 of them. In that glance, he saw that the peak pulse enrichment man in black who had been lying on the ground had extricated himself, albeit with some difficulty. This was because there were not enough ropes on him, and he had only been trapped by 2 puppets. When he looked at Wang Baoli, he looked extremely shaken and relieved. He raised his hand at Wang Baoli and flung the unusual pill in his hand aside. Wang Baoli, you are indeed clever, but you have missed the best opportunity to kill me. Wang Baoli's gaze flickered. It was true that he had previously planned to kill this man first, but the man seemed to have something in his hand. Although he could have been bluffing, if it was real, Wang Baoli would have gotten entangled in it. If the 4 unconscious men had woken up, Wang Baoli would have lost his advantage. That was why he had given up in that moment and decided to kill the other 5 men first. Like this, even if he had made a wrong judgment, he still had a chance of winning this fight. It's not too late now. Wang Baoli's gaze was icy. He rushed toward the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man. With a twist of his body, the man faced Wang Baoli. The 2 of them fought quickly. In the span of 10 breaths, they had already clashed more than 10 times. This was especially impressive as the middle-aged man in black had already cultivated to peak pulse enrichment, and also possessed a saber dharmic artifact. When he swung the saber, it exuded spirit chi, and it clashed against Wang Baoli's purple sword many times. Just as the middle-aged man had gotten used to Wang Baoli's rhythm, Wang Baoli's gaze flashed. The devouring seed in his body erupted, and a terrifying suction expanded from his body. The middle-aged man in black was cunning. Although he looked like he had gotten used to the rhythm, he had been on alert the entire time as he did not dare belittle Wang Baoli. Nevertheless, he had no idea that Wang Baoli was actually this skilled, exceeding even the ancient martial realm. After all, in this fight, all those who had experienced Wang Baoli's devouring seed had died. He did not even have time to use the methods he had prepared due to his caution. Suddenly, something dragged his entire body as his pupils grew wide. Before he could even make a sound, Wang Baoli's purple sword had already shot through his throat. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, his right hand grabbing onto Wang Baoli's clothes. With unwillingness in his gaze, he fell to the ground. Wang Baoli bent down, his left hand on his knee as he panted greedily. When he took the purple sword back, he heard footsteps from behind him. He turned to look. In the dark of the forest, the wind seemed to hold the elder in black. The elder's vision was red. He walked within 10 feet of Wang Baoli and looked at the bodies around them. After a long while, he looked at Wang Baoli again, his hoarse voice reverberating lowly. If I had known things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have accepted this assignment. It's a pity. I can only kill you now. The elder raised his gloved right hand and grasped his tightly. In that instant, a whirlwind appeared around him, unbelievably strong and seeping with killing intent. At the same time, not far from there in some low-lying grass, the other peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man in black was looking ahead in fear. Around him, there were a few strands of broken string, there were 5 puppets on his body, 3 of which were large and fierce, while 2 were maidservants. All of them were wrapped around him expressionlessly. It appeared that unless they were damaged, they would not let go. If it had only been that only like that, it would not have scared him. However, at that moment, black fog appeared opposite the middle-aged man. In the fog, there was a monkey-like figure. It was a shriveled thin youth with his mouth protruding and his chin like an ape's. This youth looked like he was one with intention to betray, a capricious person that bullied the weak and feared the strong. He squatted in midair and placed his finger in front of his mouth. Shushing the middle-aged man in black, his gaze swept across the puppets. Be quiet. Don't disturb those fighting over there. But you guys are quite interesting. The people of this world really know how to have fun. These puppets, not bad. Don't be afraid, relax. My malignant star masters won't let me kill people. I came here to help you. As he spoke, a peculiar expression appeared in his eyes, and his right hand reached out to the puppets. Suddenly, the puppets began shaking. It was as though something was different. Chapter 67, The Death Match. Chapter 67, The Death Match. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was evening, but the intense heat had not dissipated much. The humid environment of the pond cloud rainforest caused everyone within to perspire profusely through their shirts. Only on the previous battleground did the aura of death surrounding Wang Baoli, and the elder made the place eerily chilly and different from the elsewhere in the rainforest. At the beginning, Wang Baoli had been just an innocent student in the eyes of the men in black. Like a baby tiger that was teething, he did not pose much of a threat. However, after he had killed close to 30 men in succession, after he had repeatedly towed the line between life and death, and after he had immersed himself in the stench of blood. In the eyes of the elder, Wang Baoli had changed. Although Wang Baoli was still fat, in the eyes of the elder, the level of precaution needed against Wang Baoli was the highest. Elder's level of alertness had reached the top. Even though he was more skilled than Wang Baoli, he had to remain extremely attentive. In his whole life, he had never met anyone like Wang Baoli, who was ruthless not only to his enemies but even more ruthless to himself. He was troubled. In reality, if not for the appearance of the mosquito, which purposely targeted him, Wang Baoli would have died at his hands long ago. However, he forgot that it was not just him who was unlucky. If Wang Baoli had not met with the 7 red-boned white infant snakes and escaped the encirclement, the outcome would not have differed much from now. Now, the elder took a deep breath and clenched both his fists. The violent winds around him strengthened, and the power of the Dharmic artifact was fully activated by him. Blood chi emanated from every part of his body as his nerves tensed like a bow, preparing to strike at any moment. His stare was like an arrow targeting his eyes. Wang Baoli's breath was deep and rapid. His injuries had accumulated and taken a toll on his body. The pills were only useful in providing temporary relief since there was not enough time for him to rest. Sheer will and the desire to survive were all that was supporting him. He was well aware that if he were to relax for just a moment, he would immediately faint. Let's get this over and done with. Wang Baoli's eyes suddenly shone with determination. His body leaped backward, and he swiftly landed on a huge tree which began to shake violently. Taking advantage of the momentum, Wang Baoli sped up and turned to run toward the elder, raising his right hand to release 8 flying swords. The small purple sword was hidden within. The elder had sharp vision. As soon as Wang Baoli took a step back, he had already leaped into the air like an eagle. He grabbed the glove on his right hand, and a blue light was given off, transforming the glove into a shield that blocked him from all the flying swords. If one were to look from afar, the duo looked exactly like 2 shooting stars colliding with each other. Explode! Wang Baoli growled with a low tone. Almost instantly, the 7 flying swords surrounding the purple sword exploded outward, changing into innumerable shards and colliding directly onto the elder's shield. The shards momentarily distorted the shield's protective veil, which allowed the purple sword to pass straight through to the elder's protection in the blink of an eye. The elder grunted coldly. Although he had looked down on that little purple sword, he knew that it was of the same caliber as the glove shield that he possessed. He also understood that without real capability and talent, there was no way that one could manipulate the dharmic artifacts with such finesse. Alas, it was not difficult for him to avoid the purple sword. With a swift motion, he raised his right leg, harnessing immense energy in the process that morphed into intense heat and shot straight toward Wang Baoli. As if that was not enough, as he kicked his leg, a black pin emerged from the tip of his shoes. Everything seemed to happen with a snap of a finger. Wang Baoli was prepared to risk it all. Not only did he not try to dodge or avoid it, instead, he took the moment to grab onto the elder's leg just as he was kicked right at the hip. Despite his bones cracking under the impact and blood spurting profusely out of his mouth as the black pin punctured his flesh, he did not flinch as a devouring seed radiated from within him. Die! The devouring seed emerging from Wang Baoli created a suction vortex, causing the elder to be taken aback. The elder's body was pulled uncontrollably and ground to a halt. He watched as the purple sword shot directly toward his chest. Anxiety rose in his heart. He was an experienced fighter, and in this crucial moment, green veins popped out from his forehead as he leaped into the air with a growl. Raising the glove shield on his right hand, he swiftly caught the purple sword, his gaze reflecting a savage look. Stop! The glove was indescribably ferocious, as a blinding blue light shone out from it immediately. Although he used all his energy to grab hold of the purple sword, preparing to use it to reflexively stab Wang Baoli, the equally powerful purple sword seemed to only have an outer shell that contained a fragile interior. It shattered into a million shards when the elder clenched his fist, spewing shards at rapid speeds in all directions. Even the elder was shocked by what had just happened. He yelled, his expression changing, as he forcefully flung Wang Baoli away. Although he gained some respite from that, he still could not avoid the shards from the purple sword that flew toward him, cutting right into his face. Numbness began to spread, and the elder drew a gasp. You poisoned it. The elder's body swiftly stepped back, giving it his all to stop his circulation. As he reached for the antidote, Wang Baoli sniggered and rushed out. This was the trump card that Wang Baoli had prepared to deal with the elder after his previous fight with him. The poison was derived from the poison gland of a red-boned white infant snake's carcass. The purple sword was originally extremely sturdy, but in order to make it unpredictable for the elder, Wang Baoli had referenced the dharmic armament knowledge that he had learned to make temporary internal changes to the purple sword in order to hide the poison. He had intentionally made it unstable so that all that had just happened could take place successfully. He had even sacrificed the augmenting capabilities of the sword to avoid the elder's suspicion. After all, with that many shards, there was a high likelihood of it hurting the elder. Although his waist was bleeding profusely, he did not care much at this critical life-and-death moment. The devouring seed erupted once again, and after closing in on the elder, depriving him of the opportunity to consume an antidote, Wang Baoli punched at him. Didn't you poison me as well? Wang Baoli panted, having long recognized that he had lost all feeling around the wound on his waist. His vision faded, and he realized that the poison had been smeared onto the pin from the elder's shoes. A bead of sweat rolled down the elder's forehead. He wanted to struggle, but Wang Baoli seemed to have gone insane as the devouring seed approached in waves, sucking the elder in. The capture was extremely precise, and Wang Baoli seemed to have waged everything he had with a determination to kill the elder at all costs. The elder had no residual energy to handle the attack and could not retrieve the antidote. Let's see whose poison erupts first. Wang Baoli exclaimed as he clenched his teeth, capturing the elder and binding them tightly together. You lunatic! The elder was exasperated as he felt his wound beginning to rot. His entire body was in extreme pain, and it was obvious that the poison was rapidly spreading within his body. He was flustered, and he made a move to strike Wang Baoli as he shouted those words. Crimson-red blood spurted out of Wang Baoli's mouth, but his gaze was filled with a determination that seemed to indicate that he had nothing to lose. He sniggered as he slammed his head into the elder's forehead. So, you want to kill me, your grandpa Wang? The elder convulsed. At this critical juncture, he seemed to have gone crazy as well, clenching his right hand and attacking once again. However, restrainment was Wang Baoli's specialty. As he forcefully bore with the dizziness that he was experiencing and the punch from the elder, he grabbed the elder's wrist and yanked it and, going with the momentum, delivered a blow at the elder's crotch. Trying to compete with me, your grandpa Wang? You old B*****, I am younger and recover faster than you, so you'll definitely succumb to the poison first. Wang Baoli exclaimed as blood continually flowed from his mouth, his words also a form of psychological warfare. The elder let out a shrill howl as he saw red and unleashed a second wave of attacks. Very quickly, the both of them slammed onto the floor and began brawling each other on the ground. It no longer looked like a battle between the two experts of pulse enrichment stage, but a savage fight among ruffians. However, this fight did not last long. Very quickly, under a painful and weak roar, the elder severed his left hand that was held by Wang Baoli and broke free from his grasp as he fell backward. Right now, Wang Baoli was also exhausted. He wanted to stop the elder but could only lie there, his body trembling and his face turning deathly black as his energy depleted. The elder's upper body was rotting, but he managed to swallow the antidote that he had retrieved while still in shock. Unfortunately, it was still too late. With a violent shake of his body, the antidote fell onto the floor. His body dissolved, his flesh disappearing and revealing a set of red bones. Wang. On his deathbed, he stared into Wang Baoli's eyes, laughing pitifully as his flesh dissolved. With the horrendous death of the elder, Wang Baoli began hyperventilating. He bit his tongue and struggled to crawl as he began speaking gibberish. I don't want to die. I have not become the president of the Federation, and I have not tried so many delicious snacks. Wang Baoli's consciousness dulled as he made one last attempt to crawl to where the elder's antidote was. However, he had no strength to pick it up, his head hitting straight into it. Wang Baoli lay directly on it, his last memory being him opening his mouth wide to swallow the mud surrounding the antidote. Chapter 68, You Pervert. Chapter 68, You Pervert. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After an unknown period of time, when Wang Baoli opened his eyes and raised his head, all he saw was the sunlight filtering through the gaps between the tree leaves. He felt as if he had been in a dream where he was being pursued. His consciousness alternated between periods of clarity and blurriness, but the indescribable pain all over his injured body jolted him awake as he quickly struggled to sit up. I did not die. Wang Baoli was feeling glad before the numerous gory injuries that marked his body caused him to hyperventilate. He was shocked by the severity of his own injuries that had bled through and stained his shirt red. Everything that he saw reminded him of the life and death battle that he had just survived. Who exactly wants me dead? Wang Baoli clenched his teeth and struggled to stand up. He let out a bitter laugh when he subconsciously reached for his pills to treat his injuries. There were none left. All my pills and Dharma treasures are gone. Wang Baoli swiftly checked the surrounding corpses. After some fumbling, he finally found a few dharmic artifacts and pills. After taking a whiff of the pills, he became doubtful as he did not know their properties and was fearful that they were toxic. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Baoli sighed as he stored the pills for the time being. I don't dare take the risk. I've been through so much to survive. It would be a waste if I accidentally killed myself in the process of healing my injuries with these pills. Disappointed, Wang Baoli supported himself using a tree branch and limped toward the elder. He lowered his head to look at the set of red bones and fell silent for a long while before picking up his glove and storage bag. The elder was the leader of the men in black, an exceptional individual who carried a storage bag. After organizing the items, Wang Baoli grimaced in pain. The injury on his waist was too painful. He took a deep breath, and a flash vaguely appeared in his vision. There may still be survivors. I have to find out who wants to kill me. Wang Baoli looked around and felt that, though his injuries were severe, his strength seemed to have recovered. He amassed the will to continue fighting and put on the glove. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a soft, weak voice coming from afar. Save me, save me. Wang Baoli turned his head around, his alertness through the roof. He listened intently and assessed the situation before slowly approaching where the voice had come from. Before long, he arrived at a low-lying area. His eyes widened as he realized who it was. It was as if lightning had struck near him, his jaw hanging agape as he let out a voiceless scream. This. On the ground lay a naked middle-aged man who was literally skin and bones. His eyes were sunken, and the 5 puppets lying beside him were also naked. Save! Save me! The middle-aged man appeared to have noticed Wang Baoli approaching and expressed his plea weakly with tears rolling down his cheeks. God, what on earth did you do to my puppet dharmic artifacts? Wang Baoli felt a torrent of emotions, and his mind went blank. He only recovered after a moment before realizing that the man was the one of the men in black at the Peak Pulse enrichment who escaped previously. However, that man was in an extremely pathetic state now, and this threw Wang Baoli into disbelief. You! How desperate were you to rape my dharmic artifacts? You even attempted to have sex with them? Wang Baoli was incredulous at what had happened. The man in black obviously appeared to be a pervert to him. In his rage, Wang Baoli tried to regain control of the 5 puppets. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 5 puppets opening their eyes and stored them away with a dull, aching feeling in his heart before turning to glower at the man in black. That was too much. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's words, the former Peak Pulse enrichment man revealed a look that strongly indicated that he had been wronged. He appeared wanting to explain something, but he was too weak to say anything. Despicable! Don't blame me for testing the medication on you. Wang Baoli was furious and retrieved all the pills from his storage bracelet, feeding them one by one to the middle-aged man. After 7 or 8 pills, not only was the man still alive, he also seemed to have recovered slightly. Wang Baoli raised his hand to punch the middle-aged man directly in the chest, further aggravating his injury as the man screamed in pain. Following which, crimson-red blood spurted out his mouth. You pervert! Wang Baoli exclaimed. He left the middle-aged man alone before swallowing the pills that he had tested on the man. He closed his eyes to recuperate, and 2 hours later, it was clear that his injuries had recovered significantly. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had become incredibly weak. His eyes filled with fear when he looked at Wang Baoli. Speak! Who ordered you to kill me? Wang Baoli questioned as he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated. Wang Baoli looked at him coldly and emotionlessly. He did not attempt to question further. Instead, he retrieved numerous other unknown pills and showed them one by one to the man before feeding them to him. After every few pills, Wang Baoli watched for the man's reaction. If he seemed to recover slightly, he threw the man another punch. If his condition seemed to worsen, Wang Baoli continued feeding him with the pills. As time passed, the middle-aged man weakened further under the torture. He seemed to have thought it through thoroughly, keeping quiet even when he had been fed a poison. Due to this, Wang Baoli had no choice but to feed him an antidote. Nice, you are tight-lipped, huh? Wang Baoli was infuriated as he quickly thought of ways to handle the middle-aged man. However, when facing a person like the middle-aged man who began with a plea for help but was now no longer fearful of death, Wang Baoli was at a loss. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind as he raised his right hand to reveal the 5 puppets that had been kept in his storage bracelet. The very appearance of the puppets instantly caused the middle-aged man to tremble. His eyes filled with fear, and he began to speak without Wang Baoli saying a single word. I'll speak. I'll speak. Don't be rash, keep them away. The middle-aged man's reaction brought relief to Wang Baoli. He had only wanted to try it out, but he had never expected the result to be this shocking. He could not help but wonder if the middle-aged man had really raped his dharmic artifacts or if something else had actually happened. I only know that it was a request from Ethereal City. I have only heard the leader mention it once. The other party seems to be the son of a big shot. The middle-aged man spoke urgently, tears welling up his eyes. Wang Baoli's eyes revealed a look of coldness. He had his suspicions before, and listening to the man's words, he became more certain of his suspicions. The son of a big shot. Lin Tianhao. I took over his position as head prefect, and he wants to kill me. Or is there another reason I'm not aware of? Right, if I'm dead, Cao Kuan and he could become head prefects again. They likely could have had influenced the vice-chancellor as well, otherwise, they would not have been able to give me the order to return to the Dao College. The desire to kill flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. He had not realized, but after experiencing this incident, his ruthlessness seemed to have increased. However, he understood that his opponent was not to be belittled, he would not be able to fight head-on with them to seek revenge, but if he played by the rules and made them pay for their actions, revenge was possible. Put them away, please. Please, I beg of you. As Wang Baoli analyzed the situation in his head, the middle-aged man's pleas interrupted his train of thought. When he looked at him, the middle-aged man was already trembling, the fear in his heart stronger than ever. This made Wang Baoli troubled. He looked again at the middle-aged man, then at his puppets, pondering over the fact that had it not been his puppets trapping the man, he would have actually died there. The puppets actually had such a function as well. Wang Baoli felt that he suddenly became more knowledgeable, and immediately thought of the mysterious man on the island that Xie Haiyang had mentioned. Inevitably, he grew suspicious. He wanted to buy the puppets and yet still demanded so much. Could it be that he had ulterior motives? No, it shouldn't be. Wang Baoli felt that his thoughts were too extreme, so he shook his head to suppress his suspicions. He fed the middle-aged man with some pills again to knock him out before securing him below his arms and leaving. The middle-aged man needed to be kept alive. Wang Baoli followed the path that he had initially come from, passing through the pond cloud rainforest. Along the way, he checked to see if there were other survivors. Before long, he arrived at the location where he met the mosquito and stopped right in his tracks. I remember that there were 4 aircrafts that crashed, and another escaped. Wang Baoli looked up to the sky, searching through his memory to arrive at the moment when the 4 aircrafts crashed. After checking thoroughly, he found no other survivors. However, one of the aircrafts did not crash too badly, and though everyone aboard had died, the aircraft could be considered a Dharmic artifact. Thus, as a head prefect of the Dharmic armament faculty, he tried to fix the aircraft by himself. After several hours, Wang Baoli managed to partially repair the aircraft, such that it was capable of reaching Ethereal Dao College. He lit the ignition, and with a low hum, the aircraft rose into the skies above the pond cloud rainforest, traveling further away. On the aircraft, Wang Baoli knocked the middle-aged man out once again, causing him to be immobilized due to his severe injuries but not to the extent of killing him. It was only then that he could relax. Thinking about the life-and-death situation that he had been in previously, the fear exploded, and he began shaking uncontrollably. This world is too dangerous. After I return to the Dao College, I must be more diligent and train harder. Before long, Wang Baoli was filled with emotions. As he turned to look at the pond cloud rainforest outside the window, he saw a mountain range with 5 peaks a distance away. The moment his eyes fell on the mountain range, Wang Baoli let out an exclamation. That was exactly where his father had said that he had found the mask. Shall I go take a look? Chapter 69, Unsurpassed Beauty. Chapter 69, Unsurpassed Beauty. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The 5 Peaks was situated at the border between the pond cloud rainforest and the surrounding regions. A river flowed through the valley between the 3rd and 4th peaks, feeding into the entire rainforest. Occasionally, fish with sharp fins would emerge from the water surface, creating huge splashes before submerging into the river again. From afar, it definitely looked dangerous. Looking at the flowing river, Wang Baoli was very tempted. After setting the aircraft to hover, he stood by the railings and lowered his head to look at the mountain range that resembled the fingers of a hand. Even though the conditions were not ideal, Wang Baoli would feel indignant if he got so close to the discovery site but did not take a closer look at it. He fell into thought, his eyes revealing a look of determination. I will just go over to take a look. If the risks become too much for me to manage, I'll return immediately. With that in mind, Wang Baoli took a deep breath, directing the aircraft to land. When the aircraft had reached a low flotation state, he opened the protective guard and gave the middle-aged man in black another kick in the head so that he would remain unconscious a while longer. Only then did Wang Baoli turn to alight from the aircraft. Having gone through the battle in the rainforest, Wang Baoli's ruthlessness and decisiveness seemed to have been honed and were becoming more apparent. Now, as he landed, he immediately rolled forward without hesitation into the woods. His moves were smooth and sleek. If a bystander had observed him, they would have seen a rotund body jumping flexibly before disappearing between the trees. After all, in that life-and-death crisis, Wang Baoli had gained the experience of moving with agility in the woods. He was not an expert, but he was impressive nonetheless. Right now, Wang Baoli was crouching as he moved swiftly forward while paying attention to his surroundings. His body alternated between pausing and jumping, and he moved along a winded path as he neared the 5 peaks, instead of taking the most direct route. From above, the 5 peaks did not seem as huge. However, as he approached the region from the ground, the mountain felt majestic. There were 5 peaks, which could be considered as 5 sharp swords. The mountain also had extremely steep slopes that appeared to lead straight to the sky. According to what my father said, the entrance to the site is a cave located at the base of the 3rd peak. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, slowly approaching the 5 peaks. As he neared, he noticed the feces of numerous types of birds. It was the feces that made Wang Baoli more confident. It became apparent to him that the area he was in was where the birds rested or stopped for a break. Typically, places like these were not treacherous, and thus the risks would be comparatively smaller. Before long, Wang Baoli was climbing on the 1st peak at rapid pace as he approached the 3rd peak. He could have driven the aircraft there, but since it was a highland, the aircraft would have to float at a greater height, which would make it unsafe since others could easily see it. Therefore, Wang Baoli chose to tether the aircraft further away where it would float nearer to the rainforest. This way, he could hide his tracks more conveniently. I will just take a look and leave once there is danger. The closer he was, the more alert Wang Baoli became. He slowed down, and after reaching the 3rd peak, he lowered his head and saw the huge fish that leaped out of the water from the river's distributaries. If I fell from here? Wang Baoli immediately cut off his thought and grabbed a rock beside him. He looked around, recognizing the location mentioned by his father and setting his eyes on the middle of the rock wall on the 3rd peak above the water. There was a huge tree that grew in a slanted direction, its roots anchored in the gaps in the rock wall. Beside the tree, there was a bigger crack. This crack was exactly the entrance to the discovery site that Wang Baoli's father and his archaeological team had found. The archaeological team is impressive. They managed to find such a well-hidden discovery site. After noticing the crack, Wang Baoli was slightly surprised. If it were him, he never would have thought that the crack was the entrance. My dad couldn't have given me the wrong information while he was drunk, could he? Wang Baoli hesitated and felt that since they were father and son, he could trust his father. Therefore, he cautiously began climbing toward the rock wall. Fortunately, Wang Baoli has already reached pulse enrichment. He also possessed the devouring seed, which he controlled to release suction power that allowed him to move stably on the rock wall. With such a technique, he eventually arrived beside the tree and neared the entrance at the crack. He observed his surroundings closely, instead of heading right in. After making his observations, he pushed forcefully with his hands, his body leaping up with momentum as he entered the crack. The moment he entered, a gust of cold air seemed to blow in from the crack. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, pressing his body tightly against the rock wall and advancing cautiously toward the bigger crack. The crack is slanted? After a few steps, Wang Baoli turned to observe the surrounding rock wall. He realized that the crack was not formed naturally but seemed to have been formed when something in the sky fell and impacted the mountain. This mountain is still intact even after being impacted by an external object. Wang Baoli felt slightly incredulous and pondered over it before continuing to move on. However, even when he reached the end of the crack, he still had not found any clues. Although it was the end of the crack, he saw a large depression in the area. However, the area surrounding it was clean, free of even bird feces, and naturally free of debris. Either my father lied to me or the archaeological team was too professional, removing everything thoroughly from here. Wang Baoli stood in the depression and looked around, troubled. He had entered the area cautiously, yet he did not find anything. Therefore, he was naturally disappointed and depressed. He tried to search the area thoroughly again, but eventually, he let out a long sigh, giving up on his search as he planned to leave. At this moment, he stopped and turned to look at the depression again. He thought for a moment before retrieving the black mask from the storage bracelet. He wanted to bring the mask to the center of the depression to align it in order to ascertain if the mask had indeed been an item that had crashed and landed on the site. However, the very instant that he brought out the black mask, the mask suddenly gave off a colorful, brilliant glow that radiated outward and lit up the surrounding walls. It was the first time that had happened outside the hallucination realm. This scene gave Wang Baoli a scare. He immediately retreated but stopped after taking only 3 steps as his eyes looked straight at the area above the depression. Right then, for some reason, the glow that radiated from the mask seemed to be projecting an image. In the image, there seemed to be numerous corpses of both genders, young and old. They were of people and of monsters, clearly the depiction of a war. The area of the war zone was large. There were several large broken statues. Even though it was only an image, Wang Baoli still seemed to smell the repulsive stench of blood simply by looking at them. The image seemed to have been tainted red. A large handprint could even be seen falling strongly from the sky toward the ground. Vaguely, in the crimson sky, there were several huge suns with their glow extinguishing one after another. At the highest point in the sky, there was a large blurry image of a face. One could only see a sense of coldness radiating from his eyes as he looked at the ground. There was also a figure standing among the crowd, protected by the people surrounding them. It was a woman, a figure wearing a black mask. The very instant Wang Baoli noticed the woman, 2 words immediately appeared in his mind, despite the woman wearing a mask. Unsurpassed beauty. The woman's eyes conveyed feelings of indignation and resilience. They also revealed a determination to kill, even if her opponent was a god. As she turned to look at the god straight in the face, she raised her right hand, and an ancient greenish-bronze sword immediately appeared from nowhere, carrying an indescribably sinister aura. The moment it appeared, the sky seemed to change, becoming turbulent, and time seemed to freeze there and then. Only the sword floated beside her. The moment he saw the sword, Wang Baoli's eyes almost fell out of his sockets. He felt as if he had been electrocuted, his brain fuzzy. As the glow from the black mask faded, the image before him also blurred and eventually disappeared, restoring the cave to its original state. Wang Baoli was confused, and his breath became irregular as well. He stood there for a long time before he recovered. As he left, he was still mumbling, his voice indicating shock and disbelief. The sword, Wang Baoli walked back out of the crack, shaking his head violently. He looked at the sword sun in the sky, utterly surprised and incredulous at the same time. With his turbulent emotions, Wang Baoli returned to the aircraft and sat inside for a long time. He calmed himself down by taking deep breaths before leaving in the aircraft. He did not notice, but a gaze had fallen onto his aircraft at this moment, only retracting when the aircraft had gone out of sight. The person looking at the aircraft stood at the entrance of the 5 peaks. Under the setting sun's rays, his face could not be clearly seen. He was wearing a long, white robe and had a mob of flowing white hair. Behind him was a black fog, masking a youth with a protruded mouth and ape-like chin. Beside him was a mosquito, quietly hovering. Chapter 70, How can the bottom line be so easily breached? Chapter 70, How can the bottom line be so easily breached? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The sky had darkened from its originally blue hue, appearing to be an infinitely large canvas dotted with innumerable stars that enveloped the entire world. Under this night sky, an aircraft sped past. A weak glow shone from its protective shield, causing the aircraft to flicker, as if it was vibrating. Right now, other than Wang Baoli and the man in black that he had captured, there were many others in the aircraft, all of whom were the travelers that had traveled with Wang Baoli previously. The passengers on the previous aircraft bound for Ethereal City had been stuck when the aircraft was immobilized in the air due to the siege, which also caused it to lose all means of communication. It was only with Wang Baoli's return that those passengers could be transferred to the functional aircraft. Everyone on the aircraft was impressed by Wang Baoli's heroic solo return. They understood that one who was the target of so many pulse enrichment experts was definitely no one ordinary. Furthermore, under the pursuit, if anyone could choose the unbelievable option of ejecting themselves from the aircraft alone and eventually return successfully, it was inevitable that he would reek of the smell of bloodshed and combat. A bloody stench emanating from Wang Baoli, and the near-death appearance of the middle-aged man in black captured by him put everyone on board on tenterhooks. When they looked at Wang Baoli, they became exceptionally respectful, afraid to question him, and terrified to provoke him in any way. Wang Baoli did not care at all regarding the reactions of everyone else. Right now, he was dressed in a bloodied head prefect daoist robe and sitting in an independent room within the aircraft, staring intently in the direction of the pond cloud rainforest outside the window for what seemed like forever. 2 days had passed, but memories of the slaughter and the images that he had seen at the 5 Peaks haunted him like a dream. Her mask and the sword in her hands, Wang Baoli mumbled as he looked at the night sky, which was now pitch black. Was that really the cosmic ancient sword that pierced through the sun? Its size is different though. Wang Baoli let out a long sigh and buried this doubt deep in his heart. He recalled the pursuit where he was the only 1 out of 10 that survived, and his eyes revealed a look of coldness. Lin Qianhao. Wang Baoli thought as he narrowed his eyes. The whole incident not only made him uneasy but also extremely worried about his family's safety. In reality, when he departed from the pond cloud rainforest 2 days ago, he had immediately contacted his parents. It was only after he confirmed their safety that he heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he turned even more somber. Even having a status as the sole head prefect of the Dharmic Armament faculty made me a target to be killed. If they switched their attention to my family members. Wang Baoli shivered at the thought as he clenched his fist. I am 70% sure that the mastermind is Lin Qianhao. His father is a prominent character. The thing I need to figure out first is who his father is exactly. His father's identity is definitely nothing simple, otherwise the Vice-Chancellor would never swallow his pride and associate himself with the man's son. From the looks of it, it might not be possible to get my revenge immediately. Wang Baoli closed his eyes, pensively thinking about how he could build on the foundation that he had now to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Time passed, and in the days that followed, the aircraft did not meet with any severe danger. With the guard of the protective screen, attacks from ferocious creatures could be successfully resolved. The passengers on board still held Wang Baoli in high regard when they saw him, but their nervousness had gradually eased compared to the initial days. At last, under the control of Wang Baoli, the aircraft did not fly toward Ethereal City but instead landed directly on the lower Academy Island of Ethereal Dao College. The people on board the aircraft had no disagreements with the landing location. They all left quickly for Ethereal City after gratefully bidding Wang Baoli farewell with cupped fists. After bidding farewell to the other passengers, Wang Baoli turned to look at the familiar Dao College. He inhaled a deep breath and headed straight toward the Chancellor's Peak with the middle-aged man in black. There were few students on campus as the semester had not yet begun. However, Wang Baoli was extremely famous on the lower Academy Island. The handful of students who remained quickly noticed Wang Baoli, and after seeing him clad in a blood-stained shirt, they stared with disbelief and reeled in shock. That is Wang Baoli? What on earth happened? He is blooded everywhere and seems to be injured in many places. As everyone reeled in shock, Wang Baoli remained emotionless. He did not wear the blooded clothes for this purpose, he had no other robes to wear. Now, he dragged the pale middle-aged man in black along. Even before the other students could spread the news of his return, he had already arrived at the Chancellor's Peak. Under the bewildered gazes of the Chancellor Peak's attendants, Wang Baoli stood directly before the main hall and began speaking loudly with cupped fists. Disciple Wang Baoli, who has returned from near certain death, requests to see the Chancellor. His voice was loud and spread throughout the main hall. The Chancellor, who was meditating at the front of the hall, opened his eyes the instant Wang Baoli spoke. Hearing Wang Baoli's words loud and clear, the Chancellor's gaze firmed up. He raised his right hand and flung strongly. Immediately, the door to the main hall began to open slowly. As the door opened, rays of sunlight shone through and reflected off Wang Baoli's blooded appearance into the eyes of the Chancellor. The Chancellor's expressions changed the moment he saw Wang Baoli, and he instantly stood up. What happened? Wang Baoli stood outside the main hall, looking at the Chancellor. After a long while, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he stepped into the main hall, flinging the middle-aged man in black aside before retrieving his voice transmission ring. He played the command sent out by the Tao College that prompted him to return quickly. Hearing the message stored in Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring, the Chancellor turned solemn. Looking at the man in black flung aside by Wang Baoli, he stepped out right away, directly toward the man in black. The middle-aged man in black was shaking violently. He had wanted to beg for forgiveness, but before he could say anything, the Chancellor, who carried a gloomy expression that expressed his intense anger, threw a tight slap onto one of his acupuncture points. He did not kill him but was using a method that Wang Baoli did not comprehend to disrupt the man in black's consciousness. The Chancellor's ring shone brightly and transformed into a sharp pin that pierced into the middle-aged man in black's acupuncture point. The man in black convulsed in cramps, his memories being forcefully searched under the influence of the Chancellor's numinous treasure. Wang Baoli drew a breath watching this scene. He did not speak, merely observing silently. Before long, as the Chancellor retracted his palm and the pin, the middle-aged man in black shivered and immediately collapsed, white foam spewing from his mouth as he convulsed uncontrollably. He was pitiful and miserable, but all that meant nothing in the eyes of the Chancellor. At this very moment, the Chancellor of Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island seemed to be forcefully suppressing his emotions, but the fury in his eyes appeared to be overwhelming him. "I will give you an explanation for all that has happened," the Chancellor said. "Thank you, Chancellor." This was the second sentence that Wang Baoli had spoken so far. After that, he cupped his fists again before turning to leave. After he left, the Chancellor's expression remained awful. He let out a long, heavy sigh. "Investigate the truth of this matter," he ordered. The instant he finished his sentence, an old, croaky voice spread from behind him. "Yes, sir." Wang Baoli did not head out after returning to the cave abode. Instead, he waited to hear of the matter's conclusion. He understood his status in Ethereal Tao College and could infer that the matter was not trivial to Ethereal Tao College. He was even more clear of Lin Tianhao's background. Even though he did not know the specifics, the impact of Lin Tianhao's background on this matter was something that he could not put his finger on. 2 days of waiting came and went. At the Chancellor's peak, the Chancellor was standing at the top of the mountain, looking at the bright moon in the night sky while listening to the hoarse voice coming from being him. "Chancellor, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. I even went on a trip to the Pond Cloud rainforest. After searching the scene and studying the bodies found, the conclusion was that there was a total of 27 individuals involved, all of whom were recruited to impersonate sky pirates. The group included 2 peak pulse enrichment realm experts, and there was 1 at the half-step true breath realm. As for the aircraft that escaped, it has also been found, but regrettably, it has been destroyed." The Chancellor had already known of this matter from the man in black's memories, but he was still appalled now that he had gained confirmation of the matter. He turned to look at the individual behind him. Did Wang Baoli really single-handedly fight all the attackers head-on? That is most likely right. He was the only one, and I have verified this with the rest of the people on board the aircraft. I also checked the corpses and found that most of them died after a single blow. Many were killed by dharmic artifacts, and there were many traces of dharmic artifact debris left behind. As for the aircraft, it was destroyed by a flying creature. There was nothing unusual about that, as it was the Pond Cloud rainforest after all. From all these details, it can be inferred that the battle was extremely dangerous and treacherous. The croaky voice that spoke beside the Chancellor carried a sense of disbelief. Wang Baoli must have exhausted all the dharmic armament knowledge that he has learned in the Tao College and used them to their fullest. He could have used some secret techniques, but nonetheless, the whole incident was real, and the mastermind is Lin Tianhao and his followers. Cao Kuan and Jiang Lin were probably the ones who incited him and suggested the idea. After staying silent for a moment, the Chancellor said, "Secrets. Everyone has secrets, and that is not a big deal. However, Lin Tianhao, what guts he has! How dare he try to challenge the bottom line of the 4 major academies?" Following that, he abruptly turned around and headed straight toward the upper academy. It was apparent that the whole matter implicated Lin Qianhao and the bottom line of the Dao College, necessitating a need to report to the Upper Academy of Ethereal Dao College. However, from the beginning till now, there had been no mention of the mosquito at all. Furthermore, from the memories and testimony of the middle-aged man in black, no one else knew about the youth with the protruded mouth and ape-like chin that appeared in the black fog. It was as if all of that had never happened and had been remotely erased without a trace in an unusual manner. Time passed in a flash, and another 2 days came and went. There were only a few days left before school commenced once more. The investigation and how the incident was handled was finally made known immediately to Wang Baoli, directly from the Chancellor. After receiving the notification and the conclusion of the matter, Wang Baoli was still appalled, despite him having made educated guesses previously. How can the bottom line be so easily breached? The safety of you and your family members should not be a concern. The college guarantees that. So what if it's a senator? Should anyone try to cause trouble again? This was the final statement in the notification. Wang Baoli's breathing was urgent. He revealed a resolute gaze and was more determined than ever. The decision made by the Dao College made him suddenly realize that he could put his faith in the school. Your father is a senator? That is no big deal. Lin Qianhao, Cao Kuan, and Jiang Lin, your grandpa Wang, will keep all of you under my reign. Wang Baoli laughed heartily toward the sky as he stood up and turned on his voice transmission ring to send Liu Daobin and company a message, calling all the inspectors under his leadership to return to the college early. Chapter 71, It is never too early for revenge. Chapter 71, It is never too early for revenge. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's narrow-minded personality meant that he had to take revenge for even the slightest grievance. This was especially so after experiencing near-certain death and eventually surviving the battle that occurred in the Pond Cloud rainforest. He would have died if he had made a single mistake. Even if he experienced the events in the Pond Cloud rainforest again, he could not be sure that he could walk out alive. The battle not only breached the bottom line of Ethereal Dao College but also provoked Wang Baoli. Even though the notice released by the Dao College did not imply a need for him to respond to the issue, Wang Baoli still desired to carry out revenge personally. Doing that would incite more hatred, but Wang Baoli did not care. After all, even if he did not take revenge, Lin Qianhao and company would not see him as less of an enemy. Since that was the case, he might as well take revenge by himself and relish in the glee of his accomplishment after that. In the results of the Chancellor's investigations and the notifications sent out, it was revealed that Cao Kuan and Jiang Lin were also accomplices of Lin Qianhao's. The investigation had been extremely thorough. Even though Cao Kuan and Jiang Lin did not participate directly, they were co-conspirators. Slaps to their faces should be given in the public eye by me, only then will it feel satisfying. Wang Baoli was in high spirits, munching loudly on a bag of snacks in the cave abode, as he thought excitedly about the scene upon the return of Lin Qianhao and company. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Liu Daobin and the other inspectors of the Dharmic Armament Faculty acted immediately, and promptly returned to Ethereal Dao College to report to Wang Baoli upon receiving Wang Baoli's notice. Wang Baoli did not specifically assign duties to his subordinates beforehand and instead instructed them to be ready for duty. Finally, 2 more days passed, and the first day of the new semester in Ethereal Dao College arrived. On the morning of the first day of the semester, Wang Baoli was up early. He wore his new head prefect Daoist robe as he posed in front of the mirror to choose a posture that he deemed to be the mightiest. He turned his head with gusto and lowered his voice as he directed orders to Liu Daobin through his voice transmission ring. All inspectors of the Dharmic Armament Faculty are to assemble in the aerial port of Dao College within half an hour. After directing the order, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and felt immensely pleased. With his belly plumped up and his hands clasped, he walked directly out of the cave abode. Almost immediately, he heard whirring in the skies and saw an endless stream of aircrafts coming from all directions in the sky. Almost all the senior students would return to the Dao College on the first day of the semester. Some of the aircrafts carried new students who arrived in advance. On this day every year, the aerial port of Ethereal Dao College was packed. Furthermore, among the senior students who had returned, many would mix within the crowds of new students almost immediately upon arrival, searching relentlessly for a junior whom they could connect with for the coming year, as they dreamed of starting a passionate relationship in the Tao College. This year, however, seemed different. At this moment, at the aerial port, Liu Daobin and hundreds of black-robed inspectors were assembled, almost immediately at the highest possible efficiency upon receiving their orders, even before Wang Baoli arrived. Their presence resulted in a commotion at the aerial port, causing all the students to gasp in surprise. What happened? Why are there so many inspectors? They are from the Dharmic Armament Faculty. Amid the discussions among the masses, Liu Daobin and the other inspectors assembled in neat formation, with everyone carrying a stern expression as they stood waiting without speaking. Before long, when Wang Baoli's silhouette appeared from afar, the hundreds of inspectors revealed intense passion in their eyes and began greeting him respectfully. It didn't matter if their reaction was genuine or not. Greetings, Head Prefect. They were loud, their voices transforming into waves that reverberated all around, causing the students to tremble in response. As for Wang Baoli, he was filled with indescribable pleasure as he approached the black-robed inspectors with his hands clutched, looking at the aircraft that was about to land from the sky. After proposing that he would take matters into his own hands to the Chancellor had already informed Wang Baoli of the serial numbers of the aircrafts that carried Lin Qianhao, Cao Kuan, and Jiang Lin. Now, Wang Baoli waited silently as his eyes swept over the aircrafts in the sky with squinted eyes. His silence resulted in doubts in the minds of Liu Daobin and the other inspectors, but they did not have the courage to question anything. They remained stern as they waited in silence. For the masses at the aerial port, the usual hustle and bustle seemed to have been lost, replaced with an overwhelmingly pressure. They speculated with each other, whispering endlessly. Time passed slowly. Before long, the aircrafts landed one by one. Every senior student that stepped out of the aircraft was initially excited and conversing with each other cheerfully, but after noticing the hundreds of inspectors from the Dharmic Armament Faculty, the conversation stopped. Taken aback and shocked, they all avoided walking toward the assembly directly, instead gathering at the side as they appraised the situation. Furthermore, some of the aircrafts carried teachers who were leading the new students. The new students were unaware of the identities of the inspectors. The exhilaration of stepping into the Tao College made them cheer, but they quickly noticed the gazes of the masses looking at the black-robed inspectors as questions began to form in their minds. Who are they? Look, a fatty is standing in front of them. That fatty seems to have a different status from the others. Even his attire is different. As they discussed with lowered voices, the teacher leading them took a quick glance at Wang Baoli. After briefly explaining to the new students, all the new students took a deep breath as they understood the identities of the black-robed inspectors and especially, the status of the fatso standing in front. As the aircrafts progressively landed, the crowd grew. Eventually, the bustle began to build up once more. Suddenly, Wang Baoli's gaze focused on an aircraft that was preparing for landing, and he approached it with narrowed eyes. His move prompted the many inspectors assembled behind him to follow suit. The imposing manner given off by the contingent caught the attention of the surrounding masses again. As the aircraft that Wang Baoli was fixated on landed, the senior students began to alight. Among them was a senior student who appeared uneasy and troubled. That person was none other than the ex-Spirit Stone's head prefect, Jiang Lin. He had been punished by Wang Baoli in the past, but at the first head prefect meeting, during the period when Wang Baoli had lost his powers, Jiang Lin was exonerated of his crimes. He hated Wang Baoli and was aware of Lin Qianhao's plans, even having participated in the planning process. That was the reason the sight of Wang Baoli caused him to become hyper-focused and hyperventilate. He stopped abruptly in his tracks, his gut feeling telling him that something unfortunate was about to happen. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up the moment he stopped in his tracks. His entire body leaped into the air with unbelievable speed, as if his body had transformed into a long rainbow, hurtling directly toward the aircraft that had just landed. At the same time, a low voice emerged from Wang Baoli. Jiang Lin, you have been expelled from school for plotting to kill the head prefect. I am going to apprehend you. All inspectors, grab hold of Jiang Lin. Wang Baoli's voice was like a typhoon, creating waves all around as soon as it emerged. The very moment that he heard it, Jiang Lin's expression changed drastically, his whole body trembling as if he had been struck by lightning. He retreated subconsciously as he let out a shrill scream. Wang Baoli, what are you doing? His companions and the teachers standing around him were taken aback and subconsciously responded by trying to block off Wang Baoli, upon seeing his sudden movement. However, having heard what Wang Baoli had to say, they all took a deep breath and moved away, clearing up a path for Wang Baoli so that he could confront Jiang Lin directly. Jiang Lin's eyes revealed intense fear and hopelessness, and he snarled as he tried to struggle and retaliate. Resisting the rule of law? Wang Baoli's gaze was cold. He was extremely quick, approaching directly as Jiang Lin reeled in stupefaction and fear. Wang Baoli raised his right hand and grabbed hold of Jiang Lin, slamming him down hard. Cries of pain erupted from Jiang Lin as beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. Wang Baoli's killing intent was strong, and with a turn of his body, he twisted Jiang Lin's other hand. Amid the cries of pain, Wang Baoli jabbed directly into Jiang Lin's chest with great intensity, destroying his meridians and maiming him of his ancient martial arts. Crimson-red blood spurted from Jiang Lin's mouth. His cultivation was no longer a match for Wang Baoli's, who had emerged triumphant from a bloody bout in the forest. Right now, his blooded body was hurled out of the aircraft. The moment it landed on the floor, he fainted from the concussion, and he was dragged away immediately by Liu Daobin and company. The entire scene that took place in a blink of an eye, as well as Wang Baoli's ruthlessness, made everyone stare unblinkingly in shock. They all drew deep breaths, and the words that Wang Baoli said previously made them especially flabbergasted. Attempting to murder the head prefect? Heavens! What is happening? Expulsion from school? I remember now. When I saw Wang Baoli a few days ago, he was covered in blood. As the masses speculated in shock, Wang Baoli, who was standing atop the aircraft, turned his head suddenly, looking at another aircraft that had just landed. There was someone who appeared to have lost all color as he continuously stepped back. That person was Cao Kuan. Looking at Cao Kuan, Wang Baoli's lips curled into a fierce smile. Cao Kuan noticed Wang Baoli's gaze on him, especially the intensity of his attention. His mind was blank as he tried to escape in despair. However, his speed was no match for Wang Baoli's voice. Cao Kuan, you are expelled from school for attempting to murder the head prefect. As he spoke, Wang Baoli charged directly at Cao Kuan. What had happened to Jiang Lin had made Cao Kuan frightened, and he shouted as he retreated, Wang Baoli, I'm innocent. It was Lin Qianhao, he's the mastermind. Forgive me, I won't do it again. Chapter 72, Expulsion from School. Chapter 72, Expulsion from School. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What use is it to say that you won't do it again? Wang Baoli's gaze was cold and distant. Well versed in high officials' autobiographies, Wang Baoli knew just how to treat his enemies. He could not afford to soften his heart, and he had to be determined in weakening them to the point where they no longer posed a threat to him. That was especially so when he recalled everything that had happened in the Pond Cloud rainforest. Thinking of that, his gaze sharpened, and his body leaped instantly with unbelievable speed as he dashed toward Cao Kuan. At the same time, Liu Daobin and company also recovered from the shock. Knowing that Wang Baoli was about to go head-on with an ex-head prefect, their breathing hastened. That was especially so for those who had been held captive by Cao Kuan previously. They rushed out to block Cao Kuan from escaping. Get out of my way! Cao Kuan shouted. Now, he was trapped. He was like a lunatic, trying to wriggle his way to escape as he growled with bloodshot eyes. However, he had apparently forgotten that he was in Ethereal Dao College. Even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to get far. Furthermore, he had already lost his chance. Liu Daobin and company had cornered him, directly cutting off his escape route. A moment later, Wang Baoli stood before him. Cao Kuan's entire body was shaking vigorously and uncontrollably, as a wave of fear and regret made him frightened and hysterical. Realizing that he had no chance of escape, he suddenly turned his head and began yelling, Wang Baoli, I want to see the Chancellor. I. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Baoli reacted with a powerful kick straight to his dantian. Cao Kuan's body recoiled in response, bright red blood spewing from his mouth as his limp body collapsed to the ground, his face losing all color. That kick was ruthless. Similar to Jiang Lin, it resulted in the destruction of Cao Kuan's meridians, making his ancient martial arts cultivation obsolete. Tie them up by the side. After consecutively maiming the both of them, Wang Baoli calmly issued a command as he stood on the aerial port. Liu Daobin and company immediately stepped forward to pin the convulsing, dispirited Cao Kuan and the unconscious Jiang Lin down. The senior students who were observing by the side all felt chills in their bones, veneration overwhelming them as they looked at Wang Baoli. As for the new students, they were not as acquainted with the head prefect compared to the senior students, and therefore, they were feeling envious and respectful of Wang Baoli. The head prefect is so mighty. This senior is Wang Baoli. What faculty is he in? I want to join his faculty. How do I become an inspector? That was so cool. All the new students were in awe, including several female students who looked at Wang Baoli with a unique admiration in their eyes. After all, they were still ignorant, and Wang Baoli's moves definitely appeared more superior than the other superior individuals whom they had encountered before. The vibe that Wang Baoli gave off, one that hinted at his ability to be able to decide on one's fate, made him especially mesmerizing. As the masses discussed among themselves in hushed voices, Wang Baoli remained standing, his eyes closed and belly distended, as he awaited Lin Qianhao's arrival. Cao Kuan and Jiang Lin were mere accomplices. Lin Qianhao was the real mastermind, and he was the key focus of Wang Baoli's revenge. However, Wang Baoli also knew that the chance of Lin Qianhao's appearance was extremely minute. After all, Cao Kuan and Jiang Lin's family background and standing meant that they would not have heard of the news, so they had met with their fate head-on. However, Lin Qianhao was the son of a senator. When the aircraft that he was supposed to be on landed, he was nowhere to be seen. Wang Baoli knew that Lin Qianhao had heard of the matter and did not return to the Dao College. You're not coming back? Wang Baoli laughed coldly as he spoke calmly to Liu Daobin, who was standing near him. Send out the notice that Lin Qianhao of the Dharmic Armament Faculty has been expelled for attempting to murder the head prefect. As Wang Baoli finished his sentence, he cupped his fists at the masses before turning around to leave. Liu Daobin immediately accepted the order as he followed behind Wang Baoli with the other inspectors. With Jiang Lin and Cao Kuan pinned, he swiftly conveyed the order to the entire Dharmic Armament Faculty and the Lower Academy Island to dismiss Lin Qianhao. As the contingent began to leave, a commotion erupted immediately on the aerial port. Even on the Spirit intranet, people were posting about it. The impact of the matter was huge, creating waves of discussion within the entire Dao College. Not only did the Dao College not try to regain order, it actually announced that the trio had been convicted of the crime of attempting to murder the head prefect. Besides the commotion, the arrests made by Wang Baoli at the aerial port made him even more famous, peaking such that among the new students, he became a well-known star. People could not stop talking about what he had done after they became aware of the matter. The only head prefect of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. Becoming a pulse enrichment expert within just a year. With his fame, no matter which region or which faculty Wang Baoli appeared at within Ethereal Dao College, he was bound to be faced with people approaching him for a chat or greeting him. Information regarding him also began to spread throughout the Dao College, proliferating throughout the other 3 Dao colleges of the Federation. Everything made Wang Baoli feel at peace. He understood that the Chancellor had withheld information from Jiang Lin and Cao Kuan, as he wanted to use the both of them as an outlet for Wang Baoli to vent his anger. Despite Lin Qianhao not showing up, the notice of his dismissal from the Lower Academy Island had already been confirmed. Wang Baoli knew that this was the best outcome that he could achieve. The revenge is not over, Wang Baoli said under his breath. He recalled the treacherous scene where he was being pursued, and he developed a deep understanding and appreciation of the importance of knowledge and the Dharmic artifacts, which had enabled him to emerge victorious. Next, I will need to refine more Dharmic artifacts. Among the Dharmic artifacts, the purple flying sword had played a pivotal role. Thinking of that, Wang Baoli took a deep breath as he straightened his attire to prepare to meet the Dean of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. He wanted to express his appreciation to the Dean for bestowing him with the sword. Inside the Dean's residence, Goatee looked at Wang Baoli, who had come to pay his respects. He was very emotional, for he had the right to know about what had happened to Wang Baoli as the Dean of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. That was especially so since the matter happened within his own faculty, and it was so atrocious that rage uncontrollably developed within him. Baoli, you were right in how you handled this matter. Some people think that their background allows them to disregard the rules and attempt to challenge the limits of the 4 major Tao colleges. Absolutely not. Thank you, Dean. If it wasn't for the flying sword that you kindly bestowed me, I probably wouldn't have made it back alive, Wang Baoli said as he cupped his fists in respect, immensely touched as he felt Goatee's genuine concern for him. He then retrieved the broken purple sword from his storage bracelet. Looking at the pieces of the purple sword in Wang Baoli's hands, Goatee was full of emotion. He had only previously heard of what happened, but looking at the sword now, he could barely imagine how much Wang Baoli struggled to survive in the treacherous situation. He raised his head to look at the specially recruited student that he had personally chosen with gentle eyes that conveyed a sense of pride. Do not worry, I'll make you another one. Wang Baoli was pleasantly surprised. He thanked the dean immediately and chatted with him before bidding farewell. After he returned to his cave abode, he pondered for a moment before beginning to craft inscriptions on the spirit stones. After that battle, Wang Baoli had realized that he lacked protective dharmic artifacts, and he began to inscribe as he thought. Those dharmic artifacts that were made previously had coarse craftsmanship, but they were definitely important. This time, not only do I have to make more of them, I need to develop dharmic artifacts that have protective abilities. Time flew by. As the semester began and the new students arrived, every faculty in Tao College seemed to be busier than usual. The few times that Wang Baoli headed out, he garnered looks of admiration from the new students of the Dharmic Armament faculty. Wang Baoli enjoyed the attention, but he knew that what was more important was to develop more dharmic artifacts. Therefore, he spent most of his time in the Spirit Cauldron Cave. Half a month later, the Chancellor sent people to deliver 2 boxes. In the first box was a mirror that emitted a strong suppressive force. 3 armament marks were present on the top of the mirror as well. Wang Baoli was overwhelmed, looking at it. That was a 3rd-grade numinous treasure. He immediately opened the second box, and a jade pendant with a flood dragon inscribed on it appeared. Similarly, there were 3 armament marks, and the flood dragon appeared lifelike. As Wang Baoli glanced at it, the flood dragon seemed to come alive, even moving slightly. This is another 3rd-grade numinous treasure. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He knew how precious and valuable they were. He did not take them out immediately and instead activated his voice transmission ring to contact the Chancellor. Soon, the Chancellor's voice emerged from the voice transmission ring. I refined the jade pendant myself, it's a gift for you so that you can stay protected. As for the mirror, it was sent by the City Lord of Ethereal City. Thorough checks have been made, and there shouldn't be any issue with it. If you don't want it. As Wang Baoli listened, his thoughts poured in. He had an inkling that Lin Qianhao's father had reached some kind of agreement with Ethereal Tao College. Thinking of that, he spoke immediately. I want it. Why would I not want it? Hearing what Wang Baoli had to say, the Chancellor laughed approvingly. He had wanted to persuade Wang Baoli to accept it, and now, seeing that Wang Baoli understood the significance of accepting the gift, he fell silent for a moment before speaking with a low voice. Baoli, the 4 major Tao colleges and 17 senators are all part of the Federation. Therefore, many issues cannot be truly investigated. Let this matter rest, and I assure you that nothing similar will happen again. Has the expulsion been cancelled as well? Wang Baoli asked softly, his gaze turning cold. The rules of the Tao College will not change. His membership as a student of the Lower Academy Island will not be restored. The Chancellor comforted Wang Baoli slightly before ending the voice transmission. Wang Baoli sat in the Spirit Cauldron Cave, looking at the 2 boxes and the voice transmission ring, before narrowing his eyes. Membership as a student in the Lower Academy Island. That means that enrollment is divided between the upper and lower academies? Chapter 73, The Afterglow. Chapter 73, The Afterglow. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It doesn't matter if enrollment is divided between the 2 academies. I, Wang Baoli, will remember to take revenge. Since he understood Lin Qianhao's background, he also understood the decision made by the Tao College. He had read the high officials' autobiographies thoroughly and clearly knew what he needed to do. He conceded that, to some extent, the Tao College's actions had somewhat compensated him. I accept the gift, but I will still take revenge. Wang Baoli lowered his head to look the mirror and hold up the jade pendant. After studying them in detail, his eyes lit up. These are very nice. The jade pendant was a numinous treasure capable of protecting and attacking. Wang Baoli felt for its spiritual force and checked its inscriptions to get a gauge of its power, and that left him excited. The mirror did not pale in comparison. Even though it did not protect and attack directly, it could form a seemingly sturdy projection that could confuse people. Furthermore, it was equipped with fighting capabilities and was potentially useful in many situations. Wang Baoli was pleased with these two numinous treasures, especially as the dharmic artifacts that he possessed were completely depleted. The two numinous treasures momentarily made him feel more secure as he was no longer empty-handed. However, these are still insufficient. I need to refine more dharmic artifacts, especially those with protective features, so that if I meet danger again, I can resolve it. Wang Baoli thought as he began to immerse himself in the refining and inscription process. 1 month of peace passed. In that 1 month, Wang Baoli stayed entirely in the spirit cauldron cave. The dharmic artifacts that he made slowly accumulated. Just the large seal alone, there were already over 10, along with some other ropes. What he really focused on refining was a type of pearl dharmic artifact. The pearl took the greatest toll on Wang Baoli's energy. Its spirit kernel was completely made by rainbow spirit stones and was inscribed with an unbelievable number of inscriptions. Once it was activated, it let out a protective glow that appeared like the golden bell shield. One was not enough, so Wang Baoli refined more than 10 of them before he was satisfied. There are enough dharmic artifacts for protection. Now, moving on to those with attacking functions. Wang Baoli wiped away his sweat and began snacking on several bags of snacks loudly. He thought for a moment and analyzed his options before continuing to refine. This time, he was refining a flying sword. Since his cultivation was only at the ancient martial arts realm, Wang Baoli knew that he was unable to operate the dharmic artifacts as agilely as he wanted, and was unable to use them to the fullest potential. However, as the only head prefect of the dharmic armament faculty, with inscriptions that had never before been seen by the students who attended the faculty, he managed to think of a replacement. I will use the force of magnetism. Using magnetism, I can join these flying swords seamlessly. This way, I can control all the swords just by operating one of them. Wang Baoli's eyes shone, and he added inscriptions for magnetism to the flying sword's spirit kernels. Even though the final product was not perfect, he could use the force of magnetism to join several flying swords together. When he tested it out, he could shoot out 7 flying swords with a wave of his hand. Their speed and flexibility far exceeded what he had seen in the battle in the pond cloud rainforest. He was not completely satisfied, but he knew well that he had reached his limit. I have to add on a self-destruct function. Wang Baoli rubbed his forehead. After experiencing the life and death scenario, he felt that his dharmic artifacts were a little slow in self-destruction, and they would only be perfect if they could self-destruct after a countdown. Therefore, all the dharmic artifact that I have must be equipped with self-destructive inscriptions so that they can detonate as and when. There's still the big megaphone left. That is a gem. After refining it, I have to find ways to make it more powerful. Another half a month passed as Wang Baoli continued refining dharmic artifacts. When he was almost done, he received a voice transmission from Bunny, which prompted him to leave the spirit cauldron cave to take in the fresh air outside. Looking at the fluffy clouds hanging in the blue sky and caressing his storage bracelet, Wang Baoli was content. In my pocket now, there are more dharmic artifacts than previously. If I were to meet an incident like that in the pond cloud rainforest, I am confident that I could eliminate them without much effort. Wang Baoli was gleeful as he took out a bag of snacks, munching as he strutted into the dharmic armament faculty. Along the way, the people who met him respectfully greeted him as if it were a natural reflex. There were also many new students who were obviously in awe when they noticed Wang Baoli. Looking at the new students, Wang Baoli gently touched the fine hair above his mouth, sighing peacefully. I have aged. Wang Baoli and his classmates were no longer new students, and they were all beginning to gain accomplishments in their respective faculties. Right now, as Wang Baoli gazed at the new students, he could not help but mimic the Chancellor, with his eyes conveying a message of encouragement while he nodded politely. His encouragement was the greatest affirmation for the new students. They were all agitated with excitement, and as Wang Baoli advanced in his steps, the greetings never ended. Basking in the privilege of his status and identity, Wang Baoli was heartened to have made the best decision of his life when he chose to enroll at Ethereal Dao College. I, Wang Baoli, am destined to be extraordinary. Those years spent maintaining a low profile in Phoenix City were all to make a name for myself in Ethereal Dao College, Wang Baoli thought emotionally while making his way out from the peak of the Dharmic Armament faculty for his descent down. That evening, the glow from the setting sun gave the sky a beautiful, orange hue, and Wang Baoli stood admiring it for a moment. When he finished his bag of snacks, he saw Bunny arriving from afar. When Bunny sent him the voice transmission, she had said that she had wanted to visit. Therefore, Wang Baoli had halted his refining process to welcome her there. Seeing that Wang Baoli was waiting for her from a distance, Bunny blushed, and her eyes widened in delight. She picked up her pace, speeding toward Wang Baoli. "Brother Baoli." Her voice made Wang Baoli's eyes light up. The scene of Bunny approaching him as she ran was like a dream that he had replayed in his mind over and over again. He cleared his throat and put on a gentlemanly look as he smiled coyly at her. Very quickly, Bunny arrived in front of Wang Baoli. Her face was red with shyness. She wanted to say something, but once she looked at Wang Baoli's eyes, her heart raced, making her forget what she had originally wanted to tell him. Subconsciously, she took out a pill box and handed it to Wang Baoli. "Brother Baoli, these are the recovery pills that I have made after spending all this time refining in seclusion. These are for you to keep," Bunny said demurely with her reddened face as she passed the pill box to Wang Baoli. "Brother Baoli, I will work hard to refine more pills in the future so that if you meet danger again, my pills can be of help to you," Bunny said seriously, and she blushed even more after that. She turned to leave but quickly turned around again, handing another pill box to Wang Baoli. I took the wrong one just now. This is the correct one." Saying that, Bunny's face was like a ripe red apple, and she immediately turned around to make her way. Actually, she had never been a daring person. She had originally prepared many things to say, but once she saw Wang Baoli, her heart rate rose, and her thoughts blurred, causing her to forget everything that she had wanted to say. Seeing Zhu Xiaoya rushing, Wang Baoli's gaze was gentle. He did not know why she had come at first, but now he understood that she had purely wanted to hand him the pills. Wang Baoli looked at the pill box in his hands, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. When he raised his head, he saw that Zhu Xiaoya was getting further away. He blinked, running to catch up with her. Zhu Xiaoya. Why are you so timid? You prepared what to say for your confession, and you still ruined everything. Didn't you practice so many times?" Zhu Xiaoya was feeling moody, and she did not notice Wang Baoli catching up with her. Therefore, Wang Baoli heard her thoughts of regret as he neared her. Listening to Zhu Xiaoya's grumble, Wang Baoli cleared his throat. "Ruin what?" "Ah." Zhu Xiaoya was obviously taken aback by the sudden noise from Wang Baoli. When she turned and saw Wang Baoli, she was surprised. "Brother Baoli, you. Why did you come after me?" Looking at Bunny's silly look, the fuzzy feeling that Wang Baoli experienced became more obvious, and he blinked several times. "I wanted to escort you back to the alchemy faculty, that's why." "Oh, all right. Thank you, Brother Baoli." Bunny nodded lightly as she heard Wang Baoli's explanation. In an instant, she was no longer moody and was filled with boundless happiness. Just like that, under the glow of the setting sun, Wang Baoli and Bunny strolled through the Dao College, their shadows stretching a long, long distance. The sound of students reciting their books from the peaks of the various faculties, the footsteps of students from the combat faculty running, and the laughter of the students passing by all seemed to become background noise to the duo. It was as if they were the only ones left in the entire Dao College. A bright smile blossomed on Bunny's face. The glow of the setting sun reflected off her eyes as she looked at Wang Baoli. Everything made her extraordinary beauty even more obvious. The entire scene, including the setting sun and the surrounding atmosphere, was perfect, except that there was a pale, skinny youth dressed in a student's robe looking dazed nearby. When he passed, he looked at Wang Baoli and Bunny, who was standing beside him. The moment he saw Bunny, the emaciated youth stopped suddenly, as if mesmerized by Bunny's beauty and smile. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to stop the pair as if Wang Baoli was invisible. My dear schoolmate, I might have seen you somewhere before. Can I get to know you? Please tell me how I can contact you. The emaciated student looked directly at Bunny, as he spoke with emotion. Chapter 74, I am enlightening myself on the Tao. Chapter 74, I am enlightening myself on the Tao. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The moment the youth spoke, the happiness that Wang Baoli felt instantly disappeared. It was akin to finally finding a bottle of ice spirit water on a blistering hot day, but realizing that a housefly had contaminated it. Instinctively, Wang Baoli wanted to give the youth a death stare, but he eventually only exhaled deeply. He felt that he should act like a gentleman, so he remained silent although he was frowning deeply. Bunny was frowning as well. However, she had apparently experienced encounters like this before and remained demure as she spoke. We have never met, but I have no intention of getting to know you. She was direct and thorough in her rejection. After she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to the youth, instead dragging Wang Baoli to continue on their original path. Worried about Wang Baoli's emotions, Zhu Xiaoya nervously said, Brother Baoli, don't be angry. I do not know him. Wang Baoli was instantly comforted by her words, but he wanted to maintain his image and put on a gentlemanly demeanor as he began to speak with a smile. Why would I be angry? This proves the charm of my Xiaoya. Listening to Wang Baoli's words, Zhu Xiaoya was instantly delighted, her smile even more beautiful. In the glow of the setting sun, she walked alongside Wang Baoli. She wished that the path could be longer so that everything could be eternalized. Wang Baoli was happy as well. He felt that he was still charming, and he wanted to boast when that skinny youth caught up with them again at that moment. Schoolmate, schoolmate. I have a gift for you. Will you accept it? The youth was panting as he caught up, indicating that his ancient martial arts realm was not high. However, his gaze glittered, focusing on Bunny and disregarding Wang Baoli's presence. This made Wang Baoli furious. That composure and thoughts of being gentlemanly were instantly forgotten. Even before Bunny could say anything, Wang Baoli stared angrily at the youth. What crap is that? She doesn't want it. Do you get it? She won't accept it. Wang Baoli responded angrily as he dragged Bunny along with him. The skinny youth seemed to only recognize Wang Baoli's presence at that moment. He did not care much about Wang Baoli's identity and stared angrily back at him. Wang Baoli blatantly ignored the youth's angry stare. He pulled Bunny away, and Bunny became curious of the gift that the youth had described. He is so annoying. I already made it clear that I do not know him, but he still wants to give me a gift. What else could it be? He will definitely say that he is the gift. I have used tricks like that since I was 6, giving myself away as a gift countless times. Humph, he only has these petty tricks up his sleeves, and he still thinks that he can go against me? Wang Baoli said arrogantly, staring hard. Bunny's eyes widened, slightly dazed as she was seemingly shocked by Wang Baoli's words. She only snapped back into reality after a while, and noticing that Wang Baoli was holding her hand, she blushed red. As happiness filled her heart, the pair continued on their blissful journey under the glow of the setting sun. It was just that, very soon, the skinny teenager reappeared. Again, undeterred. This time, he had managed to find a bouquet of wild flowers somewhere. The very instant he appeared, he immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Bunny, his eyes sincere, as he began to speak. Schoolmate, believe it or not, it was love at first sight for me when I saw you. You are exactly type. Please accept my love, for I am willing to hold your hand and be yours for the rest of my life. This scene made Bunny astounded. Even though she frequently met suitors coming up to her, she had never met someone as persistent as this youth. Right now, many students were passing by. Noticing the scene and recognizing Wang Baoli, they all stopped to watch the commotion. Wang Baoli was furious at the scene before his eyes, and he immediately stepped forward to shove the skinny youth aside. Are you looking for trouble? The youth, recoiling from the impact, stepped back. He looked angrily at Wang Baoli and began speaking in his low voice. I am from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. So what if it's the Tao Enlightenment faculty? I am the triple head prefect from the Dharmic Armament faculty. Wang Baoli spoke arrogantly, sensing that the youth wanted to compare the strength of their backgrounds. Despite hearing Wang Baoli's words, the skinny youth did not seem to back down. Rather, his green veins emerged in anger, and he continued to argue in a loud voice. I am enlightening myself on the Tao. To hell with your Tao enlightenment. Wang Baoli had grown increasingly impatient. He immediately sent a slap toward the teenager, but he exercised restraint. Even though he was immensely irritated, he only threw the youth back several steps. He then pulled Bunny, who was shocked still, wanting to leave. However, the youth responded by staring at Wang Baoli intently before laughing loudly and leaving. At this moment, the onlookers were taken aback after hearing the skinny youth's laughter. Many of them drew deep gasps, shocked speechless. Tao Enlightenment faculty. Wang Baoli has gotten himself into trouble now. Gosh! We don't typically see anyone from the Tao Enlightenment faculty since they hardly leave the Enlightenment Mountain. People from that faculty are not to be offended. I heard that no matter what they do or where they go, as long as they shout out, I am enlightening myself on the Tao, no one can interfere, as that is part of their studies. The Tao Enlightenment faculty has no lectures. All the students there have to do is attempt to enlighten themselves. They can step into any area of the lower Academy Island as they wish. Rules and regulations of the college are useless to them, for they just need to say that they are enlightening themselves, and they can resolve anything. The words of surprise from the onlookers entered the ears of Wang Baoli and Bunny. Bunny's expression changed instantly, and she grew nervous. Brother Baoli, he was from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. It's just the Tao Enlightenment faculty, so what? Wang Baoli was surprised as well. For the past year, he had spent most of his time in seclusion and climbing up the ranks. Even though he was aware that the previous Federation president had come from the Tao Enlightenment faculty, and roughly understood that students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty attempted to enlighten themselves daily, even being a little envious, he did not understand the whole situation. Right now, as he heard the words from the onlookers, he harumphed softly without thinking much. Along the way, as Wang Baoli sent Bunny back to the alchemy faculty, Bunny was still worried. However, she was slightly relieved after seeing how calm Wang Baoli was. Seeing that Bunny had ascended the mountain, Wang Baoli turned to return to the Tao Enlightenment faculty. On his way back, he thought of the student from the Tao Enlightenment faculty and turned on his voice transmission ring, to ask Liu Daobin about the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Very quickly, Liu Daobin conveyed information regarding the Tao Enlightenment faculty to Wang Baoli. After reading the information sent by Liu Daobin, Wang Baoli stopped in his tracks. This is the Tao Enlightenment faculty? In Liu Daobin's message, the Tao Enlightenment faculty could be considered the weakest faculty in Ethereal Tao College's lower Academy Island. However, in some respects, they could be considered the strongest faculty. Students from the faculty would spend most of their days reciting poems and drinking alcohol, beginning their process of achieving Tao enlightenment as and when they desired. They had a saying, "Teacher of heaven and earth, your teachers are mere mortals, but our teacher is the heaven and the earth. Therefore, we can be in the process of Tao enlightenment anywhere." This faculty is one that wastes their lives waiting for death. Even though Wang Baoli was shocked, he was not too ruffled by it. After returning to his cave abode in Dharmic Armament faculty, he quickly threw the incident to the back of his mind. It was a night of silence. However, at dawn the next day, even before Wang Baoli could step out of his cave abode, he quickly received a voice transmission sent by a nervous Liu Daobin. "Head Prefect, there is trouble. Outside your cave abode." "Outside my cave abode?" Wang Baoli was confused and flabbergasted. He stood up to open the door of the cave abode. The moment he stepped out, he was shocked frozen as there were suddenly 7 to 8 students dressed in Daoist robes meditating outside his cave abode. The very instant Wang Baoli appeared, their gaze immediately turned to him, staring fiercely. Of the 7 to 8 students, one of them was the youth who had confessed to Bunny yesterday. Wang Baoli was surprised by the students and returned their stares. "What are all of you doing?" "This is the Dharmic Armament faculty. We are enlightening ourselves on the Tao," the students bellowed loudly uniformly. They all clenched their teeth, staring intently at Wang Baoli, wanting to irritate the heck out of him through Tao enlightenment even if they got attacked. Bunch of lunatics. Wang Baoli was fuming. He decided to not bother too much about them and began to walk toward the Spirit Cauldron cave. However, the instant he stepped out, the group of students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty all stood up, following behind him. In the beginning, Wang Baoli did not care much, but very quickly, he could not stand it anymore. No matter where he went, the group of people followed closely. Even if he entered the Spirit Cauldron cave, they could as well. Sitting beside Wang Baoli, they surrounded him. They seemed determined to follow him, regardless of what he was doing. Even if Wang Baoli conveyed an order for Liu Daobin and company to help disperse the students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty, Liu Daobin could only laugh bitterly, telling Wang Baoli that as long as students of the Tao Enlightenment faculty said that they were gaining Tao Enlightenment, even the college discipline department did not have the ability to chase them away. Furthermore, the students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty were immensely stubborn. After being followed by them for 3 consecutive days, Wang Baoli was so irritated that he finally took action. The end result was, the morning after, even more students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty appeared outside his cave abode, fully surrounding the cave abode, as they stared intently while gaining Tao Enlightenment. Chapter 75, The Tao Enlightenment Faculty That You Cannot Offend. Chapter 75, The Tao Enlightenment Faculty That You Cannot Offend. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students sat cross-legged in front of Wang Baoli's cave abode, each of them staring at the door of the cave abode. All of them had determination and persistence in their eyes, and Wang Baoli, who had been watching all this from the door, could not help but scratch his head. This is unreasonable. I only pushed them a few times, and they actually multiplied from 7 to dozens. Wang Baoli's head hurt, and he turned away after a long time. Sitting in the cave abode, he thought for a moment before snorting. Whatever, ignore them. I don't believe that they can continue sitting outside my door like this forever. Annoyed, Wang Baoli decided to meditate and cultivate in his cave abode. Going into seclusion, he did not need to worry about anything on the outside. This seclusion was half a month. After half a month, Wang Baoli ended his cultivation. In high spirits, he stood to open the door of the cave abode to walk outside. When the door opened, however, Wang Baoli's eyes grew wide. Those dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students were still outside his door. Not only were they meditating, some were even eating. This scene shook Wang Baoli. Given that it had already been half a month, but they were still there, it seemed like they were determined to eat and live there. This made Wang Baoli somewhat terrified. This was especially so when these students started to turn and glare at him as they noticed him. Being stared at, Wang Baoli felt his head hurt again. However, he was not willing to concede. The thought of these Tao Enlightenment faculty students bullying him, the Dharmic Armament faculty's only head prefect, made Wang Baoli snort. Looking away, he placed his hands behind his back and started walking forwards. Except that, as he walked, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students immediately stood up and followed him. When Wang Baoli walked, they followed. When Wang Baoli stopped, they immediately sat cross-legged around him with heavy gazes. Very quickly, Wang Baoli felt like he was going crazy. No matter what he did, no matter where he went, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students would follow him. Even if he went to class, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students would follow. Even the teachers who saw them would not say anything. Wang Baoli was very irritated by these students, who were watching and meditating around him. He could not help but shout at the Tao Enlightenment faculty students. Are you done? Why, are you attached to me now? Just as Wang Baoli spoke, these dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students sneered and spoke loudly. We are enlightening ourselves on the Tao. This sentence made Wang Baoli even angrier. Glaring, he clenched his fists. I warn you, don't cross me. Before, I only pushed some of you. After, I will really take action. Even though Wang Baoli had already warned them, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students only sneered, seemingly unconcerned. Each of their gazes even showed a hint of madness. Come. If you dare hit us, we'll show you the consequences of breaking the enlightenment of the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Wang Baoli, if you don't hit us, you're not a man. Wang Baoli, hit my head. Use your most powerful move and hit me hard. All the Tao Enlightenment faculty students were shouting. Their frenzied appearance made Wang Baoli inhale. He had seen crazy people before, but never had he seen people as crazy as this. Seeing Wang Baoli inhale, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students advanced again and surrounded him. Each of them stared at him like crazy people. The surrounding Dharmic armament faculty students quickly withdrew, all of them discussing the situation. As expected of the head prefect. Only he would dare fight against the Tao Enlightenment faculty. The unity of the Tao Enlightenment faculty is extremely rare in our Tao college. As the Dharmic armament faculty students began gossiping, Wang Baoli looked at the crazy Tao Enlightenment faculty students, no longer able to suppress his anger. You really think I won't dare raise my hand? Wang Baoli opened his voice transmission ring and summoned Liu Daobin. Upon receiving Wang Baoli's order, Liu Daobin felt torn. Bracing himself, he brought a large number of inspectors. The moment he arrived, he heard Wang Baoli's voice suddenly traveling out. Chase all these people interrupting the Dharmic armament faculty's study away, and don't let them come again. Liu Daobin and the inspectors exchanged glances. Finally, they gritted their teeth and charged forward fiercely. Although they did not raise their hands, they had the numbers advantage. Finally, the dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students were chased off the mountain. At this moment, Wang Baoli finally felt that his surroundings were peaceful. Want to fight me? Wang Baoli clasped his hands behind his back and went to the Spirit Cauldron cave, feeling satisfied. He felt that he was well versed in refining Dharmic artifacts already, so he took out that Elder's glove from the Pond Cloud rainforest. This is truly a treasure with immense power. I need to modify it, add a bit of poison inside, and cause it to explode under an extreme situation, making it even more powerful. Thus, he used this time to modify the glove, and his days seemed to go back to normal. Alas, these peaceful days only lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, just as he was refining Dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli received a panic voice transmission from Liu Daobin. Head Prefect, not good, something happened. Hundreds have arrived from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. We couldn't stop them. They're heading your way. Hearing this, Wang Baoli lost control of the Dharmic artifact in his hand, and it almost exploded. His eyes widened, stood suddenly, and exited the Spirit Cauldron cave. He immediately saw a group of Tao Enlightenment faculty students not far away. It seemed like hundreds of people were moving towards him in an obstreperous manner. Heavens, what do they want? Wang Baoli's scalp felt like it had exploded. His heart beat fast, and he quickly fled, avoiding them. But there were simply too many people from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Immediately, someone with sharp eyes saw Wang Baoli and shouted loudly. Instantly, all the Tao Enlightenment faculty students ran over. In the end, these hundreds of people even spread out in search of Wang Baoli. At the same time, the students from the Dharmic armament faculty had also noticed the situation. Everyone stared in shock. In actuality, even the seniors had only heard of this scene but had never seen it in real life. The head prefect has really caused big trouble this time. Of all the people to offend, why did he have to offend the crazy ones? Who even dares offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty? Among the discussion, Wang Baoli felt extremely frustrated. There were truly too many people on the other side, and soon, he was found. When the Tao Enlightenment faculty students found Wang Baoli, they neither raised their hands nor scolded him, instead, they only stared. No matter where he went, they went too, sitting by him and staring at him as they underwent enlightenment. This continued for another 3 days with Wang Baoli almost on the point of a mental breakdown. This was especially due to the fact that even when Wang Baoli went to the bathroom, Tao Enlightenment faculty students would swiftly appear in large numbers and sit cross-legged around him in enlightenment. If Wang Baoli took a slightly longer time, then there would be about 100 Tao Enlightenment faculty students around him, and this caused Wang Baoli to go mad. They are going too far. What Tao Enlightenment faculty? They should be called the gangster faculty. Wang Baoli pulled up his pants, furious. He did not dare attack them, however, nor did he dare drive them away. He was truly worried that if he took action against them, then the next day, there would be even more Tao Enlightenment faculty students. In the end, Wang Baoli steeled his heart. He bought a large amount of food and returned to his cave abode. He would go into seclusion for a few months and see how those Tao Enlightenment faculty people dealt with that. Except, after a few days, Wang Baoli realized that he had been too naive. It seemed like the Tao Enlightenment faculty people had guessed his intentions, or maybe they were just familiar with situations like this, but they actually brought another 100 people. The few hundred Tao Enlightenment faculty students all surrounded Wang Baoli's cave abode and stared at the cave abode, while enlightening themselves. As thick as huckleberries, they made Wang Baoli's heart shake. This was not over, however. 10 days later, the numbers increased again, and they even started to pitch tents outside Wang Baoli's cave abode. All this made Wang Baoli's brain turn muddled. In addition, this incident became such a spectacle that it spread all over the Tao College and the Spirit Intranet. In an instant, the whole ethereal Tao College's Spirit Intranet seemed to explode. It's already almost 2 months. No one dares to offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty. This time, Wang Baoli is really in trouble. I heard that this incident was because Wang Baoli snatched one of the Tao Enlightenment faculty students' girlfriends. As the entire Spirit Intranet boiled over with this incident, the little Daoist who was live streaming also grew excited. Every day, he took his camera and headed to the Dharmic Armament faculty to interview and live stream. He originally intended to live stream Wang Baoli's aggrieved look as revenge, however, while he was live streaming, there was the reappearance of a mysterious local moneybags called Federation President Daddy. This person came and went like a shadow. Each time he appeared, there would be more than 10 rockets. Little Daoist had already secretly deemed him as a huge client, and this huge client seemed to dislike the Tao Enlightenment faculty. As such, to get in his good books, Little Daoist changed his interview methods and started to report on the Tao Enlightenment faculty's unreasonable actions. In a short period of time, not everyone on the Spirit Intranet was there to watch the show. There were many who had been harmed by the Tao Enlightenment faculty's passive aggressiveness who jumped out anonymously, blaming the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Except that the broadcast had not gone on for 4 days before Little Daoist began to cry. Just outside his living quarters, 5 Tao Enlightenment faculty students had actually appeared. They sat there, staring at him, and started their enlightenment. Only when Little Daoist promised never to live stream about the Tao Enlightenment faculty again did these students leave with unperturbed expressions. Can't offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty, Little Daoist sighed. He looked at the Dharmic Armament faculty, feeling sympathy for Wang Baoli for the first time.